Volume 8. Chapter 701, Luck Value Increasing Crazily. Chapter 701, Luck Value Increasing Crazily. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. At present, with Thomas and the rest shouldering the blame, the non-resonator Chen was able to speedily flee the chaotic area without being noticed. There is still an advantage to not having any godly power, hee. Chen was pleased. What those resonators were looking for was godly power. As for Chen a commoner without godly power, he appeared the same as those wild animals whenever those resonators scanned his area. As such, it was natural that they all completely neglected him. I have profited greatly this time. Chen looked at the tightly wrapped stone as his heart thumped wildly. With this tone, hee. After returning, he would have to find a way to erase the consciousness within this stone. Just by extracting the power of luck contained within, he would no longer lack luck value in the future. 30,000? Perhaps he could even get 30 million luck value in the future. Who? He took in a deep breath and first returned to the genetic union and entered a training room. Then he carefully took out the wrapped stone, which was glowing faintly. Finally, obtained. Hum. The stone was glowing with a mysterious radiance. Spirit. What is this fellow's condition? Chen asked. Spirit momentarily cast out her senses, then answered, half dead. We can use some gene reagents or other items to temporarily block it out so we can extract the luck value within. Chen Feng's eyes shone. Excellent. Extracting luck value. He had been waiting for this for way too long. But before that... Spirit, come. Ha? Let us do something interesting. Ha? Well, the reason for this is to temper your consciousness. Ha? To allow you to control even greater strength. Oh. Spirit couldn't quite understand what Chen was getting at. Just like that, half a month passed quietly. During this half-month, Chen helped Spirit temper her consciousness before producing a gene reagent capable of sealing the stone's consciousness. Let us begin. Chen let out a long breath. A huge number of translucent ice blue gene reagents were gathered, and the stone was soaked in them. The stone emanated with a gold radiance without stop, giving off quite a wondrous scene as the gold interwove with blue. Bang! One of his hands pressed onto the stone, with the blue liquid in between. Hum. Numerous rays of light shot out. The consciousness of the stone spoke in horror. You dare? Humph. Spirit snorted and suppressed the stone's consciousness. After the previous battle where the stone had been weakened several times by the resonators, it didn't have much strength remaining. Swish! Soon, the luck value within Chen started transforming. Chen Feng's heart trembled. Here it comes. He knew that he did not need skin-to-skin contact with this stone. Previously, the mere act of approaching this stone had lifted the deactivated state of his luck aura. As such, this time, he only needed to be near this stone to be able to absorb its power. His guess was indeed correct. Having skin contact with this stone posed too great of a threat. As such, doing things this way was the perfect choice. The stone struggled as it glowed without stop, but it was unable to do anything thanks to the blue liquid. At the same time, its consciousness was suppressed by Spirit. It was unable to budge and could only watch on blankly as its luck value dropped. 1 point. 2 points. 3 points. The absorption of luck value progressed slowly. Chen merely waited on silently, waiting for his luck value to increase in amount. Soon, after the initial hardship passed, Chen started trying to use his own power of luck for the absorption. The moment he activated his luck aura. Swish! The amount of luck power he was absorbing increased dramatically. 10 points. 100 points. 1,000 points. A terrifying amount of luck power surged into Chen Feng's body. It's here. Chen was overwhelmed with emotions. He knew that the greatest upgrade he had ever experienced thus far was coming. Bang! Bang! His luck value soared. 1,000 points was merely the beginning. As luck value entered his body without stop, he reached 10,000 points, 100,000 points, 200,000 points, 300,000 points. The luck value within Chen Feng's body surged dramatically. Bang! Bang! A terrifying power converged within him. Chen was shocked. How powerful! Finally, his luck value surpassed 1 million points, reaching a rather terrifying height. Alas, alarmingly, even at this level, luck value still endlessly surged out from that stone at a terrifying speed. 1 million. 2 million. 3 million. MHM. Chen Feng was startled. Could it be that his initial guess was completely correct? This stone contained more than 10 million points of luck value? Soon, his guess was confirmed. In a short period of time, his luck value surpassed 10 million points. Even so, his luck value was still increasing. There's more? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. How much luck value did this stone contain, exactly? 10 million? No, he had already surpassed 10 million, yet he was still growing. From the momentum, there were no signs of it stopping anytime soon. Bang! Bang! His luck value surged. Chen Feng tried activating his luck aura once again. With the present luck value he had, the activation of luck aura was an extremely terrifying act. Bang! Suddenly, the speed of absorption went through another sharp increase. Shortly after, he started absorbing tens of millions of luck value in one go. 10 million points. 20 million points. 30 million points. This. Chen Feng's eyes widened. With an expression of disbelief, he watched on as his luck value surged. In a short period of time, it reached a brand new height, 100 million points. For the very first time, his luck value had reached 100 million. And yet, his luck value was still growing. Suddenly, Chen Feng sensed something wrong. I have a bad feeling. 100 million? If this stone truly possessed so much luck value, it would definitely not have been so weak. Chen Feng had first deduced that this stone would possess around 10 million luck value based on its prowess and the might of that leopard. But now, 100 million? If this stone was truly 10 times more powerful than that, why had it not displayed its strength? Shwa! Instinctively, Chen Feng tried stopping the absorption. Alas, he found that he could no longer stop it. His expression sank. What's going on? Spirit, stop it. Chen Feng roared inwardly. Spirit's expression sank as well. It is no longer listening to me, but... Chen Feng's heart jolted. What? It was not listening to Spirit? How was that possible? One ought to know that the only feature Luck Aura had gained after its previous upgrade was granting Spirit the ability to independently control it. Let me try sensing it. Spirit smiled bitterly. At present, looks like it is once again the time for luck to clash against luck. The stone was obviously using its power of luck at this moment as well. Chen Feng clenched his teeth. Bring it on, then. Bang! For the first time, he put his greater than 100 million luck value to work. Bang! Bang! He could feel the terrifying amount of luck value being put to work. Alas, alarmingly, even with so much luck value, things were still not changing. He was still absorbing luck value. His eyes widened. What's going on? Suddenly, Spirit's expression became odd. There. Chen Feng was greatly startled as well. This is. He did not need Spirit to tell him about it, as he himself had felt it as well. Before him, for the very first time, the stone fully unleashed its power of luck. That terrifying power. If this 100 million luck value Chen Feng had was a pebble, then what this stone was unleashing at the moment was a huge mountain. The power within. Bang! The terrifying power of luck flooded Chen Feng. How is this possible? Chen Feng did not dare to believe this. The power contained within this fellow surpassed even tens of billions? If that was the case, why had it been so miserable previously? Right at this instant, the consciousness within the stone appeared once again. Easily, it broke free of Spirit's suppression and transmitted an extremely clear thought to Chen Feng. Chen Feng. I told you, you are the chosen seed of heaven. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 702, The Power of a God. Chapter 702, The Power of a God. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Chen Feng's eyes widened. You can talk? This was extremely shocking to him. He had never expected that this consciousness, which had been hiding within the stone all this while and had required Spirit to sense its thought process, was actually capable of communicating directly with a human. The mysterious consciousness laughed and said, "That is only natural. With the descent of the primordial, it is natural that my consciousness was born." Chen Feng was speechless. It could talk. Although this talking was, to be precise, thought transmission. However, Chen Feng sighed deeply. Why did you not talk previously when they attacked you?
The mysterious consciousness explained, I told you, you are the chosen seed of heaven.
How can I help others?
All along, you are the only one I will help, regardless of it being now or the future.
Shwa! A boundless power surged out of the stone.
Instantly, the power of luck within Chen Feng's body surged, reaching an even higher level in the billions, and it was still growing, completely unstoppable.
Bang! Bang!
His luck value jumped up without stop.
2 billion. 3 billion. 4 billion. 10 billion. 20 billion. 30 billion. 100 billion. 200 billion. 300 billion.
Chen Feng had an ominous feeling. Compared to this surging power, his own strength was so very minute. Rather than the power of a resonator, this was in actuality the power of gods.
Bang! Bang!
The godly power surged. Chen Feng felt the horror of this power and suddenly had an odd feeling, a feeling telling him that with this, he could do whatever he wished to, no matter what.
For example, destroying the world.
Chen Feng glanced around and was certain that he was capable of that. With 30,000 luck value, he had been able to create the omens of an apocalypse. Now, with several 100 million luck value, he should truly be able to destroy this world. After all, compared to the wide universe, this planet was still so very tiny.
Oh, right, where had the comet he had summoned earlier gone to?
After all, that had been no false illusion. Rather, that had been a true comet, but it hadn't reached this planet because he hadn't had sufficient power to make that happen. Where the comet had gone subsequently remained unknown. However, Chen Feng did not continue dwelling on this, as he found that the luck value in his body was still increasing.
Still growing.
Chen Feng no longer bothered keeping up with how much luck value he had, as he was sure that it had already reached a terrifying number. The only word he could use to describe the amount of luck value he had presently was endless. What he was somewhat worried about was Spirit, this girl.
Spirit, he tried asking for her. Here, Spirit answered blankly. Are you fine? Chen Feng asked.
He was worried about Spirit, as based on what they had guessed, after the invasion of this stone, Spirit might be destroyed, leaving behind purely its own power.
Spirit had an odd feeling as well. I'm fine. I am perfectly fine. Moreover, this luck. Spirit waved her tiny hand. I can control it as well.
She was puzzled. The two exchanged glances, and they had an odd feeling.
They could actually control this power? Chen Feng was shocked. This. In other words, this newly gained luck value is all ours? Spirit was utterly confused. Have we misunderstood the stone?
In short, this adorable stone was truly earnestly treating Chen Feng as the chosen seed of heaven and was sincerely trying to help increase his strength?
Had he been misunderstanding the stone all along?
No, that did not seem likely.
But then, why were they able to control the newly gained power? Bang! Bang!
Once again, his luck value increased. Chen Feng tried sensing this new level of power and found that this time, he was no longer able to control it. The reason for this wasn't because he did not have the authority to control it. Rather, it was because this power was too huge for him to be able to control, giving him a feeling like he was less capable than desirable.
He looked at Spirit. How about you? Spirit shook her head. I am still able to control it. Regardless of how much it increases, I seem able to always control it. Chen Feng was filled with doubt.
That means that the control is still under our hands.
Spirit nodded her head firmly. MHM.
At this time, finally, the increase in his luck value slowed down, slowly decreasing from an increase of tens of billions to an increase of billions to an increase hundreds of millions. Slowly, the luck value within Chen Feng calmed down.
Chen Feng was sure. The stone seems to finally be out of energy. Spirit knew what Chen Feng wanted to ask. I can still control the power. She waved her hand to demonstrate it.
Godly power instantly swirled around her hand. The two were utterly confused.
This was an incredibly odd feeling.
Luck value was without a doubt one of the most terrifying powers in existence. If the stone had activated this with its full power, Chen Feng would definitely have been helpless. After all, that was truly quite an astonishing amount.
However, the stone had not done so.
Rather, it had handed over all its power to Chen Feng.
Why?
Slowly, the surging godly power faded. Along with the final wisp of godly power, the mysterious consciousness traveled into Chen Feng's body as well. It did not have any power, nor did it have any authority over his power. This was nothing but a consciousness.
What exactly was this fellow planning? Chen Feng's heart chilled. This was way too weird.
Spirit, try getting him under control, Chen Feng said.
Spirit nodded. Understood. Shwa. Shwa.
The stone dissipated away as the mysterious consciousness traveled into Chen Feng's body. The instant it arrived in Chen Feng's illusory world, numerous rays of light shot at it, and it was instantly contained by Spirit. This was a clump of consciousness, hovering midair. It had yet to assume any sort of form. A clear thought was transmitted out of the stone.
We finally meet again. Chen Feng's gaze became cold. Who are you?
The mysterious consciousness had a faint smile.
Is handing over all my luck value still not sufficient to display my sincerity, dear chosen seed of heaven? Chen Feng suppressed the uneasiness he was feeling. Do you know that what I hate most are those tricksters?
Regardless of whether you are sincere in helping me or not, tell me your true goal.
Otherwise, I will kill you right this moment.
Chen Feng spoke solemnly, his killing intent raging, proving that he wasn't joking around.
The mysterious consciousness laughed. Tsk tisk, truly completely ungrateful. Hum.
That clump of consciousness hovering there lazily and slowly started assuming a form.
Chen Feng and Spirit weren't surprised at this.
Since this stone was so powerful, it was most certainly capable of something as basic as assuming a form.
However, when the form it was assuming became clear to them, Chen Feng and Spirit were completely startled.
That was because this was exactly the same appearance as Spirit.
Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. You are courting death. This fellow was deliberately imitating the appearance of Spirit.
The mysterious consciousness smiled toyingly.
This is what my main body looks like. Chen Feng shook his head. How is that possible?
Spirit's appearance and name had both come into existence after his discussion with Spirit when she had first appeared back then.
Thus, how could it be completely the same as this stone's original appearance?
Indeed, the final look only came into existence after you two discussed it back then.
However,
the mysterious consciousness smiled.
Are you sure that it wasn't completely affected by the subconsciousness of Spirit? Spirit was bewildered. What do you mean?
The mysterious consciousness chuckled.
Do you still not understand?
Slowly, she walked toward Spirit.
Chen Feng's powerful consciousness descended. Scram!
As the master of this illusory world, he tried forcefully stopping the advance of the mysterious consciousness. Alarmingly, that mysterious consciousness was actually capable of ignoring Chen Feng, even in this world where Chen Feng was the master. Around the mysterious consciousness, the godly power of luck started swirling.
Spirit's eyes widened. How is this possible?
All the godly power of luck here should be fully under her and Chen Feng's control, as they had completely transferred ownership.
Why was this fellow able to utilize it?
The mysterious consciousness looked at Spirit in pity.
Do you still not understand? Because, you are me.
Finishing her words, her finger pointed at Spirit's forehead.
Bang! Instantly, a terrifying power engulfed them both.
At this moment, all the power of luck within Chen Feng was activated. That boundless radiance and power surrounded both the mysterious consciousness and Spirit. There, two completely identical people stood, surrounded by a completely identical power. That power surrounding them was the power unique to the gods. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 703, Damnable Chen Feng. Chapter 703, Damnable Chen Feng. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
In the genetic union, the sudden terrifying radiance erupting from the training room attracted lots of attention. This radiance even attracted countless resonators, and their auras swept past this area.
What is that? Holy shit, this level of strength. Damn it, have the resonators become so powerful that the gods have awakened in advance? Gods? Could it be? Countless people were alarmed.
Everyone was aware that as resonators appeared, the usage of godly powers would increase in frequency. This would sooner or later start awakening the gods. However, they had never expected that this day would come this fast.
How long had it been?
They all wished that they were mistaken, yet that surging godly power.
No ordinary person could create something like that, only the gods.
The world will fall into chaos.
Everyone sighed. Everyone focused their attention on that aura.
Perhaps they were unable to stop the awakening of the gods.
However, they should still keep themselves informed. At this moment, countless eyes were focused on the genetic union. What's going on? The deputy president was extremely agitated. Why did this Chen Feng create a mess every time he returned here?
It hadn't even been that long since he'd entered that room, yet the attention of countless resonators had already been attracted.
Those auras that had been sweeping by.
Although those resonators had yet to fully recover their strength, they were still terrifying enough to cause his heart to flutter. His underling appeared to be at a loss.
No idea.
Is Chen Feng fine? The deputy president asked urgently. His life signal is still extremely stable, even stronger than before, if I must say. Although we do not yet have much understanding of awakened ones and resonators, it is quite possible that Chen Feng is breaking through, the underling guessed. The deputy president heaved a sigh of relief.
That would be good.
He could only watch on as that terrifying aura bloomed, hoping that everything would be fine.
At this time, the similarly shocked Chen Feng was looking at the two identical people there, looking on as godly power started swirling around the two before transforming without stop. He could feel the entirety of his power starting to go out of his control. No, that wasn't right.
To be precise, only the power related to luck and luck aura were going out of control.
Shwa! Shwa!
His luck power transformed, ultimately changing into godly power and swirling around beside spirit.
This.
If he did not understand even now, he would be a fool. Even way earlier, he had made a similar guess about spirit's identity. However, he had never expected that the truth was in fact much more shocking than he had imagined. Indeed, his guess was correct.
It was no wonder that.
At this moment, all his doubts were cleared. The mysterious consciousness spoke calmly.
During that primordial battle, all the gods fell.
As for my power, I entrusted it to the Fate Stone.
However, due to that battle being too desperate back then, the Fate Stone was separated into two.
One fell asleep together with me, while the other wandered around the universe together with my spirit essence. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. In short, that Fate Stone I fused with.
That's right.
The mysterious consciousness tranquilly explained, it wandered about the various worlds for a long time. After it was formally activated, it brought you straight to this world, the world it belongs to.
This is also the reason for your transmigration.
As for the so-called luck aura upgrades, that was merely the processes of me recovering my spirit. During the first upgrade, my spiritual body recovered.
That was when spirit awoke.
As for the second upgrade, it granted my spirit body true authority over the godly power of luck.
Therefore, I came.
Chen Feng shut both his eyes.
Indeed.
So this was the truth.
This mysterious consciousness, or to be more precise, this person here was the luck goddess. Spirit's eyes widened. I am your spirit?
Naturally, the mysterious consciousness said with a smile.
Perhaps you have some negative opinion of me. However, it does not matter. When you recover your memory, you can fuse with me. Shwa! She pointed midair.
Instantly, Spirit's big eyes became blank, and her pupils started glowing with a flickering radiance. Once again, a terrifying radiance swirled around her. Her memory started recovering.
Awaken, the luck goddess muttered. What exactly was a spirit?
In fact, the spirit was one with the god. When the spirit encountered the main body, the only course of action was to fuse. As such, there would be no conflicts, as the two were one in the first place.
The spirit was the main body and the main body was the spirit.
Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly.
Spirit.
Luck goddess looked at Chen Feng indifferently and said, "You should be content with this. You are but mere dust amid the myriad living beings.
Due to me, you reached your present height.
With your present accomplishments, your life has not been wasted.
Unfortunately, I am sorry to inform you that you know way too much about luck. As such, I will have to erase you after this."
Evidently, the moment she finished the fusion would also be the moment of Chen Feng's death.
A faint radiance bloomed.
Soon, her fusion with Spirit would be completed.
When Spirit once again opened her eyes, those blank eyes were once again filled with life.
With the godly radiance shining upon her, she started syncing with the luck goddess.
Slowly, the two bodies overlapped, transforming into one. The luck goddess was Spirit and Spirit was the luck goddess. Goodbye.
The luck goddess finished the fusion and instinctively waved her hand to erase Chen Feng. Next, with astonishment, she found that no matter what, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Her pupils shrunk, suddenly recalling the special training session previously, the special training session Chen Feng had held to temper Spirit's consciousness. She had actually spent half a month in a little black room for that special training session.
Master, what are we doing? Special training. But, this is so embarrassing. Only this way will it be effective. Do not forget how a certain someone betrayed me not too long ago. Sigh, I am so sorry. Don't worry about it. I don't mind. However, to ensure that your willpower is even stronger, we must employ such a training method. You have to work hard, okay? In her maid attire, Spirit raised her tiny fist resolutely. MHM. Who is your master? Chen Feng. Who do you serve? Chen Feng. Hey, no. Using the word serve is way too embarrassing. Have you been thinking those dirty thoughts again? No way. Are you sure? Yes. Humph. If this had been any other day, Chen Feng would have used Wang Yao to stop Spirit's feelings from growing unchecked. But he had made an exception, allowing such a perverse form of affection to grow. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Time flowed differently in the illusory world. If even in the real world half a month had passed, how much time had passed in the illusory world? 1 year? 2 years? It would remain a mystery. Only Chen Feng knew how long they had spent growing their affection, and only Spirit knew what she had experienced during that period. For the somewhat innocent Spirit, that period of time was also her happiest period ever. Even after her fusion with the goddess, even now, that fact remained. You? A terrifying godly power swirled around the luck goddess's hand, yet she truly couldn't bring herself to kill Chen Feng. Spirit's experiences were in a way her very own experiences. There was no such thing as a separate consciousness. When her true body was completed, only one remained. Everything that had happened to Spirit had happened to her as well. This experience for her was like an experience of the past, an experience after the loss of her memory. This damnable Chen Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 704, Sorry, my dearest master. Chapter 704, Sorry, my dearest master. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. The luck goddess inhaled deeply as she said, You have long seen through my identity. I did have some guesses, Chen Feng explained calmly. I merely thought of that as a possibility. The luck goddess was furious. And thus, you have exploited me? Chen Feng shook his head. No. Spirit is different than you. She is pure at heart, one truly worthy of the title of goddess. As for you, who knows what you are? In any case, the believers of the Sword God and War God claim that you're a bitch. Chen Feng curled his lips. Luck goddess. She inhaled deeply. I am Spirit. Spirit is my true name. As for the spirit body, forget it. For you commoners who will forever only know to worship gods high on a pedestal, you guys will never be able to understand us gods. In any case, we are not clones, or perhaps 2 different consciousnesses as per your understanding. We have always been one, the luck goddess said. Chen Feng merely replied with a sneer. He. Your brainwashing method is indeed rather formidable. I know of what you did. I want to kill you, yet I can't bring myself to do it, as if you are an extremely important person to me. The luck goddess shut both her eyes. This bizarre feeling she was feeling was causing her extreme discomfort. Hidden with this mess of an emotion was also a trace of joy? This damnable Chen Feng. She knew that regardless of what happened in the future, she would not be able to change the past, change what she had experienced with Chen Feng. Even if she was clear that Chen Feng was exploiting her, brainwashing her, she still looked for an excuse to forgive him. How lowly. She heaved out a long sigh. Who? Suddenly, she started muttering to herself. I am Spirit. Spirit is me. Although I have indeed experienced all that, and I can also forgive you for that, as a god, I cannot allow my sanctity to be sullied. I am a god. I am one of the strongest gods of the primordial era. I have my own destiny. A faint radiance swirled around. Chen Feng was somewhat startled as he saw this. The way this was progressing did not seem right. The luck goddess kept muttering the same words to herself. The bizarre godly power boiled before starting to flicker and, finally, with a loud boom, everything returned to normal again. Hello, Chen Feng. The luck goddess opened her eyes once again. They were bright yet detached. Just now. Chen Feng studied her eyes and instantly understood what had happened. You sealed your own emotions? That's right. Seal. After finding out that she could not bear to act against Chen Feng, after deep contemplation, the luck goddess had decided to seal her emotions.
This was her dignity, the dignity of the luck goddess. The luck goddess spoke serenely.
I am a god.
I will not permit myself to capitulate to a lowly human. She repeated the same words she had said earlier, yet this time, her words were filled with detachment.
The luck goddess's gaze was ice cold.
When the day comes where my seal is removed and my emotions are reinstated, I will probably regret this. I will also hate myself, and I will miss you.
But for now, I must kill you. Chen Feng focused his gaze on her eyes as he asked, can you bring yourself to do it? Seal. Could her emotions truly be fully sealed? With his relationship with spirit and their shared experiences, even without emotions, the luck goddess wouldn't kill him, right? Bang! A terrifying godly power bloomed, and once again, the luck goddess tried to make a move against Chen Feng.
Alas, it was truly as Chen Feng had guessed. Even with her emotions sealed, she still couldn't bring herself to kill him, as it was precisely as she had said, she was spirit and spirit was her. Even without emotions, her memory was still there.
How could she bring herself to kill him?
Chen Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He had indeed gambled correctly. Toward the end, she still couldn't bring herself to act against him. Surprisingly, though, the luck goddess merely stared at him silently for a moment before suddenly laughing.
This was an incredibly sinister laugh without any emotion.
Chen Feng felt his scalp go numb.
What are you laughing about?
I recalled something, the luck goddess explained.
I do not need to kill you.
What I am worried about is how you will affect the future, this world, or even me with your control over the power of luck.
In that case, why must I kill you? I only need to.
She waved her hand.
Hum.
A faint radiance flashed as a terrifying godly power surged out.
Pooh. Chen Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood. I do not need to kill you.
Since we have such a good relationship, I would regret killing you.
MHM.
Therefore, I only need to retrieve the power that belongs to me.
I can allow you to continue living on. When the seal on my emotions is removed, I will probably return to comfort you. The luck goddess had a faint smile. Am I right, my beloved little master? Hum.
Her tiny hand pressed lightly against Chen Feng's chest.
Bang!
A terrifying power surged forth. At this instant, the formidable and mysterious power was completely extracted by the luck goddess. As for the luck goddess, her figure became more and more distinct.
Hum. The faint gold power kept flowing out.
Finally, all the power was gathered into a single clump before entering the body of the luck goddess. Instantly, the illusory figure of the luck goddess became solid.
Pooh.
Chen Feng, half kneeling on the ground, coughed up another mouthful of blood.
The luck goddess caressed Chen Feng's face slowly and said, sorry. I can't kill you. My feelings will not allow that. Therefore, this is my only option. You are an extremely important person to me. As such, I will allow you to retire from the soon-to-come primordial war. This war. You do not need to participate.
After all, it is way too dangerous for you to participate in the coming war of the gods.
Your luck value originates from me. Without luck value, you are nothing.
I reckon this is something I will agree with even after I have regained my emotions.
The luck goddess made the most proper choice.
She was certain that regardless of whether it was the true her or the current her with sealed emotions, both would agree that the correct choice was to remove Chen Feng's power over luck so he could distance himself from the coming terrifying war.
The luck goddess's lingering voice sounded beside Chen Feng's ear. Therefore, be obedient and take your rest.
With my godly power of luck, you will be a legend of humanity, a true legend, a legend that has lost all his previous strength.
Bang!
With a stagger, Chen Feng collapsed to the ground.
Hum.
With a flash of gold, the luck goddess vanished.
Chen Feng. Fast, get a doctor.
The people of the genetic union felt something wrong and rushed over. The seriously injured Chen Feng was taken out, and after emergency treatment, he was able to regain his consciousness. How is he? The deputy president asked, deeply concerned.
The medical personnel sighed.
He lost all his power, only leaving behind the empty shell of an awakened one. I suppose he is presently a level 3 awakened. The deputy president was confused.
Empty shell? MHM.
In short, he remains in the awakened realm but is no longer able to use any of his abilities. All his abilities have seemingly collapsed together with a certain power.
The present Chen Feng should be the same as the other master producers.
He should have extremely weak combat power. The medical personnel smiled bitterly.
The deputy president's heart trembled. Same with other master producers? He was clear on how terrifying Chen Feng was.
He was an existence capable of unleashing the power of resonators even when he was a mere level 3 awakened. He was the undisputed number 1 human. Yet now, he had lost all his power? The deputy president clenched his teeth. Contact Senior Duma. Perhaps only Senior Duma will be able to help. He had no idea what had happened to Chen Feng exactly. However, Chen Feng was the pillar of support for humanity, and no mishaps could be allowed to happen to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 705, This enemy is quite strong. Chapter 705, This enemy is quite strong. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Soon, Duma rushed over.
Alas, after looking at Chen Feng's condition, he could only shake his head.
Duma sighed. This power. The deputy president was anxious. Even you can't help him? No. Shock was apparent in Duma's eyes.
After scanning Chen Feng's body attentively, he could only share a bitter smile. In his body, traces of a god can be seen. At this, the pupils of the deputy president and others shrunk.
A god. Duma sighed. That's right. A god.
Resonators are appearing without stop. Unexpectedly, the first god has awoken as well. Moreover, this god is in fact the luck goddess.
The deputy president could not understand. Why were her eyes set on Chen Feng?
Duma contemplated and said, perhaps it was due to the continuous miracles that Chen Feng created. Chen Feng is an incomparably talented youth with incomparable luck as well. Perhaps this is why the luck goddess set her eyes on him. The deputy president and the rest were completely confused.
Was it not a good thing to have the luck goddess's attention on oneself? Duma shook his head.
If one had the attention of a complete luck goddess, it would naturally be a good thing.
However, the newly awakened luck goddess clearly doesn't have her full strength yet.
As such, she has to absorb sufficient power to recover. Take a guess, for the luck goddess to recover her godly power, what does she need to absorb? The deputy president and the rest inhaled a mouthful of breath in shock.
Could it be? Duma sighed. That's right. Luck.
Perhaps this is why Chen Feng caught her attention.
He was so lucky that it was heaven-defying. The deputy president and the rest blanked. Gods, those gods were actually such existences? How could this happen? Duma smiled bitterly. Kind gods do not exist.
Think of the gods as even more powerful humans. Some are good, and some are evil, and they all have their own emotions, desires, and even ambitions.
As for the luck goddess, if not for a certain existence keeping her in check back then. Duma stared ahead.
Since she has already awoken, perhaps the time has also come for the existence that was responsible for keeping her in check to awaken as well.
The legendary Misfortune goddess. Misfortune.
The deputy president and the rest exchanged glances, startled. This goddess, from her name alone, did not seem like a god one could easily get along with. The deputy president was still worried about Chen Feng.
How about Chen Feng?
Duma pondered and said, let him stay at the Gene Production Association. His achievements have been way too conspicuous.
If this had happened in the past, it would not matter.
Now that his luck has been fully absorbed, his situation is way too dangerous. It would be the best for him to stay at the Gene Production Association. Keep the happenings of today a secret and protect him as best as you guys can. We can slowly think of a way to reinstate his abilities.
Fine.
The deputy president and the rest exchanged glances and agreed that this was the only option. They tried their best to hide this incident. Unfortunately, the appearance of the luck goddess had caused too big of a scene, causing everyone to find out that Chen Feng had indeed been crippled.
Have you heard? Chen Feng seems to have been crippled? Is that for real? How is that not real? The lover of the daughter-in-law of the husband of the lover of my brother is a member of the genetic union. This is absolutely true. It is said that Chen Feng was carried away. Holy shit, who did it? No idea, but I heard it was a god.
Soon, the news that Chen Feng had been crippled spread online as well. From that astonishing radiance, the aura of a god, and the resonators that confirmed this fact, everyone was startled to find that it was indeed true. The number one human, Chen Feng, had truly been crippled. The entire world was shaken. I heard it was a god.
God damn it, what are those gods planning to do? I don't know.
But I heard that during the primordial era, gods were everywhere. Now that the resonators have appeared, I suppose more and more gods will appear as well.
But why did they target Chen Feng? He was a legend among us humans. I don't know. Everyone talked about this.
A majority of them were furious about it and felt that this was too much of a pity. Due to Chen Feng's unique identity and the myriad contributions he had made toward humanity, even after being crippled, he was still completely incomparable as a legend of humanity.
Hopefully he can wake up soon enough. Sigh, for this to have happened. Damn it. One day I will beat up all these gods. Count me in. The internet was talking about this without stop.
While the entire world was talking about him, slowly, Chen Feng woke up. He stretched his hands out, then cast his senses inward only to find that his entire body felt empty. All his power, all his abilities, were gone.
Myriad illusions. Nether gaze. God Punisher. Everything. Although these abilities had been his to begin with, they had all been obtained using the illusory world of Luck Aura as the base.
Therefore, when his illusory world collapsed, everything vanished with it. He sank his consciousness into his own body.
Only a blank piece of nothingness could be found.
The illusory world was indeed no more.
My strength. He waved his hand, trying to sense his present strength. He was still a level 3 awakened. No growth and no abilities.
He was probably the weakest level 3 awakened in existence, perhaps even weaker than those master producers of the Gene Production Association, since they could at least use genetic abilities.
As for Chen Feng, he had nothing. Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly. Luck Goddess. You have not only taken my Luck Aura, you have also taken my illusory world?
Chen Feng was sure that with the Luck Goddess's strength, if she had wanted to only absorb his Luck Aura, she could have done so. But this damnable woman had even absorbed his illusory world, the very foundation of all his abilities.
B*TCH. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Even after fusing with spirit, fusing with all her innocence and goodness, it was still not sufficient to balance out the so-called ambition of a god, how much of an asshole she was. It was no wonder that Thomas and the rest had all called her a B*TCH. Chen Feng spread both his hands wide. In short, I am truly a cripple now?
For the first time, he felt so weak.
Such strength. Who?
He stood up. At present, he was in a special grade ward in the Genetic Union. The environment was extremely quiet, with only a screen beside him. On the screen was data left behind for him by the deputy president. It detailed everything Duma had said as well as the progress of everything that had happened so far.
Chen Feng shook his head. Stay with the Gene Production Association? Impossible. He was very clear on how terrifying the future would be. Therefore, he could not give up just like that. He had to recover his strength, even without Luck Aura. As long as he could recover his previous strength, it would be sufficient. Even without Luck Aura, if I erupt fully and enter pseudo-resonance mode, I will still be sufficiently strong. This was his confidence. In any case, he hadn't really used Luck Aura since the upgrade started. With his very own strength, he had also opened a wide path for himself. As such, how could he allow that B*TCH to destroy everything he had built? I must become strong. I cannot stop here.
The first person he contacted was Kong Bai.
Kong Bai, can you come over? Kong Bai shrugged. No. Chen Feng. Kong Bai smiled bitterly. The deputy president told me about you. I also visited you before. I know that you want me to take you transmigrating.
If this were any other day, I would definitely do it, regardless of the low probability of success.
However, your strength. Kong Bai shook his head.
After pondering the matter, Kong Bai decided to say, with your present state, if you can't recover after around 2 or 3 transmigrations, you will definitely die.
On top of that, Duma has something he wants me to tell you. What? With some difficulty, Kong Bai said, rest at ease behind the front lines. If the Luck Goddess is your opponent, victory is impossible. Regardless of how many times we transmigrate, we will not be able to transmigrate back to the past, to the correct point in time to change this.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 706, The Only Way. Chapter 706, The Only Way. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Have you forgotten? Luck has a great influence on transmigration. Kong Bai muttered.
Hearing this, Chen Feng came to an abrupt realization.
True. With the Luck Goddess's influence. Kong Bai shrugged as he explained, we will not be able to transmigrate to the past. Duma said that anything you do now will potentially lead you to extreme danger.
It will be for the best if you just stay here and rest while focusing on gene production. This was the most he could do for Chen Feng.
Chen Feng took in a deep breath. I understand.
He tried contacting everyone else, but all of them rejected him. The reason for this was extremely simple. It was already very lucky of Chen Feng to have been able to survive the luck goddess. With his present situation, if he still dared to act recklessly, things would truly be extremely dangerous. One could say that if he dared to move out once again, he would definitely die. Therefore, nobody would allow Chen Feng to leave, as this time, their opponent was a god, the luck goddess. Before the luck goddess, all of Chen Feng's miracles in the past were reduced to mere jokes. Therefore, nobody would help him this time.
The last person he contacted was Chen Hai. Chen Hai.
Similarly, Chen Hai replied with a sigh, sorry.
I can't watch on as you go and throw your life away.
I can't sit here waiting for death and doing nothing, Chen Feng replied solemnly. Chen Hai spoke solemnly as well.
I know you are not resigned to this.
Therefore, tell me. So long as you have a method that will work, I will help you without hesitation, even if it involves looking for that luck goddess.
Chen Feng sank into silence. See? Even if we allow you to leave, you can't think of a method either.
The only thing you can do is keep trying amid the numerous dangers, or perhaps you will go and look for the luck goddess, or even other gods.
Chen Hai sighed.
This will never work, especially with the luck goddess interfering.
Chen Feng could not refute this.
He knew that Chen Hai was right. With the interference of the luck goddess, it would be impossible for him to succeed unless he could coincidentally encounter another god.
Only a god would be able to face a god. Alas, even if a different god awoke, Chen Feng would most definitely not be able to encounter that god thanks to the luck goddess running interference. This was like a never-ending circle of dead ends.
Chen Feng had once had control over the power of luck as well. Therefore, he was way too aware of how terrifying luck could be, especially with the amount of luck value the luck goddess had. One could say that if she wanted to eliminate the world, she would be able to accomplish that easily. Before the other gods woke up, the luck goddess would remain this world's sole god.
Chen Feng was perplexed. What should I do?
Wait, Chen Hai answered. When the misfortune goddess awakens, I reckon she will be extremely willing to help you regain your strength due to your relationship with the luck goddess.
Chen Feng was speechless. True, that would probably be his only chance. However, how long would he have to wait? Next, he went online.
During the period he had been unconsciousness, the initial wave caused by his crippling had slowly calmed down.
At present, everyone was more worried about what Chen Feng would do in the future.
However, everyone seemed to unanimously think that Chen Feng would focus on gene production, since this was what Chen Feng was best at and the only way he could still contribute to this world.
How about Chen Feng leaving, going to the outside world again? Forget it. All of humanity was against him going out. Genes.
Chen Feng turned his attention to gene production. He was aware that the only method he could still rely on to become stronger was gene production. However, gene production methods for awakened ones were way too different from normal gene production, as producing genes for awakened ones mainly relied on one's consciousness.
But the present Chen Feng did not even fulfill that requirement.
That was because, since the collapse of his illusory world, he had not been able to see that miniature person within him. The present him had nothing. He clenched his fists tightly.
I must regain my initial strength. Gene production? No, it would not work at all.
All his gene productions in the past had relied on luck. Now that he no longer had the power of luck and had even become hostile with the luck goddess, gene production was no longer possible for him. He couldn't achieve success in this occupation where luck played an incredibly crucial role. If luck stayed forever hostile to him, he was certain that he would not meet success in anything he did in this entire life of his.
This was the worst thing about his present situation.
Therefore, after contemplating the matter, he found that luck goddess had indeed sealed all his options.
Therefore, I can only wait for the misfortune goddess? Chen Feng muttered mockingly. What if the misfortune goddess did not manage to awaken? Or perhaps, what if she was already dead?
Chen Feng stood up and gazed ahead, seemingly trying to look at what the future had in store for him.
How about staying here and focusing on gene production? He could focus on those gene reagents with a high success rate, or perhaps industrialize the gene production industry, or maybe innovate the industry?
No, these would never work. Thanks to the hostility of luck, he would never be able to successfully come out with something new. Therefore, he would be nothing but a crippled legend. Slowly, he would retire from even his position as a gene producer and go into retirement. With his shares in the Genetic Union and the Gene Production Association, he would be able to retire comfortably. If, one day, peace finally arrived, he would be able to cheer for it. And if, one day, the world was destroyed, well, he would die together with the world. This was the future awaiting him. A future where, in this new era where resonators and gods appeared, he could only wait as others decided his fate. From now on, everything in this world would have nothing to do with him.
I am truly not resigned to this.
A strong feeling of indignation arose within him. He looked at his present body, which wasn't particularly strong, and clenched both his fists tightly.
Had he still been too kind after all?
If, back then, in that black room, he had trained spirit even better.
He laughed bitterly. Forget it.
After all, he was not as cruel as the luck goddess. Even if he had known what he should do to survive, he still would not have allowed himself to be too cruel to the pure and innocent spirit.
I no longer want to have anything to do with you, nor will I submit just like this.
He inhaled deeply and decided that he would look for a chance to go out and take a look at this wide world.
Perhaps he would be able to encounter an awakened god and regain his strength?
Regardless of whether the god he encountered was a good one or an evil one, so long as that god was hostile toward the luck goddess, everything would be fine. Even if the possibility of success was only 1 in 10,000, he would not give up on it.
Perhaps.
Suddenly, Chen Feng blanked. He studied the screen attentively, looking at the earlier dialogue between Duma and the deputy president. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he thought of a certain possibility, a possibility capable of allowing him to reverse everything.
Misfortune goddess. That war.
Chen Feng had a pensive look on his face. Shortly after, he contacted Duma and the rest and gained greater understanding of that war. He also gained more understanding of the death of the luck goddess back then, and he found out how, finally, everyone had died together during that final war.
Back then? Everyone died. But, protecting humanity? That was not the case.
Back then, the luck goddess's side was merely defeated, causing her to lose her mind and drag everyone to death along with her.
It was not a war between good and evil.
Rather, it was merely a war due to the grudges of some gods. As for the luck goddess, since she was too powerful, only the misfortune goddess could deal with her. Therefore, the two ultimately perished together in that war. These were all the clues Chen Feng had obtained thus far. Toward the end, the misfortune goddess and the luck goddess had died together, causing the destruction of the entire world.
Died together. Suddenly, Chen Feng thought of a certain possibility. Could it be?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 707, The Missing Apocalypse. Chapter 707, The Missing Apocalypse. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
On the Twin Horns world, a pitch-black radiance was swirling about.
An elder was gazing up at the starry sky. Has contact been established with that child? The underling shook his head. No.
Ever since the teleportation portal was destroyed and the captain went missing, they had not been able to make contact. Even though they had obtained some extremely terrifying news regarding the human world, a lot of them were still unwilling to give up just like that.
In my memories, the human world should be a low-tier martial world, right? Based on my deductions, their strength should be much weaker than ours.
This was their initial opinion. However, the words the captain had left before his disappearance had caused them great suspicion. They no longer dared to leave this world.
This had remained true until today. It might be false news sent by some human.
It is also quite possible that the captain has long fallen under their control.
The elder spoke calmly. I no longer want to wait.
Whatever the case, we have to look at it with our very own eyes.
Yes. The rest were agitated as well. Regardless of what the human world was like, they needed to have a look themselves. How goes the deduction of the coordinates? We found them. Based on the coordinates provided last time, we were able to deduce an even more suitable position. This time, we will not teleport straight onto that planet. Rather, we will arrive in outer space outside the planet. Very good. Let us begin, then. Bang!
A terrifying radiance swirled around. The Twin Horns race, which had long finished their preparations, started teleporting once again. Based on the coordinates they had received previously, they had determined the perfect location for their teleportation.
This time, they would not come in contact with the humans.
Rather, they could observe the humans first.
Bang!
The empty air started shining brightly, and an immense teleportation portal appeared there. The sky was ripped apart as the Twin Horns race gathered before it.
It is open. Let's go.
Yes. With their preparations done, they all charged forth. However, right at this instant, the portal turned red, and an astonishing aura abruptly descended. All the Twin Horns members were stunned.
Ha! This aura. This sky. Has something happened at the human world?
One of them pointed at the sky in alarm.
What is that?
There, where the portal had opened, a red radiance with a long trail was descending with boundless might. Tearing through space itself, that thing was headed straight toward the Twin Horns world.
Damn it, this is a comet.
The elder looked at the sky, his expression finally changing.
Comet. A peculiar comet.
They screamed in alarm.
Quick, shut down the portal. We are too late. Stop the comet. Alas, it was already too late.
With the might of the apocalypse, the comet descended upon them.
Nobody was capable of stopping it. How can this?
They merely stared on blankly at the sky. Before them was an expanse of nothing but red. The first time they had tried entering the human world, their plan had instantly been foiled with their vanguard getting caught, losing contact with the entire team. The second time they had tried entering the human world, before even entering, a calamity had come crashing at them.
How could there be such a coincidence? The moment they opened the portal was the exact moment the comet was passing through? That shouldn't happen, right? That was such a huge comet. How could such a huge comet travel past that planet? With the terrifying might of this comet, it was definitely an uncommon one. How could the humans have not noticed its approach, causing the comet to, in a sick coincidence, travel straight into the portal opened by the Twin Horns race? They were all stupefied. Even when the comet arrived, they were still clueless as to what had happened. The elder sighed. Damn it. He knew that their tiny Twin Horns world could not survive such an impact. The elder prostrated on the ground. Lord, we beseech your assistance. At the same time, the rest of the despairing Twin Horns race prostrated on the ground as well. They muttered without stop, praying to their Lord. Above them, that comet continued its descent. Bang! An immense shockwave engulfed the entire planet. The entire Twin Horns world was ravaged by the red comet. Suddenly, amid the boundless red, a figure appeared. Indifferently, the figure's hand lifted, forming an energy ring and defending against the crashing comet. The comet took a detour and turned around, returning to space. It was actually flung away. The red blanket vanished, leaving a bunch of Twin Horns members and the surface of the planet greatly messed up. Thank you, Lord. The elder was extremely agitated. Their Lord, the omnipotent God, had finally awoken. The Lord's head shook. I heard you calling. I made an exception to come out of my seclusion. This has caused immense exhaustion on my part. You guys need to cultivate properly so I can reappear again soon. This thing, the Lord left behind a leaf, will be helpful in rebuilding this place. Shwa. After finishing these words, the Lord vanished. Yes. The Twin Horns race kowtowed to the Lord. However, after the Lord went back into seclusion, they looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do with this half-destroyed world. Energy. This world was now exhausted of energy. In this Twin Horns world, each cultivator supplied their Lord with the power of faith, since here, everyone was a devoted believer of that Lord. Unfortunately, the energy contained within this world was finite. It had been a very long time since the Twin Horns world's population had increased, and it had been a very long time since any of them had improved in their cultivation. Humanity. That world. The elder looked at the leaf in his hand. In this bluish-green leaf, a dense vitality radiated. This was something they could use to rebuild their homeland. The elder narrowed his eyes, suddenly recalling something. This thing. Is there anything remaining of what Chen Feng left behind on this world back then? The underling nodded. Yes. We have some of the clothes he wore when he first came here. The elder smiled. Very good. We only need an item from that world. Soon, the clothes were brought over. With a sharp gaze, the elder placed the leaf gently on top of the cloth. In his eyes, countless inscriptions flashed into appearance. Next, a powerful power of deduction started operating as the leaf glowed green. Around the clothes, a half-illusory world started appearing. Chen Feng. Ancient race. Genetic era. First in the world. Gene reagent. A huge amount of astonishing information appeared. Finally, the elder howled with laughter. Ha 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 ha. So it turns out that this is what the human world is like? So this is your world's strength? Chen Feng is in fact the strongest there? Finally, he understood.
There was no such thing as a terrifying human world. All along, that damnable Chen Feng had been tricking them. He was sure that their vanguard captain had been captured by Chen Feng before being used to mislead them, leaving behind such a message to them. The reason he had done this was that the human world was truly too weak. As for the comet earlier? Merely a coincidence. Naturally, if Chen Feng knew what was happening here, he would definitely have told them that the descent of the comet was no coincidence. Rather, the Twin Horns race had intercepted the comet in place of the humans. The elder howled with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Keep preparing the invasion. The human world shall soon be ours. Awakened ones everywhere? Chen Feng wasn't an ordinary person? Screw all of that. The Twin Horns elder shouted, this time, we will fully enter the human world. Yes. They were all filled with anticipation. They knew that the moment they finished their preparation would also be the moment that they invaded the human world. That wide and vast world would belong to them. The humans, that weak race that was bad at cultivating, were not qualified to live on such a planet. Damnable humans, wipe your ass and await our conquering. He. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 708, worth it? Chapter 708, worth it? Translator, limest editor, Tenish. In a certain location, Thomas and the others that had been pursued to the end of the world had finally gotten a break due to the awakening of the luck goddess. This aura. The luck goddess has awakened? How is that possible? If so, then the one who tried to destroy the world previously was. Damn it! Their expressions became extremely unsightly. They were way too clear how frightening the luck goddess was. Behind the noble legends that had been spread about her, only the survivors of the primordial era knew what this luck goddess was truly like. She is actually the first god to awaken. It's all over. I have heard she will promise mutual annihilation at the slightest displeasure. Things will become troublesome now. Everyone sighed. Looks like we have to hasten our recovery. Although the luck goddess has appeared, she seems very weak now. We must recover our strength as soon as possible so as to awaken our gods as well. They all nodded in agreement. At times like this, they no longer had the mood to fight among themselves. The most proper course of action was to awaken their respective gods before the luck goddess fully recovered. As such, all the resonators pursuing Thomas's group left one after another, leaving the bewildered group behind. Left? Thomas was incredibly infuriated. God damn it, pursuing us for so long and nearly murdering us, yet leaving just like that? Without even an apology? These bastards. The rest of them were so furious that their entire bodies trembled as well. We will not this matter rest just like this, Wealthy Zhao said, his eyes coldly gleaming. Sakata Chunibu sneered. It is pointless to look for these idiots. We still need to look for the culprit. Don't we have a pushover ripe for bullying? It is time for us to show those fellows how strong we resonators are. Pushover. They were all tempted by this suggestion. True, that damnable culprit, Chen Feng. The only reason they had suffered so much, being chased all over and nearly being killed, was because of the schemes of that damnable Chen Feng. When they had been fighting over that stone, Chen Feng had laid traps upon traps for them, tricking them all into oblivion. They had no idea why the luck goddess had appeared suddenly. They were also unaware of the reason Chen Feng had suddenly lost his strength. However, this, for them, was the perfect opportunity. Let's go! After recovering their energy, they directly headed toward the Genetic Union. At the same time, within a certain silent training room in the Genetic Union, Chen Feng was extremely agitated, to the point that he even jumped. Fate Stone. This was something he had obtained on his previous planet. If the Luck Goddess and Misfortune Goddess had perished together, where was the power unique to the Misfortune Goddess? The one item that had been excavated together with the Fate Stone by his parents. A boom resounded within Chen Feng's mind. Bang! Misfortune Goddess, it is about time for you to wake up, Chen Feng muttered. Bang! A gloomy aura flashed out. Beside him, the pen that had been following him silently all this while, the pen judged as a portable energy storage device, was currently glowing. An ice-cold and dark power was emanating from the pen. This is... Shua! Chen Feng grabbed at it and sensed the formidable undulations.
This power was completely different from the luck goddess's power, yet it was comparably powerful. This was a power unique to the god's godly power, the power of misfortune. So it turns out that you have always been by my side. It was no wonder that regardless of how he had operated it, Spirit had not been able to sense any abnormalities in it. It was also no wonder that when his soul had returned to the past, Spirit had failed to come along with him. That was in fact due to this pen blocking Spirit. Or one could say that this pen had blocked out the luck goddess's consciousness. However, having suffered the trickeries of the luck goddess, Chen Feng would not easily step into the traps of these gods. Would this so-called misfortune goddess be reliable? Chen Feng caressed the pen in his hand and whispered, "Can I trust you?" Hum. The pen glowed lightly with a gloomy aura. The power of misfortune slowly flowed along the pen into Chen Feng's body, fusing with him. Sorry. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly as he released his hold on the pen, halting this sudden flow of power. Chen Feng watched on silently. He indeed wished to recover his strength. However, that did not mean he would be willing to subject himself to the control of the misfortune goddess. As far as he was concerned, the luck goddess and the misfortune goddess were probably the same type of person. The luck goddess had been lucky and had encountered Chen Feng way earlier, thus being able to recover her strength. As for the misfortune goddess, she had truly been unlucky, for Chen Feng to have only now realized her existence despite the fact that both she and the luck goddess had been excavated together. The luck goddess had used Chen Feng as a stepping board and had left. She had been able to smoothly obtain all the power of luck from him and had been able to destroy Chen Feng's illusory world, the foundation of all his abilities, in the process, rendering him a cripple. As such, Chen Feng would absolutely not allow the same thing to happen with the misfortune goddess. If that would be his fate, he would rather not have the power. Chen Feng gazed at the pen coldly. I think you understand what I want, right? Chen Feng spoke coldly. I need a power that truly belongs to me. If you are in agreement with that, hand over all your power to me. With that, I will naturally think of a way to restore your godhood. Otherwise, I will ensure that this pen will forever be unable to display its worth. Hum. Hum. The pen shone brightly, seemingly very furious. Evidently, she was extremely furious with the difference in treatment between her and the luck goddess. Why did everyone fight over that bitch whenever she appeared, yet when this misfortune goddess appeared, she shouldered all the blame? It was obviously the fault of that luck goddess, yet she, the misfortune goddess, was the one suffering the consequences. This was too excessive. Hum. Hum. The pen glowed unceasingly. Chen Feng merely regarded the pen coldly. I will give you some time to think about it. He required strength. However, he had no interest in the type of strength that one could take away anytime one wished. As such, within this room filled with a gloomy radiance, Chen Feng and the pen regarded each other. The atmosphere there was filled with a bizarre sense of oppression. At the same time, at the entrance of the genetic union. Bang! The gate that had been repaired not long ago was once again broken apart. Instantly, the higher-ups of the genetic union were alerted. Who is it? After the various destructions the main gate of the genetic union had suffered, this latest version had been made sturdy enough to withstand the attack of an awakened. But now it had been directly destroyed. This proved that the strength of the enemy this time. Shwa! Shwa! The experts of the genetic union all appeared, including the deputy president, who had instantly arrived here as well. At this time, 4 powerful-looking people appeared at the entrance. They were precisely Thomas's group of 4. They were only here for one reason. Who are you guys? The deputy president asked coldly. Resonator, Thomas. Resonator, Wealthy Zhao. They each introduced themselves, causing great waves in the hearts of the genetic warriors present. These 4 were actually all resonators. Why had they appeared here? We are here looking for one person. Deliver him to us and we will leave, Thomas said with a nasty laugh. Who? Chen Feng. Sakata Chunibu replied. Shwa. Instantly, the alertness of the genetic warriors increased, and 10 odd awakened ones immediately entering their highest combat-ready state. As for the deputy president, he signaled to someone, resulting in some modern weapons silently appearing all around. Instantly, the mood became tense. Wu Lian laughed. Interesting. Looks like Chen Feng's status here is not so simple after all. The deputy president nearly sneered as a reply. He. Since they had made their entrance by destroying the door and then demanding Chen Feng, there was nothing to talk about. So what if these 4 were resonators? The deputy president didn't hesitate. Go! Bang! Dot. All the awakened ones charged forth instantly.
Suddenly, wealthy Zhao shook his head. He unhurriedly analyzed the situation.
How funny.
The genetic union is indeed powerful, being able to stabilize the descending madness that resulted from the arrival of the primordial.
However, do you guys truly believe that resonators are all simple people? Do you guys still remember the huge gap between a class and awakened?
The gap between awakened and resonators is even larger, since it is the gap between man and God. What we use is precisely the power of the gods.
It hasn't been easy for the genetic union to reach its current height.
You guys still need to stabilize the world.
If something happens here, the entire world will most definitely descend into great chaos. Those awakened ones will all be out of control. Can you all truly accept this? For Chen Feng, can you give up on the world? For Chen Feng, can you let chaos descend upon the world? He. We only want Chen Feng. Hand him over and we will leave immediately. We can even pay for the damage we caused to this gate.
You guys might be able to face a single resonator. But against 4 of us, even without being fully recovered, we can still easily dominate this place. Therefore, before the battle starts, carefully consider everything.
For a single Chen Feng, would this be worth it? Yet again, the deputy president responded with a sneer.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 709, Crazy Thomas. Chapter 709, Crazy Thomas. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
Once again, the deputy president waved his hand.
Go! The 10-odd awakened ones moved forth again. The berserk power of awakened ones flooded out. Wealthy Zhao's eyes gleamed coldly as he once again activated his godly power, a faint power of nothingness materializing around him. Schwa.
The radiance swept forth, and instantly, the attacks of the 10-odd awakened ones were greatly weakened.
Wealthy Zhao shook his head.
I control the godly power of wealth.
So long as there is a tiny speck of greed toward wealth in your hearts. Bang! This time, Wu Liang moved. With a single sword, a terrifying godly power surged out. With a boom, the 10-odd awakened ones were flung away, each coughing up from their mouths.
Hiss! The deputy president and the rest were overwhelmed with shock at this development.
They knew that awakened ones were powerful.
However, they had been under the impression that experts at such a level had yet to recover their strength. Surprisingly, even without being fully recovered, they were already this strong.
So this was resonance?
Wealthy Zhao spoke unhurriedly. My advice remains the same.
Hand us Chen Feng. The deputy president glanced at him and pressed a certain button. Schwa. Several cannons appeared and aimed straight at Wealthy Zhao's group. These were energy weapons manufactured by the research agency. Several friends of mine left a message.
Mei Chem, this latest invention of theirs is capable of insta-killing awakened ones. Are you guys interested in trying to see if it can kill resonators as well? The deputy president said. Hearing this, the expressions of Wealthy Zhao's group changed slightly.
Insta-killing awakened ones. So humankind had already created such a weapon? Sakata Chunibu waved his hand. Hum.
A faint godly power surged out.
A faint barrier latched onto the cannons. Sakata Chunibu smiled toyingly. Do you know what the biggest flaw in these weapons is?
They are nearly defenseless. It is way too easy to simply seal them up.
Ka.
The deputy president pressed the power switch.
Indeed, the cannons were no longer working.
Facing the power of the gods, technology was indeed too weak. Wealthy Zhao walked up to the president and aimed his finger straight at the deputy president's forehead, killing intent leaking out of him.
Are you still not willing to hand over Chen Feng?
The deputy president merely gazed at him coldly.
Chen Feng's existence was way too significant for humanity.
As such, regardless of the past or present, if they were to hand over someone who had contributed so much to humanity, it would be as good as obliterating their own humanity. If that happened, it would truly be over for mankind. Wealthy Zhao appeared rather regretful.
Excellent. You can go die, then. Swish.
His fingers started glowing. Since the humans were unwilling to hand Chen Feng over, they would have to look for him themselves. However, just as he was about to kill the deputy president, a familiar voice resounded.
Are you looking for me? Schwa. This startled everyone. Chen Feng?
Instinctively, everyone looked in the direction of the voice. There, Chen Feng was unhurriedly walking out. You have indeed arrived, wealthy Zhao said with a toying smile. The deputy president's expression changed greatly.
Chen Feng. What are you doing, coming out? Didn't I get them to send you away secretly? Why did you not follow them away?
He had previously dispatched some people to secretly send Chen Feng away. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng had stayed behind.
Chen Feng chuckled. Do you think they can order me around?
The deputy president was anxious.
But
Chen Feng patted his shoulder.
Don't worry. Let me deal with this. Don't worry, these fellows are old friends of mine. The deputy president and the rest sighed. Chen Feng.
They were all aware that Chen Feng had, for the sake of both himself and the genetic union, decided to come out. In this new era where the primordial had descended, they were ultimately still too weak. The deputy president looked at his communicator.
The distress signal he had sent to Duma was still buffering without stop. MHM.
The message was still blocked.
Since these resonators had decided to come, how would they give the genetic union a chance to ask for help?
Otherwise, all the awakened ones the genetic union had would be sufficient to flood these fellows to their death.
Although these resonators were arrogant, they were not stupid.
However, looking at Chen Feng, these genetic warriors all felt incomparably bitter.
The genetic union that had once been number one in the world had been reduced to such a state? Thomas chuckled. Old Zhao, what you said is indeed right.
He indeed came out himself. That is only natural, wealthy Zhao said with a smile.
After all, I have been living among humans for quite a while.
As such, I am aware of the significance of Chen Feng among the humans, and naturally, I know the significance of humans to Chen Feng as well.
We have been waiting for you, Wu Liang said with a vicious face. Chen Feng.
This was a name they had been thinking about for a very long time.
Let's go, Chen Feng said with a calmly. Are you guys not here to take me away? Wealthy Zhao nodded.
How straightforward. Since they had already obtained what they had come for, it would be for the best if they left now.
Alas, surprisingly, someone else spoke up this moment.
Although old Zhao said that we can easily take you away without killing you, I am still rather displeased here.
Thomas fixed his gaze on Chen Feng.
During this period, we have been pursued badly.
Why would we allow you to die with such an ease? Wealthy Zhao's eyes gleamed coldly. Thomas, don't act recklessly.
The only reason they had even been able to succeed in this undertaking was because they had ambushed the genetic union while the genetic union's other awakened ones were not here.
After all, the total amount of awakened ones the genetic union had was quite terrifying. If they were to act recklessly and escalated this. Ha ha. Screw the awakened ones. I, as an illustrious resonator, should be afraid of those trash? So what if there are a lot of them? I can simply hide in the wilderness. Which of them can even locate me?
You guys are all willing to stay among human society. The same does not apply to me.
Thomas laughed wildly. Chen Feng, you are coming with us willingly? He.
Sorry, I prefer causing suffering to others.
The expressions of Wu Liang and the rest sank. Don't act recklessly.
This follower of the war god was indeed rather crazy. Thomas started hissing violently.
Ha, it is already too late. Bang! Once again, that immense hatchet appeared.
Godly power surged out, spreading everywhere. He was actually planning on killing all the genetic union members here with a single swing of his hatchet.
Thomas, calm down. Die, you all.
Chen Feng, you displeased me.
I shall displease you in return as well. Thomas had a menacing look on his face. Willingly? Like hell I will allow you to die willingly.
You have tricked me so badly.
How can I allow you to die willingly? Do you not treasure your fellow humans? I will let you experience the pain of watching these people die before you. Thomas laughed menacingly.
He could no longer wait to see the expression of utmost pain on Chen Feng's face.
Bang!
The terrifying hatchet swung down. Since his attack arrived so fast, even Wu Liang and the rest were unable to stop him in time and could only watch on blankly as that terrifying hatchet swung down loudly.
Bang! The earth trembled. It's over. The hearts of the deputy president and the rest chilled. Alas, the anticipated death did not appear.
When they opened their eyes once again, with astonishment, they found that beneath the immense hatchet, a figure had appeared. One of his hands was raised, stopping the fall of the hatchet. When they got a clear look at his appearance, they all inhaled a cold breath of shock. Even Thomas and the other resonators' bodies chilled in shock.
Why?
That was because that figure was none other than Chen Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 710, This is too much bullying. Chapter 710, This is too much bullying. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
How is that possible? Thomas stared at that figure, unbelieving. He was clear how mighty his divine hatchet was. To obliterate these awakened ones, he had already unleashed the greatest of his strength. Yet this guy.
Chen Feng laughed toyingly.
Isn't that a tad bit too weak?
Ka.
Slowly, his right hand pushed up.
That immense hatchet was actually heaved up by Chen Feng. Schwa.
With a wave of his hand, the direction of the ever-so-terrifying hatchet was forcefully changed, slashing toward a certain barren mountain range nearby.
Bang!
The mountain collapsed. Looks like we can save on the expenditures of clearing up the mountain for development, Chen Feng said after glancing at the mountain.
The bodies of wealthy Zhao and the rest chilled. God damn it!
They had only decided to come here after hearing that Chen Feng had been crippled. They had never imagined that this Chen Feng was actually so scary. This level of strength.
Chen Feng smiled toyingly.
It is natural for me to be this strong.
I am the seed of fortune. Since I am the one who awoke the luck goddess, how could she cripple me for real?
That was merely a lie to misdirect you all. Wu Liang shook his head. No, that is not possible. It is indeed possible for you to lie, but she is a god. The will of a god can never allow deceit. How is it possible for that to be fake? Suddenly, wealthy Zhao and the rest came to a realization.
Are you tricking us again?
At long last, after being tricked repeatedly by Chen Feng, they were finally enlightened somewhat.
Sakata Chanibu calmly analyzed the situation. Way too many people sensed the process of the luck goddess crippling you on that day.
It is not possible for that to have been fake. The will of a god cannot allow deceit. Therefore, you were indeed been crippled and are merely using some other power to trick us.
Chen Feng looked at him in astonishment. Wow. TSK, after getting tricked repeatedly, it seems like their IQ has increased. However,
Chen Feng shrugged.
Fine.
Let me change my words, then.
At first, I angered her and was crippled.
Next, I managed to butter her up nicely, resulting in her reinstating my strength.
It is this simple.
Thomas's group looked at him like they were looking at a retard.
Are you taking us for fools? Chen Feng sighed.
See, even if I tell you guys the truth, you won't believe it anyway.
Come, let me show you all something fun.
I personally greatly enjoy looking at the expression of despair on the faces of my opponents.
Schwa. Chen Feng's hand started glowing. The scene of him instructing Spirit in the little black room was played. Thomas's group inhaled a mouthful of cold breath.
Hiss.
This is the luck goddess, that is indeed her.
The aura of good can be felt from this recording.
That is something that cannot be forged. But this scene. They actually. Wu Liang and the rest were totally stupefied. Wealthy Zhao looked at Chen Feng with an expression of disbelief. You actually. Chen Feng sighed.
Sigh, I had no choice. At that time, I was merely trying to seduce a god. Unexpectedly, the luck goddess has such a bad temper. With the slightest displeasure, she started releasing her anger. Chen Feng chuckled joyfully.
Fortunately, I have already recovered now.
At this, Wu Liang and the rest felt their bodies going cold. Shit, this time, they were truly in a deep shit.
Can you feel the desperation?
Chen Feng flashed them a wide smile. I truly enjoy the expression of desperation and helpless in the faces of my enemies. For example, our dearest Thomas here, tisk tsk.
Chen Feng laughed.
Thomas opened his mouth, but he had nothing to say.
What do you want? Wealthy Zhao asked with a heavy tone.
Since Chen Feng had bothered to show them this, it was evident that he had no intention of killing them.
Chen Feng regarded them with a wide smile.
If I wanted to kill you guys, I would have done so already.
However, it is exactly as you guys said earlier. The present genetic union is still quite weak. Therefore, if you guys can.
Thomas's eyes gleamed coldly.
Ridiculous. He sneered. I do not believe you. Even if you are so intimate with the luck goddess, I still do not trust you. You have tricked us way too many times. Screw the luck goddess, screw your recovered strength. I refuse to believe that I can't chop you to death. Bang. Surprisingly, he attacked once again.
Wu Liang and the rest watched on, not bothering to stop him.
Bang! The dreadful hatchet slashed down. Chen Feng sighed. What is the point of this? Bang!
A gloomy radiance flashed and instantly transformed the enormous hatchet into a wisp of green smoke before vanishing into nothingness. Thomas's expression changed greatly.
How is that possible? Chen Feng sighed. What is the point?
No, that is not possible.
Thomas could not believe it. How is it possible for my godly power of war to fail? No, I refuse to believe this. Bang! He attacked once again. Alas! Shwa! Shwa!
Slash after slash, appearance after appearance, disappearance after disappearance. Not a single one of his attacks was able to land.
Not a single one succeeded. Thomas's heart chilled. How is this possible? Failed. Failed.
The major trump card he was so proud of had completely failed. Even if his hatchet had been blocked by Chen Feng, he wouldn't be in such panic.
However, what was happening only pointed toward a certain possibility.
For a resonator to borrow the power of a god, one would need to resonate with the god. Therefore, the success rate of their abilities would never be 100%.
There would always be a possibility of failure in resonance. And now? Could it be that the damnable power of luck? Shwa!
Wu Liang and the rest exchanged glances, their hearts chilling. They were not afraid of how strong Chen Feng could be, since there were 4 of them with 4 different godly powers among them. Regardless of how powerful Chen Feng's combat power was, they would be able to beat him.
But if what he used was... The ashen-faced wealthy Zhao asked, this ability you are using. Chen Feng was all smiles as he said, this ability? I call it the smile of the luck goddess. Shwa! The hearts of Wu Liang and the rest sank into utmost desperation. Luck, indeed.
It was no wonder that Thomas kept failing. If they were to give some proper thought to what Chen Feng had said, his relationship with the luck goddess.
But then, since everyone had personally witnessed the luck goddess crippling him, what was happening presently was in fact.
Suddenly, a realization dawned upon them.
Damn, that damnable bitch. Yet again, they had been tricked by the luck goddess. Thomas gnashed his teeth. Since you have not lost your strength, why did you create this misunderstanding where everyone thinks that you are now crippled?
Chen Feng maintained the wide smile on his face.
If I hadn't, would you guys have come? After all, the genetic union is still way too weak. Therefore... Shit. Thomas and the rest cursed inwardly. This bastard.
They had already been very careful of Chen Feng's trickeries.
Unexpectedly, they had still been tricked by him. They were now extremely certain that this damnable Chen Feng was definitely on the side of the luck goddess, as both were similarly dastardly, similarly without any sense of shame. This was especially true for the luck goddess. Even if she wanted to increase the strength of her boy toy, she did not need to use such a scheme, right? This was too much bullying. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 711, What a Scam. Chapter 711, What a Scam. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
In the genetic union, Chen Feng was lazily looking at the 4 resonators, waiting for their decision.
I will follow you, Thomas said after taking in a deep breath.
He indeed found submission preferable. Although he possessed valiant combat power, his combat power was the most unstable. Therefore, the moment a probability manipulator like Chen Feng set eyes on him, he would have no way out.
That damnable luck goddess. Thomas. Wu Liang was anxious. Just like that, Thomas had been scared into submission? They were a group of 4 resonators. Was there a need to fear the lone Chen Feng? Even if parts of their abilities couldn't be used due to the issue of probability, they still had in their possession a huge number of other powerful abilities that were not reliant on chance. There was no need to fear Chen Feng. Thomas inhaled deeply. Have you forgotten about the luck goddess? Wu Liang and the rest. True. The luck goddess. Regardless of how they tried to dodge this fact, they could not ignore that in this unique era, as the first god to awaken, the luck goddess was the strongest existence. There were absolutely no contenders. Suddenly, Thomas's seemingly useless brain started working. What do you think will happen if we kill Chen Feng? Wu Liang and the rest. The fact that Chen Feng still had control over the godly power of luck was sufficient to prove that all the talk about Chen Feng being crippled was nothing but a big lie. As for the relationship between Chen Feng and the luck goddess,
As they thought about what Chen Feng had said, their hearts chilled. I will follow you as well, Wu Liang said with a bitter smile. Wealthy Zhao was also scared into submission.
Same. Sakata Chunibu smiled bitterly before shrugging. I will stay at the genetic union as well, then. Done.
Around them, the eyes of all the onlookers widened. From the moment Chen Feng had gotten himself involved, they had been worried that something bad would happen. Surprisingly, Chen Feng had been able to easily turn the situation around, subduing these 4 resonators instead.
How in the world was this even accomplishable?
As they thought about the fact that the genetic union had just obtained 4 resonators, and those resonators' strength, the deputy president became completely agitated. The other awakened ones exchanged glances, in ecstasy as well. They had always been curious about resonators but had never been able to gain more understanding about them. If, this time, they could take this opportunity to deepen their understanding, it would definitely bring them great benefits. In any case, the significance of these 4 joining was not to be taken lightly.
Excellent.
Chen Feng looked at them with a wide smile.
Since you have decided, it's time to sign the contract. Everyone blanked. Contract?
Of course, Chen Feng said with a smile.
You guys didn't think that I would simply station you all at the genetic union just like that, right? Don't worry. Although it is a contract, the contents of it. Well, just follow me.
Chen Feng spoke a bit with the deputy president before bringing the 4 of them to the training room.
Schwa. He pointed midair. Next, a translucent figure appeared midair. This was an ability he had just learned, a rather powerful one.
This is the contract of a god, Thomas and the rest called out in alarm when they saw this.
The contract of a god.
As the name implied, this was something only available to gods. As resonators, even if they could utilize the power of gods, they were ultimately borrowers. As such, they could only use them for specific abilities. Only true gods with true godly powers could use their godly powers to set up laws in the truest sense.
You are actually capable of the complete utilization of godly power.
Wu Liang and the rest were thoroughly alarmed. If, earlier, they had still had a shred of doubt in their hearts, right now, they were completely subdued.
Godly power.
Chen Feng was actually capable of using true godly power.
This signified that when he utilized godly power, he wasn't borrowing, nor was he resonating.
Rather, he was truly using godly power as his own power. If so, his relationship with his god.
Holy shit! Amazing! Wu Liang was filled with admiration.
This Chen Feng was precisely a god's male companion as spoken of in the legends. Once upon a time, when he had been much younger, he had also once thought of being a male companion of a god. Unfortunately, as he had grown in age and strength and gained a deeper understanding of the gap between God and man, he had given up. He had never seen anyone accomplish this feat, but now he finally saw someone that had accomplished this feat, even if this companion status had been achieved using a rather special method.
Admirable.
Thomas had thoroughly submitted as well. During the primordial era, he had once heard about people with exceptional courage who dared to do it with snakes, or the braver ones who did it with ghosts, and some that had even done it with caterpillars.
However, he had never seen someone that had done it with a god. We will sign it. Sakata Chunibu and the other guy lacked the slightest hesitation as well.
If they could follow such an amazing boss, perhaps their future would not be too bleak.
Splendid.
Chen Feng tossed the contract over to them.
A faint radiance started swirling about.
In fact, the content of this contract of a god was rather simple. In short, with the laws of godly power bearing witness, Thomas's group of 4 would temporarily place themselves under the command of Chen Feng. However, there were also extra clauses providing a guarantee that Chen Feng would not send Thomas's group of 4 to their death as he wished and that he would ensure their safety. If Chen Feng dared break this contract, his link with the luck goddess would be thoroughly severed.
This contract.
Thomas and the others exchanged glances and reached a conclusion that this contract was acceptable. A contract of a god was not to be broken. The moment one broke it, they would truly suffer the consequences as detailed in the contract. Furthermore, the contract of a god would only come into existence if the detailed punishments were deliverable by the laws. For example, as the believer of the luck goddess, if Chen Feng dared to go against this contract, the contract would sever his connection with the luck goddess, rendering him a crippled resonator. Wealthy Zhao confirmed the contents of the contract.
Acceptable. At present, Chen Feng's greatest backer was his relationship with luck goddess.
Therefore, his sincerity was apparent by the inclusion of this clause in the contract.
Let's sign it, then, they all said after exchanging glances.
Their respective godly powers emanated out, signifying that the moment any of them broke the contract, their respective godly powers would be removed.
Bang!
A terrifying radiance swirled around. The officiating of the contract began. Alas, as the radiance of the contract swirled about, Thomas and the rest felt like something was wrong.
The color of this godly power. Was the luck goddess a dishonest god? The answer was yes.
However, regardless of her nature, her godly power had always been that of a majestic gold. Yet now, the radiance being emanated out of this contract was purple, a rather sinister-looking purple.
Something seems wrong. Wu Liang was startled.
Just as he was about to withdraw his godly power from this contract,
Shwa! Radiance swirled about and instantly completed the signing ceremony.
On the contract, radiance swirled about before leaving behind a shining purple imprint, an imprint acting as the witness of the completion of the signing of this contract. Wu Liang and the rest gave the imprint a glance, and instantly, they all bore the expression of people that had eaten a mouthful of poop. That imprint was in fact the insignia of the misfortune goddess.
Misfortune.
They looked at it, on the verge of collapsing.
Why? Why was it the imprint of misfortune goddess? They all blanked.
They looked over at Chen Feng.
Looking at his calm expression, their hearts chilled. Could it be that all along, Chen Feng had been a user of the misfortune goddess's power?
No, back then, he had obviously been a user of the power of luck. They were thoroughly dumbfounded.
Perhaps they had guessed wrong?
Wu Liang gulped and cautiously probed,
Chen Feng, this contract, looks like a contract of the misfortune goddess?
Chen Feng spoke calmly.
Yeah, it is indeed her contract. Thump. Their hearts trembled.
Wu Liang cautiously probed, but you and the luck goddess?
That was in the past.
Chen Feng gazed at the sky with a sullen expression before sighing deeply.
Unfortunately, we broke up.
They were all dumbstruck.
Broke up? You not only got together with a god, you even broke up with her? Hold on, if he truly broke up with her, then their relationship. Sigh. Chen Feng had a bitter and hateful expression. I never expected that her love for me would turn into hatred. Sigh. It is all my fault for being way too outstanding a person.
For both the luck goddess and misfortune goddess to fall in love with me at the same time.
Chen Feng let out a bitter smile.
Although the luck goddess is indeed very adorable and petite, after thinking about it for a long time, I ultimately decided that I still prefer the hot and sexy elder sister types. That near-perfect body, that gentle disposition, she is my true love, Chen Feng said with a loving expression on his face.
Wu Liang was dumbstruck. Thomas and the rest were dumbstruck as well. Holy shit, what in the world?
As they carefully recalled the appearances of the luck goddess and the misfortune goddess, their hearts ached terribly. In short, not only had he gotten together with the luck goddess, he had also subsequently kicked her aside because her chest was too flat?
They were all stupefied. It seemed like Chen Feng was merely blabbering nonsense. However, as they pondered what he had said, everything seemed right. Only this could explain why, as a user of the power of luck, he was now a user of the power of misfortune. This was truly too melodramatic. They started panicking. What caused their hearts to ache so badly was the fact that this time, they had chosen the wrong camp yet again. No matter what, in this new era, the luck goddess was the first to awaken. This signified that she already had the advantage and could very well grow into the strongest god. That was the reason they had decided to follow Chen Feng. Unexpectedly. What a scam! They were too tired to even berate their fate. Why in the world was this bastard tricking them all the time? This was too excessive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 712, Sorry. Chapter 712, Sorry. Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. Wealthy Zhao wanted to scold him, but he couldn't find the words to do so. Asterisk SS? B asterisk itch? B asterisk starred? Whatever he could use, he had already done so. For him, a man of culture, this was his limit. Would he have to descend to calling Chen Feng a big baddie instead? Wealthy Zhao sighed. They had initially believed that this time, they had, in the river of time, boarded a huge battleship sailing forth into the sunshine. Unexpectedly, they had been tricked onto a little boat that could sink at any time. Wu Liang still had a trace of hope within him. Since misfortune goddess could communicate with you, has she recovered? Chen Feng sighed endlessly. Nope. She still needs to recover her godly power. It hasn't been easy for me to deal with her.
True. They nodded, as they found this reasonable.
Subsequently, though, their expressions sank. Screw this, in short, the misfortune goddess had yet to recover her godly power? They had actually boarded such a damaged boat? This was too excessive.
Even the usually steadfast wealthy Zhao was nearly losing control from his anger.
Chen Feng. You? This scammer. Calm down. Chen Feng coughed. Don't worry.
There will still be bread and butter, and despite the difficulty level, the future will still be beautiful.
The four looked at him coldly. Since you are treating us this way, do not blame us.
The contract worked on both sides. Since Chen Feng had scammed them, he could not blame them if they started playing tricks as well.
However, at this moment,
suddenly, Sakata Chinibya recalled something.
Hold on. The contract of a god.
Although they had indeed signed the contract, if their memories served right.
Schwa. They exchanged glances and took a look at the contract.
When they got a clear look at the contents, their hearts chilled. In the contract, it was stated that if Chen Feng broke the contract, his link with the luck goddess would be severed.
Hold on. Luck goddess? Weren't they already enemies now? In short, this contract. Chen Feng had an expression of shame. I'm sorry. I tricked you guys.
However, this only remained momentarily before he said, however, with your intelligence, it is way too dangerous to stay solo out there.
Just follow me around for a bit. Their expressions darkened. Finally, they understood the prowess of shamelessness. Looking at their furious expressions, he decided to give them some time to calm down and think about this. Cough. For now, take a good rest at the genetic union. He was confident that with his sincerity, kindness, and, to a lesser extent, the contract, they would be able to gain enlightenment and make the correct choice. Yes, they would. And thus, after leaving behind some commands, Chen Feng returned to his own room. With this, I do not need to worry about the genetic union for now, he told himself. With those four, he was confident that the genetic union would not suffer any disasters for the time being. The deputy president would be able to make use of them nicely. Even if other resonators started creating trouble, with these four, the genetic union would be able to stabilize the situation. He sighed deeply. Then, I only have one more problem to solve. This issue concerning the genetic union wasn't a particularly major one. For him, the true problem had always been the power of misfortune. At first, the pen had intended to fuse with Chen Feng, providing him power unconditionally, exactly the same as the Fate Stone had done way earlier. However, after his experience with the luck goddess, Chen Feng understood clearly that the power gained from others could be easily retrieved at any time as well. After thinking about it for a long time, as well as consulting with Duma, he had decided to employ a contract. First, the consciousness of the misfortune goddess would not be allowed to enter his body. Second, the misfortune goddess would offer up to Chen Feng complete authority over her godly power. The only thing Chen Feng needed to do was restore the misfortune goddess's godhood before the awakening of all other gods. Otherwise, the contract would deem Chen Feng to have failed his part in the contract and he would have to pay a terrifying price. If he succeeded, he would be free to choose if he wanted to become a believer of the misfortune goddess, continuing to borrow the power of misfortune. Or he could choose to give up on the power of misfortune and become a free man. This was a contract Chen Feng had offered the goddess. He had initially prepared for a series of negotiations, but unexpectedly, the misfortune goddess had directly agreed. The power of misfortune swirled around his hands. Rows of translucent seals flickered into existence. If a resonator saw the scene, they would be shocked to see that this was in fact an advanced version of the contract of a god. Not only that, this was a contract only a god could sign. Mere possession of godly power was insufficient to sign this contract. Only a true god could sign it. This was the contract they had signed, and the moment it had been signed, Chen Feng had become equivalent to the spokesperson of the misfortune goddess. Not only that, as he could also use the true power of misfortune, a supreme godly power. This was in fact no different than being a substitute god. At the exact moment they had signed the contract, Chen Feng had understood why the misfortune goddess had agreed to the contract without hesitation. At present, she was truly too weak, unimaginably weak. How could one describe this? In the corrected history timeline, she had been following Chen Feng since his infancy, serving as a birthmark on his neck. However, for 20 full years, she had never shown herself. With spirit around, she had never dared show herself. From this, it was apparent how weak she was right now.
Although after their quarrel, their war back then, both had similarly fallen. In hindsight, it seemed like the misfortune goddess had suffered a much more disastrous injury. As for the luck goddess, after following Chen Feng, she had been able to upgrade herself several times, recovering without stop. How weak was she, exactly?
The
strength Chen Feng had exhibited to block the godly power of war earlier was already her limit. As such, Chen Feng had had no choice but to resort to trickery.
Hey, old misfortune, how was my performance? Chen Feng asked proudly. Shua.
An intense anger emanated from the pen, though it wasn't clear whether the anger was toward Chen Feng himself or how he had addressed her.
Chen Feng appeared completely oblivious. What are you trying to say? Old misfortune, when will you be able to form your consciousness into a body? I have heard from the war god and the others that you have a really hot figure. Once again, intense anger emanated out from the pen. She was a god.
These words of Chen Feng's were akin to an insult.
This was too excessive. I have no idea what you're trying to say.
Chen Feng looked at the shaking pen, which was shaking like a vibrator, and was truly clueless as to what she was trying to say.
Finally, he gave up thinking about it.
Forget it, I will pretend you're a mute for now, Chen Feng said honestly.
Pen of misfortune.
She remembered how, earlier, when they had been signing the contract, Chen Feng had seemed completely capable of understanding what she was trying to say.
Yet now. This bastard scammer. There, time for you to rest. Try recovering your consciousness as soon as possible so we can start communicating.
Chen Feng waved his hand and said generously, it will not be too late to rain your praises upon my brilliance after your recovery.
There is no rush. Pen of misfortune. Swish.
With a flash, she vanished. Chen Feng sank into contemplation. Although the misfortune goddess was pitifully weak now, the advantage she brought was the supply of a true supreme godly power, rather than the lower tiers of godly powers those resonators were using. If strength was not taken into consideration, the present him was in fact no different than a god. He checked the amount of power of misfortune he had in his body. Perhaps, it would be more apt to call him a pseudo-god only capable of a part of what gods were capable of. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 713, Sundara Goddess. Chapter 713, Sundara Goddess. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Misfortune.
His hands started glowing. At present, he was way too weak. As such, he had to make use of this power as best as he could.
Luck.
He had a pensive look on his face.
Luck and misfortune were related to each other.
In short, if Chen Feng could be sure of the probability of someone experiencing a misfortune, he could make the probability a reality.
For example, slot machines. He tried it out.
This had been a favorite hobby of his in the past. To verify the power of his luck value, he had tried lotteries and slot machines, confirming that luck aura indeed worked. And now he needed to test his power of misfortune. As he willed it, slowly, the power of misfortune surged out of him. He bought all the credits available in the shop and started using the slot machine. After over 10,000 attempts, he failed to win even a single prize as the extremely happy slot machine boss looked over his shoulder.
Chen Feng had a pensive look. Is this the simplest operation method of misfortune?
What if he changed his goal? He urged inwardly.
Schwa.
He switched the target of misfortune from him to the slot machine boss, and next, an astonishing thing happened. For 10 odd attempts in a row, he continuously won the first prize. Instantly, the boss's expression darkened.
He wanted to interrupt Chen Feng. Chen Feng waved his hand, not allowing the boss to speak. Shut up.
From the looks of it, even though he was using the power of misfortune, he could use this unique method to do what he had done with luck aura. There was nearly no difference.
For example, during battles. Misfortune was a power that brought forth all negativities.
It was destructive in nature.
However, if misfortune was used on his opponent, would it not allow certain abilities with low activation chances to activate? For example, God Punisher?
In short, anything that was unfavorable for the enemy could happen.
Wasn't this just a different version of luck aura, then? Although the minute details of their operation were somewhat different, the final result was the same. At least from an onlooker's point of view, everything would be the same. Luck and misfortune, two completely opposite powers with an extremely intimate relationship.
In short, the reverse of misfortune is luck. If used appropriately, misfortune can achieve the same effects as luck.
Naturally, obtaining the exact same result will exhaust much more misfortune than luck would have.
Similarly, if luck is used appropriately, the same effects as misfortune can be achieved. His previous usage of luck aura to grant his enemies misfortune had, in effect, been accomplishing what misfortune was supposed to accomplish.
To grant misfortune upon his enemies, a much larger amount of luck had been required. Finally, Chen Feng understood.
The power of luck was much better in supportive roles, but if one wished, they could exhaust a huge amount of luck to achieve the same effects of misfortune.
For example, the apocalypse. When numerous coincidences aligned correctly, absolute destruction could be brought forth.
As for the power of misfortune, it was good at destruction.
However, if one was willing to exhaust a huge amount of misfortune, one could also accomplish what luck could.
For example, unleashing God Punisher.
His successful activation of low-probability abilities was in fact a stroke of misfortune for his enemies. Therefore, luck and misfortune could be seen as two different programming languages.
If one wished to use one programming language to achieve what the other programming language was better at, it would still be possible, but it would take much more effort. For example, if one used Java to build an operating system, or if one used C to build a website, and so on.
If that's the case, this is much easier to understand.
Chen Feng was in agreement with this new hypothesis of his. In fact, during his previous life, he had been a holder of the Grade 2 certificate of the National Computer Rank Examination. As such, thinking about the powers of luck and misfortune this way made it much easier for him to understand. Right now, the power of the misfortune goddess was way too lacking, at least when compared to a regular god. It was nearly negligible. In a way, she had even less godly power than a resonator. As such, Chen Feng was not able to set up a proper standard for his current power of misfortune. He had no choice but to set up his own standards, to divide the present total godly power of misfortune by 100, treating it as 100 points of misfortune power. Even so, the effect of this misfortune power was much better than the luck value he'd had in the past. After his tests, he found that through numerous methods, such as switching the target of the misfortune, he could make himself lucky, such as when buying into lotteries. However, such usages exhausted around 3 to 10 times more power than when he had used his power purely for bringing misfortune.
In fact, the reason for this exhaustion was because the exhaustion rate was dependent on the number of targets he switched to achieve the desired lucky effect.
This was, in truth, a rather complicated process. Therefore, to save the misfortune power, I must try my best to use the misfortune power for what it's truly best at, rather than using it blindly.
At this realization, he sank into contemplation. His present power of misfortune was too low an amount.
As such, saving it up was necessary. After understanding the basic usage method of misfortune, Chen Feng set his sights on his illusory world. The illusory world that had stopped moving after the extraction of luck from him once again started operating as he directed the power of misfortune into it.
A faint power of misfortune glowed within the world. With this, all his abilities recovered once again. Regardless of whether he could still use luck or not, or whether he could still erupt with his strongest might, at the very least, he had finally regained his own power. What he cared about most was in fact. Bang! He punched out.
Within his consciousness, a certain miniature person moved at the same time.
Bang! The might of a level 9 awakened was displayed. I am back. Chen Feng was overwhelmed with emotion.
After some twists and turns, he had finally regained his strength, and he was even stronger than before. In the coming chaos, with his recovered strength, he would be able to stand tall. Coupled with the power of the misfortune goddess, he would fear no one.
At least, this would be the case until all those resonators recovered. I must increase my strength as quickly as I can. He was exceptionally calm.
Before the resonators recovered, he had to become stronger. Before those damnable gods awakened, he had to have in his possession an even stronger godly power.
He wasn't too clear on the events of the primordial era.
However, this time, in this era, he would not allow this world to suffer annihilation.
With sharp eyes, he vowed that this era would become his era, the era of Chen Feng.
Naturally, before setting forth toward this grand undertaking, he needed to first solve a small issue. His wristband had been spoiled. This thing that was supposed to be impossible to destroy had actually been broken by him. This caused even him to be speechless.
Was I in too intense a fight recently? He wondered.
And thus, he requested a new wristband from the genetic union.
Next, his new wristband broke as well.
He frowned, completely confused.
Was he so unlucky that he got several defective products in a row? He refused to believe that such a coincidence actually existed. The quality of the Stormtech company's products was rather high. Well, I might as well buy a new one with my own money. He spent his own money and bought a new one. Shortly afterward, the new wristband broke as well.
This truly rendered him speechless. He gazed at his broken wristband and could vaguely guess what had happened. And thus, once again, he bought a new wristband.
As expected, it broke yet again. What the hell?
He rolled his eyes. Without needing to even think, he knew what the issue was.
There, old misfortune, even if you are unhappy with me, you do not need to take such petty revenge on me, right?
In our grand undertaking of becoming stronger, the assistance of others is still required.
As such, these wristbands can't keep getting broken, right? This will delay our undertaking. Can we stop playing around like this?
Chen Feng advised earnestly. And then he bought a new wristband.
Once again, it broke. Chen Feng. Are you perhaps unhappy with the title I have given you? Chen Feng asked with a sigh. Misfortune Goddess. So you are aware that the title you gave me is way too unpleasant to hear? Fine, I won't call you Old Misfortune. How about I call you Old Fortune?
No, that's no good.
It seems to clash with luck. How about Dearest Misfortune? Little Misfortune? Chen Feng asked after giving it some thought. Misfortune Goddess.
This guy was truly mental.
Chen Feng admitted defeat.
Fine, Lord Goddess, Chen Feng said respectfully.
Is this respectful enough, O noble Lord Goddess?
And then he bought a new wristband.
It broke again. This time, he was truly stupefied. Even Lord Goddess won't work? Chen Feng's head ached. What the hell? Lord Goddess, can we talk this out? Can you not act impetuously like some teenage girl?
Fine, I forgot that goddesses are, after all, female.
I take that back. Sorry. Misfortune Goddess.
Her consciousness, residing within the pen, watched this amusing scene. Chen Feng smiled bitterly.
I am truly helpless now.
He had tried numerous methods yet was incapable of getting his wristbands to stop breaking.
His head ached. This won't do.
Finally, he understood that despite how weak she was, the Misfortune Goddess was still a god, an existence one could not provoke easily. Look, slight unhappiness on her part was already sufficient to cause one's head to ache greatly.
Chen Feng gave up. Forget it. He went over to the ancient race and asked for an ability capable of transmitting messages through long distance as a substitute. Before they had started using the wristbands, these abilities had been the ancients' main communication method. With this incident ended.
During this period, Thomas's group had also considered properly and had ultimately decided to join the genetic union, thus starting a busy new life. As for Chen Feng, he was working hard on getting better at controlling the power of misfortune. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly, until a few days later, when a gold radiance suddenly engulfed the entire world, a terrifying godly power rippling everywhere. Nearly every resonator raised their head, looking in the direction the gold had come from.
That damnable luck goddess is creating trouble again.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 714, A New God. Chapter 714, A New God. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. At a certain location.
Kongbai loudly howled at a ball of light in his hand. Hello, can you hear me? Not too clearly, a faint, unclear roar replied from the ball of light.
Kongbai's expression darkened. Hell! What damnable thing was this? So this was the ancient race's voice transmitter? What in the world? Did the ancients believe that humans had throats as powerful as theirs?
Talking with this so-called phone was no different than wailing.
Intermittent howls were transmitted through the ball. You, stand higher. Maybe, signal, poor. Fine.
Kongbai looked around and, with a leap, reached the top of a huge 10-meter tall tree.
This was the tallest tree in his vicinity. Hello? Kongbao howled. Can you hear me now?
The voice being transmitted became clearer.
Somewhat better. What were you trying to say earlier? Kongbai blanked. Let me think.
After howling at the ball of light for such a long time, he had forgotten what he initially wanted to say.
After 2 whole minutes of thinking, he finally remembered.
Right, he had wanted to talk about resonators. Right now, the resonators seemed to be slowly recovering, though they had yet to fully recover. A few days ago, they had still been so happy about breaking through into the awakened realm, yet in the blink of an eye, resonators had started appearing one after another, delivering to them a massive blow. Therefore, they had to enter the resonance realm as soon as possible. Regardless of whether it was Kong Bai, Su Fei, or the others, they all had the same opinion.
Doing otherwise would be no different than sitting around and waiting for death. Resonance.
On the other end, Chen Feng sank into contemplation as well. During the primordial era, those resonators had all been peak-awakened ones who resonated with gods to enter the resonance realm. But in this era, there were no other gods. If one truly wanted to reach resonance, one could only resonate with the luck goddess. After thinking about it, Chen Feng discovered how terrifying this could be. In short, during this period of time, they had to not break through before the other gods recovered. You guys should try to reach the peak of the awakened realm first, but remember to not enter the resonance realm. Even if breaking through is possible, do not do it, Chen Feng reminded them.
Kong Bai was confused.
Why is that?
Because, at this time, the luck goddess is the only god in existence, Chen Feng said with a sigh. Kong Bai sank into silence. Luck goddess.
After the disturbance earlier, they were all naturally aware of what had happened to Chen Feng.
If it was the luck goddess.
Kong Bai looked pensively at the wave of gold that was surging out in the distance.
Then, this time. Chen Feng shook his head. That's right. This is the work of the luck goddess again. I understand now. Kong Bai finally understood thoroughly.
A war between the gods would come in the future. They currently had no way of getting involved in it, as they were too weak. The only thing they could do was not enter the resonance realm so as to not cause further trouble to Chen Feng and the others. As for the fate of this world, well, it would depend on the results of this world. After ending the call with Chen Feng, Kong Bai relayed what Chen Feng had said to Su Fei and the others that were in a rush to break through. When they heard this, they all sank into silence.
Wait? Wait for other gods to recover? Could they even afford to wait? Su Fei was the first to stand up. I cannot accept this. Even with the present state of the world, they could only watch on and wait for the final result? He was naturally unwilling to accept this.
If they were to wait until the other gods recovered to enter resonance, it would be too late.
Xin Hai sighed.
Well, it is the same for us. He had once been the mysterious organization's leader, one of the strongest existences in the world. Now that he was reduced to a mere side character, he was naturally unwilling to accept it. Suddenly, Kong Bai recalled an old friend.
How about Wang Chun?
It had been quite a while since they had last met.
Oh. Xin Hai pondered before saying, spending time with his harem, I suppose? Everyone. Harem.
Oh, right,
Wang Chun's ability.
He is the man with a harem during a chaotic era.
What a guy. Su Fei was filled with envy. The rest felt the same.
Suddenly, Xin Hai thought of something.
About Wang Chun.
I seem to have heard Master say that, a short while ago, he could feel godly power emanating from the area Wang Chun was in. Based on Master's guess, that was probably the power of the Nether God, yet there was a slight difference as well.
What? Everyone's expression changed. Nether God? That young lady.
Suddenly, they recalled that incomparably tyrannical girl in Wang Chun's harem, Mingyu. They could seemingly remember this girl saying that she had been a god in her original world. Originally, the limit of this world was beyond a class. Therefore, even after entering this world, Mingyu was too weak.
Now, though, with the lifting of the limit, that young lady can use her godly power here in this world?
All of them were shocked.
If that was the case, that Wang Chun. Xin Hai nodded. That's right.
It is quite possible that he entered that world to inherit the power of the Nether God.
Hiss.
They all inhaled a mouthful of cold air in shock. This Wang Chun guy had been missing with his harem for quite a while. They had all thought that the next time they saw him, he would be weakened from overexercising. Unexpectedly, this guy had actually silently surpassed them all.
Godly power. They all lamented. That world belonged to Wang Chun alone.
As such, he alone could enter.
Suddenly, Su Fei stood up. I am leaving.
Even Wang Chun found his own way to obtain godly power. I will not sit in my home waiting for death.
In this era, I must have my own strength as well.
He had decided to go look for his own fortuitous encounter. Recently, since an indeterminate point in time, a dreamlike voice seemed to have appeared in his heart, seemingly calling out to him. As time passed, that voice was getting clearer and clearer. This time, he had to take a look at what this voice was all about.
Xin Hai stood up as well. Same here.
He was the disciple of Duma, the person with the best information network in the world. He believed that his master would most definitely have a way for him to obtain godly power, even if it would be extremely difficult.
Kong Bai smiled calmly. Looks like we have all decided. He was a transmigrator.
His future was not one anyone could dictate. Since, in this era, the gods had yet to awaken, he would traverse time itself and return to the primordial. He believed that in that unique era, he would be able to find his very own fortuitous encounter, even if it would be extremely dangerous.
The Forest Goddess.
She had been one of the strongest gods in the primordial era. She had been the right hand of the luck goddess the whole time. She had possessed valiant strength, and in their defeat during the God War back then, she had also entered a slumber. This was the information Chen Feng had recently obtained. Evidently, this luck goddess, the first god to awaken, was recovering her underlings as well.
Thomas sighed.
What we fear most has still happened. If it were any other god, it would be fine, as the god would have to slowly recover even after waking up. However, the first god just had to be the luck goddess.
With her unique power, if she wanted to cause certain gods to wake up first, it would be much easier.
And this was precisely what she was doing.
Thomas smiled bitterly.
She will wake them up one by one, then organize them. By the time the other gods wake up, the luck goddess and her fellow gods will surround and kill them.
Chen Feng had a pensive look. Doing what the genetic union is doing to the awakened ones?
D.D. Thomas's group's communicators buzzed. Chen Feng glanced over, and his face darkened immediately. These resonators had all adapted well to this new modern era and had started using these tools of convenience.
On the other hand, he
gazed at his empty wrist. Earlier, after howling into the ball to communicate with Kong Bai, he had almost ruined his throat. He finally understood why, regardless of gender, the ancients' voices were always so rough.
I wonder if their voices are so rough in all circumstance. For instance, when Tianyu Liming and the president are doing it. What am I thinking about here? He coughed, stopping his messy thoughts. Suddenly, Thomas's group became agitated. Good. Chen Feng looked over.
What good news have you guys received? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 715, Salt Lake. Chapter 715, Salt Lake. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Thomas's eyes shone.
The resonators have decided to join hands.
The awakening of the forest goddess will require time.
With the luck goddess exhausting her strength to help the forest goddess awaken before she herself is fully recovered, she will be further weakened.
We are planning to use this opportunity to interrupt the awakening and send the forest goddess back into slumber.
Chen Feng was somewhat speechless.
That works?
Of course.
Thomas and the rest were agitated. A group of resonators fighting the luck goddess, just imagining the scene was sufficient to cause excitement. Chen Feng poured cold water on their boiling blood.
You guys are not allowed to go.
Thomas's eyes widened. Why? Chen Feng sneered. Are you going there just to throw your life away? How is that throwing my life away?
Thomas could not accept this. With so many of us resonators, there is no need to fear the luck goddess. Moreover, this is a weakened luck goddess who has exhausted her strength trying to awaken the forest goddess.
Not only interrupting, if possible, I trust they will even want to.
Thomas's eyes gleamed coldly as he said, slay a god.
Chen Feng shook his head. Ridiculous.
These idiotic fools had no idea how powerful the gods were, especially the luck goddess.
Thomas shrugged. I know that it is not possible.
Therefore, I only intended to interrupt the awakening ritual.
He trusted that a mere weakened luck goddess would not be able to withstand the onslaught of so many resonators. Chen Feng sneered. That is indeed how things seem. However, are you sure that all the resonators are truly united? Thomas's eyes widened. What other choice do they have?
Chen Feng gazed in the direction of the surging gold.
How stupid. Have you never considered the possibility that not all the resonators intend to interrupt the ritual? I am not sure what the situation was during the primordial era.
But in this new era, the luck goddess was the first god to awaken.
What's so special about being the first? Halfway through his sentence, Thomas gained understanding.
True, she had been the first god to awaken. This time, the people looking for her would not consist solely of those trying to interrupt her. There would also be quite a number of people who wanted to serve her.
As such, at that time,
Thomas inhaled a mouthful of cold air in shock.
It will instead be a chaotic war between fellow resonators?
When that happened, with what the luck goddess was capable of, she would only need to lightly provoke them using what she was best at, and she would be able to cause all the resonators to mutually annihilate each other without even showing her face. Or perhaps, she could use her power to ensure that those who were against her would die in the fight.
Thomas's heart chilled. Holy shit. He exchanged glances with wealthy Zhao, realizing that they had indeed underestimated how terrifying the luck goddess was. They had especially neglected how good she was at toying with the emotions of people. Facing the other gods, they would only need to consider their combat power, but facing the luck goddess. They all smiled bitterly.
Chen Feng shook his head.
Therefore, you guys don't need to join in. In any case, the result would only be your deaths.
Let others go mess around there. Wealthy Zhao guessed something from Chen Feng's words.
Are you going?
Chen Feng smiled.
Of course. I am the man of the misfortune goddess. It has been quite a while since I last met the luck goddess.
In fact, I quite miss her.
He. Thomas and the rest merely laughed dryly at Chen Feng's stupid dramatic reaction.
Ultimately, it was decided that Thomas and the rest would stay at the genetic union. As for Chen Feng and nearly all the resonators worldwide, they swarmed toward the site of the forest goddess's awakening.
At a certain salt lake.
This was the area nearest to that awakening site. A large number of resonators were already here looking toward the flickering gold, as a formidable power seemed to be coming into being there. When the gold radiance is at its most intense, that will be our time to attack.
Understood.
As for the route to take, go through the salt lake.
Can't we go directly instead?
No, since the luck goddess has decided to do such a dangerous thing, she has certainly sealed the route nearby.
How could she allow easy entry? To enter, this is the only possible route. Why did she not seal this salt lake as well? The lake is too big. The luck goddess's power is limited.
If she truly sealed the lake as well, her seal would probably be pitifully weak.
Any random resonator would be capable of breaking through it. Do we enter now?
Some resonators were able to see through the general situation with a single look.
It was quite simple. To enter the site of the awakening, they only needed to go through this unique lake whose surface was as clear as a mirror. The luck goddess will probably have some traps set around here. She is, after all, still a god. With how weakened she is, so what if she is a god?
Some were filled with vigilance, whereas some were sneering. In the first place, the community of resonators was a chaotic one.
All resonators were lone rangers.
Even now, when they had all gathered together for a common interest, they each had their own personal agenda. As for Chen Feng, he merely watched on silently.
2 goddesses and countless resonators. This would be quite the interesting trip. This was indeed an immense salt lake. However, if they went through it in a straight line, the distance wouldn't be too far. However, if the luck goddess had indeed done something here with her godly power, things might turn out rather scary. Due to some coincidences, a huge number of people would encounter mishaps here at the lake.
For a regular person, this was merely misfortune.
In her present weakened state, would she waste her power to create misfortune, a domain she did not specialize in? No, she would not. At present, she didn't have much godly power left.
Even with several 100 million luck value, after transforming it into godly power, it wouldn't amount to much. Furthermore, she still needed to awaken the forest goddess. As such, she would definitely not waste her godly power easily. If so, this salt lake. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes as he thought of a possibility. He suddenly recalled his experiences during his younger days. After having his luck sucked dry by the Fate Stone, his life had become incredibly difficult. Numerous unfortunate incidents had kept happening to him as the Fate Stone had replenished its power without stop. In short, the luck goddess is planning to absorb their luck. Chen Feng's heart thumped as he realized this. However, the flaw in doing this was rather obvious. First, she would not be able to absorb much luck even with this. This was clear from how it had taken her 20 years of absorbing luck from Chen Feng to be able to activate the Fate Stone. Second, even without their luck, these resonators wouldn't be affected much. Perhaps they would suffer from some bad luck. However, it would not be able to threaten them. After all, if not having any luck was truly life-threatening, Chen Feng would have truly died for real all those years ago. Therefore, despite having had his luck sucked dry, despite the absolute bad luck he had suffered, Chen Feng had still been able to live on tenaciously. Would such a weak effect be useful against resonators? Nope. Unless. Chen Feng looked at this lake. Unless this lake was already an extremely dangerous place in the first place, a place where, with a tiny bit of effect from luck, death would come knocking.
Chen Feng had a deep understanding of the power of luck. If this was truly the case, the luck goddess would only need a tiny bit power of luck to kill everyone here. Naturally, those that were able to luckily escape the calamity could very well be those who were willing to serve her. Chen Feng was filled with admiration. Worthy of being the luck goddess indeed. With her first step, she would kill off a big portion of these resonators. With her second step, she would cause internal strife among the survivors. Ultimately, perhaps not a single one would be able to survive to see her. How deep the luck goddess's schemes went was apparent here. Of course, all this was without taking Chen Feng into consideration. But now, with Chen Feng here. Chen Feng smiled toyingly. He. It was truly unfortunate for the luck goddess that he was now the master of misfortune. Schwa. Chen Feng stared ahead. It would be quite easy if he wanted to allow these people to cross this lake. He trusted that the power of misfortune would be able to counteract the power of luck, making the world a beautiful place. However, this was not his goal. Stopping the awakening of the forest goddess was only his secondary goal. What Chen Feng truly wanted was to make use of this incident in this place to grow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 716, May the Goddess be with you. Chapter 716, May the Goddess be with you. Translator, limest editor, Tenish. At the Salt Lake, as the gold radiance surged to its peak intensity, the resonators started moving out. Cautiously, they traversed the Salt Lake. Slowly, they moved above the mirror-like lake surface. Surprisingly, they did not encounter any danger. One can actually step on the surface of the lake? It seems like we won't sink. In any case, be extra careful. Some people are trying to fly over. They seem perfectly fine up there. The moment everyone loosens up will be their moment of death. True. They continued on, maintaining their vigilance. At this time, the luck goddess, who was opposite the Salt Lake, took a glimpse at them and felt somewhat odd. This should not be the case. She had obviously absorbed all their luck. At this time, shouldn't these fellows be all completely unlucky? In fact, this application of bad luck was rather similar to HIV. Usually, minor diseases like the common cold were common and non-fatal, but the moment one was infected with HIV, all these minor diseases would become extremely fatal. As such, once she had absorbed all their luck, every single thing these people had done could very well bring them the utmost disaster. This was especially true since they were all traversing this dangerous Salt Lake. After all, this was her specially selected recovery site. However, why was nothing happening yet? The luck goddess was filled with doubt. The luck goddess looked at those cautious resonators and wondered, is it because these resonators are all too cautious? That might be the case. After all, they were all resonators possessing godly power. As such, it wouldn't be too easy for them to suffer from bad luck. Perhaps I can expend a bit of godly power on them. The luck goddess understood clearly that this would be effectively the final straw that collapsed the camel. She would only need to use a tiny bit of her luck power to cause these damnable bugs to completely collapse. Schwa! She wriggled her fingers slightly. A faint radiance emanated out. Luck power, activate. Gold enveloped her. At this time, all the resonators were still advancing cautiously. Chen Feng, however, was noiselessly approaching a pale resonator. He had had his attention on this resonator for quite a while. Look at that pale face, one look and anyone would know that he was lacking in stamina. No, one look and anyone would know that he was too nervous. What did this signify? This signified that he did not quite wish to participate in this encirclement at all. Chen Feng had seen way too many of such unwilling participants in the past. There would always be those events that, nominally, people were free to decide whether or not to participate in. Nevertheless, if one truly decided to not participate, one would face the scorn of others. As such, one would still be ultimately forced to participate unwillingly. Surprisingly, this was true even for the community of resonators. These unwilling participants would be the perfect target for Chen Feng. Chen Feng approached him noiselessly. Hey, bro. That person looked at Chen Feng coldly before saying, I am not interested in guys. Chen Feng. What a humorous resonator. What do you think of the forest goddess's awakening ritual? Chen Feng asked faintly. That person laughed. Same as everyone else. Chen Feng smiled and stared ahead into the distance. Do you know what place is this?
if one wishes to pass through this salt lake.
With some bad luck, it is extremely easy to die here. This will be quite true for the enemies of the luck goddess.
Seeing this guy's expression change slightly, Chen Feng pointed ahead.
Look at that person.
There, a certain resonator was flying at a low altitude.
What do you think will happen if the luck goddess decides that he should be the unlucky one? Chen Feng asked calmly.
At the same time, he silently stopped absorbing misfortune from that person and even returned the misfortune he had previously absorbed from that person to him.
Bang!
Suddenly, the lake surface below that person cracked.
Pop!
With a loud sound, a huge mutated lifeform shot out of the lake and swallowed that person in a single gulp. Hiss! Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold breath in shock.
That, a monster at the peak of the awakened realm? Holy shit! The monsters here are already this strong? Everyone was horrified. A monster at the awakened realm would normally possess strength greater than the resonators here. If they had all recovered their original strength, they naturally wouldn't fear it. However, at present, they were weak enough that these peak-level awakened monsters could insta-kill them. This was especially true for these terrifying monsters with unique builds that one could not measure with common sense. Chen Feng gave a profound smile. See?
The heart of the person he was facing chilled.
How would there be such a coincidence? The moment Chen Feng spoke of that person was gone? He.
Noiselessly, Chen Feng handed over a small card. This is the contract of a god.
Do take a good look at it. Ha!
That person flipped the card open, and instantly, his expression changed greatly. On the card, the luck goddess's plan was written.
The first step was to recruit resonators.
As for her second step, those unwilling to submit would die.
An example was the earlier fellow.
That person was horrified.
You are.
Chen Feng smiled happily. Let me introduce myself.
I am Wang Feng, the spokesperson of Luck Goddess. Luck Goddess.
Finally, that person's expression changed greatly.
At the same time they had all joined hands to go against her, she had actually planted spies within them? Was this not horrifying?
You are not the first, nor will you be the last, Chen Feng said calmly. He looked at that person.
Therefore, tell me your choice.
That person chilled as he heard this.
Did this not signify that within this group of resonators, this person was not the only follower of the luck goddess?
If there were also others, with those they had recruited included. That person was recruited earlier. Chen Feng looked at where that resonator used to be and smiled profoundly.
He disagreed. Hence, he had to die. The resonator's heart chilled as he heard this.
In the first place, he wasn't particularly firm in his will to go against the luck goddess. After all, the affairs of the primordial era were way too far in the past. For them, the resonators of minor gods, it truly did not affect them much. He looked at Chen Feng and sighed deeply.
What should I do?
Chen Feng smiled mysteriously.
Very simple.
Sign the contract of a god. Trust me, following our noble Lord God, you will become part of the first faction, the strongest faction, in this new era.
You will definitely not regret this. Schwa. Noiselessly, the two finished signing the contract.
Naturally, this brother here did not notice that the god written on the contract was Lord God we all believe in and resonate with.
That person stared blankly at Chen Feng. Done, just like that?
Chen Feng patted his shoulder.
Of course. Congratulations on becoming part of us.
For the subsequent journey, with the care of Luck Goddess, you will not have to worry about anything. However, during the final battle, you guys will need to contribute.
He nodded. Understood.
Since he had already made his choice, he would not regret it. His decision to follow after the Luck Goddess wasn't because of these few words this Wang Feng had spoken.
Rather, after taking everything into consideration, including the success of this awakening ritual.
The Luck Goddess's camp would have 2 gods before any of the other gods awakened.
Such a superiority wasn't one that could be overtaken easily. Very good. Chen Feng feigned an indifferent expression and asked, now then, based on your understanding, which of these fellows here is also uncertain about this mission and would be willing to become our companion?
There are indeed some such people here, that person replied.
Chen Feng smiled emotionally and said, excellent. May the goddess be with you.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 717, Bro, give me a chance. Chapter 717, Bro, give me a chance. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Within the forest, the luck goddess was looking at the salt lake with doubt. Those annoying resonators were shrinking their distance to her.
Naturally, that was not the main issue. The main issue was that, so far, only one of them had died. She had absorbed all of their luck and had even used her luck power to deliver them misfortune, but only one had died. This was rather horrifying. She knew that these resonators had all awakened quite a bit earlier than her and had rather formidable godly powers. However, regardless of how powerful they had become, they were still mere resonators.
The luck goddess sighed. Have I underestimated them? It looked like trying to kill them with the dangers of the lake would not work.
In that case, she would have to do it the traditional way, by causing internal strife. She believed that these fellows were definitely not of one mind. She shut both her eyes and sensed the godly power of luck she had plundered from Chen Feng earlier. This amount would be sufficient to achieve what she intended.
Shwa!
Her hands started glowing. At this time, on the salt lake, Chen Feng's plan was progressing smoothly as well. With the assistance of his new comrades, the number of people he had recruited kept increasing. He had forcefully dug out a hole in this anti-luck goddess alliance.
You want to gain more understanding of the luck goddess?
Our group is rather packed with people now.
That is true. So I heard your Lord God is one that is quite friendly with the luck goddess? Are you interested in being part of the strongest primordial faction? I am the spokesperson of the luck goddess.
Chen Feng traversed amid the group of people. However, as he got in contact with more and more people, there was finally a time where, before he could finish his discussion with a certain resonator, that resonator shouted, "Bastard, so you are actually the follower of that slut luck goddess."
Chen Feng.
He checked the record he had on his hand and could only lament that this was quite the scam.
From the record he had obtained from that little bastard earlier, this fellow should be a resonator of a god extremely friendly with the luck goddess?
At this shout, the others who Chen Feng had yet to communicate with grew alert.
What? How? So there is a follower of the luck goddess creating trouble here? Courting death. Kill him. Countless people stood up in anger with a vast momentum.
As for those who had signed the contract with Chen Feng, they walked out at this time as well.
Try touching him? A new era is coming.
Who still cares about the primordial?
In this era, the luck goddess is the #1 expert. Yeah. How idiotic.
The group around Chen Feng all sneered. It was also at this point that those people realized that from an indeterminate time, an alliance for the luck goddess had been established. This was truly dreadful. You guys are courting death. The others were furious. The reason they had come here was to deal with the luck goddess, yet this had happened instead. As for the person pushing for this anti-luck goddess alliance, Zhou Yi, he felt incomparably insulted at this moment.
You all. Zhou Yi's heart was raging with fury.
He was relatively strong among the resonators and was the organizer of this alliance. The only reason he had even worked so hard was because his god had been killed by the luck goddess back then. Naturally, gods did not die for real. However, because of that bitter battle, even after awakening, his god would not be able to recover his original strength. This was the harshest of punishments for a god. Therefore, Zhou Yi had taken the initiative to contact everyone and go against the luck goddess, to avenge his god.
Moreover, there were quite a few resonators with the same opinion as him.
Some of them were those whose gods were enemies of the luck goddess, while some merely did not wish to see the luck goddess become the strongest god of this era. In short, for various reasons, they had all gathered together.
Yet now,
they were only getting started, yet these people had already betrayed him.
Ka! Zhou Yi clenched his fists tightly, godly power emanating out from his hands. Zhou Yi was furious. You all deserve death.
Those around him were furious as well. Looking at the resonators around Chen Feng, they said, "Since this has happened, let us first kill you all."
Come at me. Who's scared? You bunch of idiots. Do you guys not realize who will be your biggest patron in the future? Waiting for your gods to wake up? Yeah, sure, I am sure it will not be too late then. Idiots. Those around Chen Feng said, if anyone else is interested in joining, we will welcome you. Do not worry about our enemy's strength. Don't forget that we have the luck goddess on our side. As a result of his words, 5 or 6 resonators joined them. With this, the members of both factions were clear for all to see. Good, very good. Zhou Yi's killing intent intensified.
Both sides glared at each other while boundless godly power started surging around them.
A battle seemed to be imminent.
In the middle of all this, Chen Feng was completely confused. He had initially planned to use the name of the luck goddess to scam someone. Unexpectedly, this early on, something had already happened. What in the world? He was somewhat stupefied. This confusion was further reinforced when he saw how the people around him were also ferocious, ready to battle at a moment's notice. This was developing way too fast. Hold on, too fast? Abruptly, Chen Feng thought of something. Under normal circumstance, even if both sides were to battle, the battle would not start this fast. Deciding to fight it out right here on the Salt Lake without taking their own benefits into consideration? In such a dangerous location? There was only one possibility for this: luck aura was working its magic. Finally, Chen Feng understood. It had to be the power of luck. After being agitated by their own emotions, these people were neglecting the truth that should have been easily discovered. Under the effect of the power of luck, they had all started tearing at each other. Hold on! Chen Feng howled, interrupting them. Instinctively, everyone looked at him. MHM? It is fine if you guys want to fight. However, can I be given a chance to say something? Chen Feng said with a smile. See, we all fight for our own goals. You guys are all well aware of how dangerous this Salt Lake is. Therefore, before the battle, give me a chance. If I can fulfill your goals before the battle, perhaps this battle can be avoided? Am I right? Look. I know that back then, the luck goddess did a lot of things that had angered all of you. However, no matter what, that is all in the past. That era has already been buried, and the luck goddess has changed greatly as a person. Therefore, if possible, we should establish a new cooperative relationship. As for what the luck goddess did back then, you guys can put forth your requests and I will try my best to fulfill them. What do you guys think? Chen Feng spoke earnestly. Trust me, give me a chance to talk this out. I guarantee you all will be satisfied with the result. He. Zhou Yi sneered. Talk? How ridiculous. Do you know that apart from those swayed by you, everyone else here truly hates the luck goddess? Moreover, these people are the true experts, either the followers of gods that were enemies of the luck goddess or those whose families perished due to that incident in the primordial era. Such hatred is not something you can dissolve. Zhou Yi did not think much of Chen Feng's proposal. In this world, there were a lot of disputes that could not be solved with a mere transaction. Without trying, who knows? Chen Feng was as sincere as ever. Perhaps you do not find this agreeable. However, how about those around you? Do you not want to give them a chance? Trust me. If I indeed disappoint, it will not be too late to battle then, Chen Feng said. Zhou Yi and the rest exchanged glances before looking around and seeing that some were indeed tempted by this. Zhou Yi had no choice but to make a compromise. Fine. 1 minute per person in a private setting, Chen Feng said with a smile. Naturally, for safety reasons, you guys can be in charge of the barrier. Trust me, I will give you guys a satisfactory answer. He. Zhou Yi and the rest agreed with disdain. Zhou Yi was the first to walk out. Let me be the first to meet you. And thus, under everyone's eyes, he created a barrier of an independent space in the form of a room. Next, both he and Chen Feng entered to start their negotiations. MHM. Only a short 1 minute would be given. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 718, Family Godly Power. Chapter 718, Family Godly Power. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. It seems like you have an intense repulsion toward me, Chen Feng said as he looked at Zhou Yi's expression. You have 58 seconds left, Zhou Yi said with disdain. Chen Feng sighed. You hate the luck goddess so much, Our grudge is one that ensures we cannot both live under the same sky, Zhou Yi said with a cold gaze. You all only know that the Lord God I resonated with perished under the luck goddess's hands. However, none of you are aware that he was also my father. Chen Feng's eyes went wide. Dang, there was this inside story? He had originally believed that gods appearing in the mortal realm with numerous identities and fathering numerous kids was something that only happened in the Greek mythology of his previous life. Surprisingly, it existed here as well. Zhou Yi gazed at Chen Feng coldly and gloomily said, I will definitely kill the luck goddess. This includes you as well. Bang! His intense killing intent surged. At this moment, even the others outside the barrier could sense this killing intent. TSK, Zhou Yi is losing his temper. Old Zhou's temper is still as bad as ever. He. This foolish kid is still thinking of convincing us all with his words alone? How ridiculous. The first batch of resonators contacted by Zhou Yi were waiting for the result of this negotiation with an expression of disdain. As for those who had been gathered into Chen Feng's camp, they had a bad feeling and wanted to enter, but they were stopped from entering. One of them glanced over and said, "Hey, bro, that fellow from your side is the one who suggested a 1-minute discussion. What's the rush?" Humph. Those who had already signed Chen Feng's contract of a god could only stop and watch on anxiously. They truly had no idea why Wang Feng had insisted on negotiating this. What was there to talk about with these people? They should just kill these people and get it over with. 40 seconds. 50 seconds. Everyone waited anxiously. The killing intent that had appeared suddenly vanished, and afterward, no other signs of activity could be detected. Everyone was curious as to the content of their negotiation. None of them had any idea, but they were all sure that Zhou Yi would not agree to whatever it was. That is, after all, a grudge arising from the murder of one's father. Everyone lamented. Back then, countless casualties had arisen in the chaotic war. The power of the luck goddess was too unique and had been capable of enveloping the entire battlefield, affecting everyone. As such, nearly every death had thus been related to her in some way or another. This blame had to be shouldered by the luck goddess alone. Negotiations are nothing but a waste of time, one person said. However, before he could even finish his sentence, he saw both Chen Feng and Zhou Yi leaving the room. Zhou Yi had an odd expression on his face, somewhat stupefied, somewhat shocked, and was staring ahead vacantly. On the contrary, opposite him, Chen Feng had an expression of utmost bliss. What's going on? Everyone was stupefied. The negotiation. Someone probed cautiously. I agreed, Zhou Yi said with a bitter smile. What? Everyone's eyes widened, and a lot of them were furious when they heard this. Old Zhou, what are you doing? Yeah, you are the one who gathered us in the first place. You have actually betrayed us? They could not understand the reason for this. Oh. Zhou Yi had a strange expression and shrugged, not knowing how to explain this. He could only say, he indeed persuaded me. Any of you who do not find this satisfactory can enter the room with him. One person stood up in anger. Let me in, then. He was also someone whose family members had perished in that world. He similarly had a grudge that could not be erased. He refused to believe that a mere 1-minute negotiation would be able to erase it. He walked into the room as everyone around stared with wide eyes. After 1 minute, no, to be more precise, after a mere 40 seconds, he similarly walked out with a bewildered, stupefied, and odd expression on his face. Old Zhang. The rest asked. Old Zhang smiled bitterly. I agreed. What? This time, everyone was dumbstruck. Agreed as well? Another one? What in the world was going on here? Everyone was clueless. Since this fellow was the spokesperson of the luck goddess, his power was naturally be related to luck. They had all experienced it before and were aware that as fellow resonators, they all had rather impressive combat power and would not agree to this Chen Feng by threat of force. Was he offering them some benefits to get them to agree? That did not seem possible either. What kind of benefits could get one to forget about the death of one's family? And thus, one indignant resonator after another entered the room. Next, one stupefied resonator after another exited the room. This caused those resonators that had zero trust in Chen Feng to be thoroughly dumbfounded. Of course, even those resonators that exited the room had the same dumbfounded expression. Even when questioned, they had no idea how to answer. What could they say? Should they tell them that Chen Feng had not even spent much time trying to convince them? He had merely spent some time gaining understanding of their hatred toward the luck goddess before passing some information to them in a profound manner. Let me introduce you to the misfortune goddess. And next? Well, there were no next. When they saw that document emanating the power of misfortune, when they realized that this fellow was using the name of the luck goddess to scam the people here, they did not know whether to laugh or cry. They were sure that from the primordial era until now, never had they encountered such a shameless person, apart from the luck goddess. At present, most of those that had not been gathered under Chen Feng's camp were hostile toward the luck goddess. As such, using the misfortune goddess, 80% of them were dealt with easily. As for the rest of them, Chen Feng checked the list of names that had signed his contract. Nearly 80% of the people here had already signed the contract, agreeing that they would advance or retreat together with him. Those refusing to sign? Well, they would not be able to even leave alive. Ultimately, this bunch of 30-odd resonators was dealt with by Chen Feng. These resonators had no choice but to obey Chen Feng's commands and move together with him on this salt lake. However, this was limited to only this operation. After leaving, all of these resonators would regain their freedom. This was a rule Chen Feng had personally set.
Otherwise, who would have agreed to sign the contract? Chen Feng looked at everyone with a wide smile.
Well then. I suppose we will all be working together temporarily. Since everyone has entered a temporary alliance, I shall speak the truth.
The luck goddess is too weakened presently and doesn't have much godly power left. She will not be able to help us all enter.
Therefore, this trip through the Salt Lake will still be filled with danger.
However, we only need to survive this until the awakening of the forest goddess.
The moment she awakens, I believe our spring will arrive as well. I trust that with so many resonators here, with all our godly powers, we will be able to traverse this Salt Lake.
Chen Feng was filled with fighting spirit. All the resonators nodded their heads.
Even if this Salt Lake was laden with danger, when so many resonators who would normally not work together decided to work together, they would be unequaled.
Bang!
Godly powers erupted.
Numerous formidable godly powers swirled about. This last-minute alliance organized by Chen Feng was unprecedentedly formidable.
May the goddess be with you, Chen Feng said respectfully.
May the goddess be with you, countless people chanted together.
As for Zhou Yi, he exchanged glances with Chen Feng and smiled profoundly. They were the only ones who knew which goddess they were talking about.
Bang! The alliance set forth.
At present, within the forest, the luck goddess was frowning. She did not have too much godly power left and could not observe the happenings at the Salt Lake.
If she used her godly power for observation, the exhaustion rate would be too immense for her liking.
Moreover, these resonators were but mere bugs.
Alas, something did not seem right there. She could feel the surging godly powers there even from this far away. She could clearly feel the momentum, and that incredibly familiar aura and godly power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 719, Really Clueless. Chapter 719, Really Clueless. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Zhou Yi.
The luck goddess shut her eyes. If it was this fellow, this development was not too surprising after all. This person, who was also known as the Child of God, had been a rather famous person even back in the primordial era. Surprisingly, he had also survived to the present day. Truly worthy of being the Child of God.
Luck goddess shook her head.
She had initially believed that these resonators would not be able to cause her any trouble. However, if Zhou Yi had appeared, things would not be the same. She could easily sense how terrifying the gathering of all those people was. If she were at her peak, she would naturally be able to easily deal with them with a wave of her hand.
Unfortunately, right now.
She shook her head.
Looks like I have to waste some godly power to deal with them.
Her tiny hand waved at the forest as she said, "Please wait a moment."
Hum. A faint golden radiance surged out.
The radiance of luck that had weakened previously intensified. The luck goddess's eyes gleamed coldly as she vowed that she would not permit these people to pass through the Salt Lake.
Luck, activate. Kill. Bang. The initially tranquil lake suddenly went berserk.
Careful. Instantly, everyone increased their vigilance.
Finally here. Chen Feng was filled with anticipation. He had been scheming around just for this very moment. If his guess was correct, the simplest way for the luck goddess to eliminate all these people was to use her power of luck to manufacture misfortune to kill all these people. Something like this was what Chen Feng had done in the past. Although the amount of luck value required was much higher, it was astonishingly effective as well. This time, though, the luck goddess would be the unfortunate one. Chen Feng smiled as he mused about this. Time to reap our harvest. Chen Feng waved his hand lightly. Hum. A faint radiance flashed. No energy or aura appeared.
Rather, that odd and bizarre aura lingering among the air slowly and gradually swirled around before entered Chen Feng's body. He was absorbing the power of misfortune. 100 points, 101 points, 102 points. The pitifully low amount of misfortune power within him started increasing madly. This was something created using the godly power of the luck goddess. As such, a regular person would not dare touch it. However, when the power of luck was transformed into misfortune and was sent straight to the misfortune goddess, there was no longer anything Chen Feng needed to fear.
Shwa! Shwa! He absorbed madly.
His initial 100 points of misfortune power increased sharply, and in a single push, he gained an additional 50 points.
How powerful! All the resonators around exclaimed in admiration.
From their point of view, they only saw an odd power rippling over them and the surface of the lake going berserk. Next, Chen Feng had taken a single step forward and waved his hand lightly, and everything returned to normal. One could only say that he was indeed worthy of being the spokesperson of the luck goddess.
Strong.
Zhou Yi and the others exchanged glances and had twining smiles on their faces.
Luck. Misfortune. He.
Zhou Yi was incomparably delighted. If it was purely the power of luck, the misfortune goddess would be seeking her own death if she dared touch it. After all, the present luck goddess was way stronger than her.
However, that luck goddess had, in a truly unfortunate fashion, transformed her power of luck into misfortune.
Not only that, she had even sent the power of misfortune straight to Chen Feng.
This was truly amusing.
Zhou Yi laughed wildly inwardly.
It is truly unexpected that this is happening to you as well. Was there anything more delightful than the act of insulting his sworn enemy? Shwa.
The godly power rippled past several pasts. Yet each time, the lake was able to regain its calm.
Chen Feng waved his hand and calmly said, "Let's go."
All right.
Everyone was getting agitated. Suddenly, they felt like becoming followers of the luck goddess was indeed a nice thing.
Look, at least the environmental dangers would be reduced greatly, and they would also have a chance to become a trusted subordinate of the luck goddess in the future. Some of them had already started thinking of ways to extend their contracts of a god forever. In this chaotic era, it would be good if they could seek shelter under the umbrella of a powerful person. Alas, unknown to them all, the all-powerful umbrella they were all thinking of was presently sensing the changes at the salt lake with an unsightly expression.
Godly power of luck, gone.
Without any omens, without any sign of an enemy. Just like that, it was gone, as if her godly power of luck had vanished into thin air the moment it had made contact with that group of people.
Luck goddess was in a solemn mood. Is Zhou Yi already this strong?
The Zhou Yi of the past had been rather weak. However, it had been many years since any news about him had last heard. Furthermore, with his identity as the child of God, it would not be odd for him to suddenly become strong.
Shwa.
That surging aura from the group at the salt lake was quickly approaching her. The luck goddess sneered.
Courting death.
It had been way too long since she had last done anything.
Was this why these lowly servants had forgotten about the dignity of a god?
Perhaps this was the time to remind them.
Bang! A terrifying godly power surged out.
The power of luck bloomed. Without surprise, the moment the luck goddess activated her power of luck, the salt lake started trembling. Under the lake, numerous powerful existences seemed to be on the verge of emerging. In the sky, numerous blasts of thunder roared.
Numerous phenomena seemed to have appeared instantly. Again?
Everyone looked at Chen Feng instinctively.
Chen Feng waved his hand calmly. Calm. Hum.
A faint radiance rippled out. Coldly, Chen Feng returned the calm to this lake.
Everyone around exclaimed in admiration yet again.
With a snap of his fingers, he had eliminated the numerous phenomena here. This strength was truly excessively astonishing.
Everyone was filled with a sense of admiration. Little did they know that the calm-looking Chen Feng was inwardly ecstatic. Godly power. So much godly power.
He had originally been worried that he would have no way of absorbing godly power.
Surprisingly, the luck goddess was rather firm in her resolve to transform her godly power of luck into misfortune and send it to Chen Feng.
This was perfect.
Chen Feng grinned. My dearest spirit indeed.
However, he could not help but wonder why the luck goddess was still using her power of luck to create misfortune despite how little godly power she had.
Was there a trick somewhere?
Chen Feng contemplated shortly before arrived at a conclusion that shocked him so much his eyes went wide.
Holy shit, that can't be, right? He blanked. Could it be that the luck goddess was simply unaware of the more optimal method of using her power of luck? Chen Feng shook his head. No, this can't be true. She is the luck goddess, a deity.
When it comes to the operation of the godly power of luck, nobody can surpass her. Alas, the subsequent attacks were the same attacks of misfortune. This caused Chen Feng to revisit his conclusion. The luck goddess was truly unaware of the optimal method of using her power of luck. She was wasting her luck power.
However, how was this even possible?
She was the luck goddess.
She was a deity.
However, Chen Feng was able to deduce the real reason soon enough.
The explanation was rather simple.
During the primordial era, she'd always had boundless and endless godly power at her disposal. As such, she had not needed to consider efficiency, since her godly power had been inexhaustible. The only thing she had needed to consider was the might of her attacks. Therefore, the luck goddess had no idea about saving up godly power. This was also why the luck goddess and misfortune goddess were mortal enemies.
If the exhaustion of godly power was not taken into consideration, the domains of these two were totally overlapped.
Chen Feng was speechless at this. In his previous life on Earth, stuff like this had been a rather common occurrence as well. For example, a certain senior with a rather high income with nice cars and houses would frequently consult his junior when it came to the purchase of electronics. When asked why couldn't he buy those electronic products himself, the senior would say that he truly lacked understanding of these things and was afraid of the number of scammers online. Hearing that, the junior would help him select the electronic product with the best price. After they were done with the process, that senior would conclude that these poor fellows were the ones who knew more about life after all. Although they were so poor that they couldn't afford anything, they seemed to know about everything. After giving it some thought, Chen Feng felt like he was rather similar to the so-called poor fellows. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 720, Deduce. Chapter 720, Deduce. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Hua. Wave after wave of misfortune power rippled out. At this point, Chen Feng was already extremely certain that he was the extremely poor fellow who had learned of ways to save his godly power because the amount of godly power he had was way too low. As for the goddess, well, let's just say that she was indeed worthy of being a goddess. Chen Feng spread both his arms wide and took in all of the luck goddess's attacks. He welcomed the figurative whip of the luck goddess with his very body, absorbing the misfortune power within. Come. Let the storm intensify. Bang. Bang.
His godly power surged. The initially pitiful 100 points of misfortune power he'd had was now reaching 900 points, an increase of 9 times. This was quite a terrifying increase. After all, this was not luck value. Rather, this was pure godly power. Luck goddess. Chen Feng smiled as he mused that she was indeed his luck goddess. Hua. The misfortune was still coming without stop. Chen Feng led the group as they advanced smoothly. In a short period of time, they already traversed half the lake. At present, the luck goddess, who had unleashed 10 odd attacks, was dumbfounded. This development did not seem quite right. It would still have been acceptable if she had only failed to get them to fight among themselves. Now, even the disaster she had thrown their way had been stopped? Moreover, the luck goddess could not even sense the effects of what should have happened when her godly power of luck was used. The luck goddess was filled with doubt. What's going on? In this entire long life of hers, something like this had never happened. The luck goddess had a deep gaze. This Zhou Yi fellow, he has made such ample preparations for me? She guessed that to be the case, since as far as she was concerned, the only variable in this operation was Zhou Yi. At present, far away at the Salt Lake, Chen Feng had already seen through the luck goddess. Naturally, this time, what he had seen through was her mind, rather than her body, since he had already seen everything she had to offer long ago. What body? Zhou Yi asked as he heard Chen Feng muttering. Chen Feng coughed and answered, nothing. I am merely analyzing something. The two discussed in whispers. Do you know that even though the luck goddess is a deity and is incredibly powerful, she similarly has pitifully little combat experience, thanks to her very prowess, muttered Chen Feng. Moreover, she has never experienced failure. Zhou Ye's eyes shone as he heard this. You are saying? Chen Feng smiled toyingly. That's right. If this were a god with rich battle experience, the god would be able to determine the problem the moment the problem occurred, using their godly power, based on the god's past experience. Unfortunately, this is not something the luck goddess is capable of, since she has never failed before. In this long life of hers, her only failure was that one time when she was forced to perish together with all the other gods, Chen Feng guessed. That's right. Zhou Yi recalled the life of the luck goddess. Since birth, she had proceeded along smoothly. Nobody had been capable of competing with her. That had been acceptable, though, because she was, after all, the luck goddess. Therefore, she has no idea what the problem is right now. Moreover, she wouldn't guess that I am here as well. Chen Feng continued, however, the main reason for her ignorance is because she is unaware that the misfortune goddess has already awakened. Otherwise, she would be able to deduce the truth easily. Zhou Yi agreed. Despite her lack of experience, she was still an intelligent person. The moment she discovered some slight clues about the appearance of the misfortune goddess, she would easily be able to discover the truth of things.
Therefore, we need you to stand out, Chen Feng said with a bright pair of eyes. Zhou Yi was curious. Oh? Chen Feng nodded.
Among you guys who are hostile toward the luck goddess, you are the most influential person and the only person among the resonators here that she knows of. Zhou Yi was the descendant of a god, and only the descendant of a god would be worthy of being remembered by the luck goddess.
As for the others? What did they count for? Zhou Yi was doubtful. Are you certain that me standing out will be useful? He was very clear on his own strength.
Even though he had become stronger, it would still be impossible for him to reach a point where he could pressure the luck goddess.
Chen Feng shook his head. You only need to pretend you can.
As for the rest, the luck goddess will make up the explanations in her own head.
Make up. Zhou Ye's expression darkened.
So they still needed their enemy to make up some explanations to con herself about.
Chen Feng glanced at him and said, let me rephrase.
She will use her deductions to answer her own questions.
Does this sound better? Zhou Yi blanked, but he couldn't help but agree. Semantics.
Chen Feng curled his lips and said, don't worry.
The luck goddess does not only possess the power of luck. She is also very good at deduction.
After failing, she will start deducing based on the clues she has available, searching for a rational reason, the reason with the highest probability of being correct.
The result being you, Zhou Yi.
Chen Feng had a sharp gaze as he finished. He patted Zhou Ye's shoulder with his right hand.
Never forget, you are the descendant of a god. Bang! Boundless godly power surged out. That godly power was unique to Zhou Yi. The luck goddess in the forest instantly sensed this. Indeed. This is the aura of Zhou Yi.
Compared to the past, he has indeed gotten much stronger.
The luck goddess sank into contemplation. However, within that aura, apart from Zhou Ye's aura, another aura was mixed in. That was an aura that caused the luck goddess to feel extremely twitchy.
Zhou Yi, have you found something capable of countering me? The luck goddess guessed. Since Zhou Yi dared to come and kill her, he must have found something capable of countering her. Perhaps it was some power or divine tool. The luck goddess's killing intent surged.
Is this the source of your confidence? She did not fear Zhou Yi.
However, she did not wish to see this god's descendant arrive here carrying a tool capable of countering her, as at present, she was still too weak.
Hum.
Before her, radiance swirled about.
The awakening of the forest goddess was nearly complete.
At present, the only thing she could do was wait and destroy those annoying bugs.
Zhou Yi. The luck goddess made some deductions. Bang!
Once again, her surging power flooded the salt lake.
Here it comes. Chen Feng was overjoyed.
He had known that the luck goddess would definitely do this.
Bang! A terrifying power of misfortune descended. Seeing this, Chen Feng was incomparably happy. He had waited a long time for this very moment. You actually guessed correctly, Zhou Yi exclaimed in admiration. He knew that Chen Feng was the resonator of the misfortune goddess. However, he had never guessed that Chen Feng's understanding of the luck goddess would reach such a level, seemingly capable of reading her thoughts. How was this even possible? The luck goddess was, after all, a god.
Chen Feng merely smiled as a response.
He. It was only natural that he had a deep understanding of the luck goddess. One could say that his understanding of the luck goddess was way too deep. If spirit was the luck goddess, the newly birthed spirit back then had been the manifestation of the truest luck goddess, including how she thought.
As such, Chen Feng was way too clear how she would think.
Alas, that foolish girl.
Chen Feng sighed as he realized something.
What had the luck goddess proved by not knowing how to optimally use her godly power of luck? This proved that during her fusion with Spirit, Spirit had deleted from her memory the optimal usage of the godly power of luck she had learned from Chen Feng. Spirit had been aware of the situation Chen Feng would be in. She'd had no idea whether she would still be willing to protect Chen Feng after her recovery. As such, before the full fusion, when she had still been Spirit, she had deleted everything she had learned about using the godly power of luck, leaving a chance for Chen Feng. This was the only explanation for this. Spirit, I will not disappoint you. Even if this is a goddess. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. I will retrieve my spirit.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 721, Dark History of the Primordial Era. Chapter 721, Dark History of the Primordial Era. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Bang! Bang! An intense power of misfortune surged out.
At the salt lake, wind and rain interwove together, and the mirror-like lake cracked as tide shot up non-stop. In the sky, thunder roared and lightning flashed, seeming incredibly dreadful. Facing such a disaster, Chen Feng stepped forth and, under everyone's gaze of shock, like a little boat, Chen Feng intruded upon the calamitous world that seemed capable of turning heaven and earth upside down at any moment.
Bang! Bang! This guy. He really entered by himself. I can feel godly power seething within. This is a disaster.
Everyone's heart fluttered as they saw this.
Fear not.
He is the spokesperson of the luck goddess.
Yeah. Everyone recalled this. If it's the luck goddess. Bang!
The waves were as violent as ever.
Everyone gazed over expectantly.
In the midst of that terrifying environment, Chen Feng's small figure was akin to a tiny boat that could be destroyed at any moment, swaying about without stop. But it was this very swaying figure that stood tall without collapsing. The terrifying disasters, the astonishing phenomena, the violent godly power, not a single one could even touch him.
This. How powerful.
Worthy of being the spokesperson of the luck goddess indeed.
Looks like we have followed the correct person after all. Ha ha. Everyone was overjoyed.
The terrifying disasters of the lake had been blocked by him alone. At this time, within the chaos, Chen Feng was frantically absorbing the power of misfortune. The luck goddess's attacks were like a baptism to Chen Feng, who was accepting all the misfortune without stop.
Ultimately, calm returned to the lake once again.
The disasters vanished, and the sky became sunny and cloudless again. The reflection of the sky was visible on the lake's spotlessly white mirror-like surface, as if heaven and earth had joined together, leaving only a tiny crack behind.
On that crack stood Chen Feng, looking so very quaint when merged with his surroundings.
The disasters from earlier were like nothing but illusions.
It's over? I think so. The disasters were initially heading toward us. However, he stepped forward and instead ended those disasters.
I saw it clearly. In there, he was merely waving his hand around softly. With each wave, part of the disasters disappeared.
The luck goddess is already this powerful? How strong? Everyone was shocked. Worthy of being Chen Feng indeed. Huh, I thought his name was Wang Feng? One was his name during the primordial era, one is his present name. Oh, okay. Everyone accepted this explanation. In truth, this was quite an interesting alliance. Half of them were the supporters of the luck goddess, while the other half was the supporters of the misfortune goddess. Thanks to Chen Feng, both sides had joined together to protect, the luck goddess. With the disasters gone, the group of resonators started advancing once again. Regardless of whether they wanted to protect or eliminate the luck goddess, they were all presently overwhelmed by their emotions and filled with confidence in this operation, since the goddess they were supporting was powerful enough. At the same time, the luck goddess could still feel the aura that made her jittery. Zhou Ye's aura seemed to have become even stronger. Blocked yet again? She frowned. This abandoned son of a god had actually reached this level? Leading all the resonators, they were getting nearer and nearer to her. Looks like I have to think of something. The luck goddess focused her gaze. She had no idea her disasters had been absorbed by Chen Feng. However, after several failures, she was already aware that such methods were ineffective against Zhou Yi. Has he gotten a hold of some karma-defying divine tools? The luck goddess started guessing. If so, Shwa. Light swirled before her. The godly power of luck emanated out from her. Instantly, a myriad of possibilities appeared before her eyes. Machem, this one, then. Let everything stop here, the luck goddess said coldly. Shwa. A huge amount of the godly power of luck surged out. A terrifying aura started rippling out. At this point, the group led by Chen Feng had already traversed a large portion of the lake. They had initially been expecting more disasters to appear. Surprisingly, none had appeared. How smooth. There is no longer any danger. Is this thanks to Chen Feng as well? Ha, worthy of being the spokesperson of the luck goddess indeed. This feels way too good. No wonder so many people were willing to submit to the luck goddess during the primordial era. This feeling. Everyone was filled with excitement. This completely unobstructed manner of traveling truly felt too good. Chen Feng and Zhou Yi were the only ones that exchanged glances with a frown. You haven't been. Zhou Yi could not sense any godly power around Chen Feng. Chen Feng sighed. Nope. He had initially been looking forward to the free misfortune power. Unexpectedly, this luck goddess was able to react so speedily. It seemed like his absorption of misfortune would have to stop here. He checked the amount of misfortune he had accumulated, 1,800 points.
Somewhat higher than the initial pitiful 100 points the misfortune goddess had had.
Chen Feng was regretful. Too low. The misfortune goddess.
Since she had awakened from her serious injury and after spending countless years in recovery, she had only recovered 100 points.
This Chen Feng fellow had scammed over 1,800 points in such a short period of time, yet he was complaining that it was a low amount?
Chen Feng was all smiles as he comforted her. Calm down, it will all be yours sooner or later.
The misfortune goddess. Zhou Yi frowned. I'm afraid things will be troublesome now. He had never looked down on the luck goddess. If she had kept sending disasters their way, it would have been fine. This sudden calm instead caused his heart to be on alert. That's for sure.
Chen Feng curled his lips. I suppose she has already realized that normal methods will not work on us. As such, she is preparing to do something big.
Based on my understanding of her.
Chen Feng looked at the sky. Apocalypse?
No.
The disaster she had sent their way earlier had not been much different than an apocalypse. Thus, with how luck worked, only one possibility was left.
Chen Feng instantly understood.
Zhou Yi thought of the same possibility as well.
You are saying.
At this time, the alliance was still advancing carefully and was getting nearer to the forest. At present, the reflection of the forest could already be vaguely seen.
Suddenly. Bang!
Lightning filled the sky.
Chen Feng's heart trembled. Here it comes. Bang!
A huge claw ripped the sky apart, forcefully tearing apart the sunny and cloudless sky. From the opening, a giant fierce-looking creature slowly crawled out. It had a huge body reaching several hundred meters in length. On its body were dense scales, and a terrifying aura was being emanated out of it. Naturally, these were not the scariest aspects of this beast. When this giant creature appeared, when everyone got a clear look at it, everyone was truly shocked.
Their expressions sank. This is... A deafening howl resounded.
Howl, for the first time, the true appearance of that fierce giant creature was revealed.
Dragon. Everyone was alarmed. That's right. This here was a primordial dragon, Chen Feng was speechless. So you guys even had such life forms during the primordial era?
Zhou Yi gave Chen Feng an odd glance, wondering why Chen Feng would say that if he was from that era as well. However, looking at this terrifying dragon, he soon forgot his doubts.
Where else did the legends of dragons come from?
Zhou Yi answered with a bitter smile.
Chen Feng shrugged. I thought it was merely big lizards or something like that.
That is because, back then, during the primordial era, one particular dragon that was incredibly ugly committed a huge crime and was expelled from the dragon tribe. Unable to pass on its bloodline, that particular dragon raped a huge lizard, performing an act that was also known as the greatest disgrace of the primordial era. Subsequently, numerous weird lifeforms came into being, such as the so-called wyverns. Naturally, all these lifeforms are also known as fake dragons.
Chen Feng. What the hell? Such a dark piece of history exists? Chen Feng pointed. How about this dragon here, then? Naturally, this is a true dragon.
Zhou Yi smiled bitterly as he looked at the gradually approaching dragon. He could feel that this dragon had yet to recover to its peak. However, even without being fully recovered, it was already stronger than everyone here.
Bang! The primordial dragon descended.
A terrifying aura arrived together with the dragon. Almost immediately, two comparatively weaker resonators started coughing blood from the pressure emitted by the aura, almost dying then and there.
Zhou Yi had a solemn expression on his face. This time, I think we have truly encountered some huge trouble.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 722, See how I deflect a heavier force with a lighter force. Chapter 722, See how I deflect a heavier force with a lighter force. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
At the Salt Lake, Chen Feng and Zhou Yi were both staring solemnly at the primordial dragon.
Have you fought one of them before? Chen Feng asked with a sigh.
It is impossible for us to defeat one of them, not even in a lifetime. In the past, when we saw one of them, the only thing we were able to do was flee hastily to survive the encounter.
Zhou Yi was utterly distressed.
The primordial dragon was a unique race so powerful that they did not even fear the gods.
A life form like this. Why has it appeared here, then?
Chen Feng asked with a thoughtful look.
If this dragon was truly so powerful, why would it listen to the luck goddess? There was only one possibility.
Luck, Chen Feng and Zhou Yi said at the same time.
That's right.
In truth, the luck goddess wasn't particularly familiar with this dragon either. She had merely used her godly power of luck to create coincidences, enabling this dragon to appear right here and awaken right at this instant.
That was all there was to it.
This was something Chen Feng had often done. Unexpectedly, when the luck goddess was the one creating coincidences, something like this would appear. So much more powerful than I was, Chen Feng said with a bitter smile. See, the luck goddess had no need to even try saving up her godly power. Regardless of how efficient or optimal Chen Feng had been with controlling his luck value in the past, regardless of his tricks or techniques, he could not compare to the luck goddess's straightforward brutish method using her high amount of godly power. See, just like that, she had caused a primordial dragon to appear here.
However, if it was still due to luck, the release of the godly power of luck should be a one-off thing.
The goddess has already used her formidable godly power to enable this dragon to appear here.
However, this is where her influence stops.
If my guess is correct, the luck goddess will not micromanage her godly power to influence this primordial dragon, Chen Feng analyzed.
Why is that? Zhou Yi asked instinctively. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Why else?
Because our Lord Goddess simply does not know how to micromanage her godly power. Chen Feng could only answer, perhaps because she is of the opinion that it is unnecessary to do so.
Zhou Yi smiled bitterly. True.
The primordial dragons have rather bad tempers, especially when they are awakened during cultivation.
Their temper when they wake up is excessively bad. I suppose we will all die here. Howl.
The primordial dragon glared at them.
Their hearts chilled. It's over. PR. Primordial dragon. No, I don't want to face something like this. Run fast.
Some started fleeing in panic. As the dragon saw this, it flickered, and in a logic-defying manner, it quickly moved toward that person before chomping down on that person.
MHM. Cracking sounds could be heard as the dragon chewed on that person. Hiss. Everyone took in a deep breath in shock. Indeed, even a resonator could not even last a single instant within this dragon's mouth.
The gods had awakened, and now these primordial creatures had awakened as well.
The primordial would probably fully descend for real now. Chen Feng sighed. Dragon, luck. Shua. Godly power started seething around him.
That was the activation of his misfortune power. With the 1,800 points of misfortune he had, if he used them all to create a pseudo-luck effect, how powerful would it be?
He was quite curious. A faint radiance surged out. Zhou Ye's eyes widened. What are you doing? You are wasting your godly power.
We will never know without trying, Chen Feng said lightly.
Zhou Yi smiled bitterly. You are better off using that godly power to flee.
He had initially planned to flee together with Chen Feng. Although this dragon was powerful, if they all scattered and fled, they would still have a chance to survive. In the midst of escaping, Chen Feng's misfortune power would prove especially useful. This was what he had planned, yet unexpectedly, Chen Feng was actually wasting his misfortune power here, converting misfortune to luck, to contend against the luck goddess.
Good gracious! Had he forgotten how the luck goddess had suffered when she had converted her luck to misfortune against him?
All the misfortune had been absorbed by Chen Feng. And yet now he was converting his misfortune into luck against the luck goddess. This truly caused Zhou Yi to be speechless.
Chen Feng suddenly asked, are you familiar with the concept of deflecting a heavier force with a lighter force? 1. Zhou Yi was puzzled. No. What's that?
Chen Feng spoke calmly.
It's a martial arts technique from my hometown.
Through timely and precise manipulation of energy, one can deflect or redirect a heavier force using a lighter force. Well, in simpler terms, it is an art of leveraging.
Zhou Yi was still as confused. Leveraging? What's that?
You will know soon enough.
Chen Feng took in a deep breath.
He knew that the conversion of misfortune into luck would raise his exhaustion rate. He was also aware that this would not work well against the luck goddess. However, one advantage he held over her was that he was more skilled in the technical aspect of controlling luck. When the luck goddess manipulated luck, there was no skill involved. She brute-forced through everything. This was a chance for him, since, after exhausting a huge amount of godly power to get the dragon here, the luck goddess would no longer waste her luck power on this dragon.
The reason for that was simple.
If she continued using her luck to influence the dragon, the exhaustion rate would be too high, so high that the luck goddess could not afford it. As such, at such a time when the luck goddess wouldn't do anything, he could try converting his misfortune power into luck and see what he could accomplish with it. At a certain region in the west, a certain mountain range started collapsing. From within the mountain, a huge head stretched out slowly. The brownish color and the cracks on the head gave it a rather vicious appearance. Ka! Ka! Slowly, the head raised. Next, a huge body slowly separated itself from the mountain. Howl! A booming howl sounded. Behind this somewhat clumsy-looking body, a pair of wings unfurled. A terrifying aura surged, causing all the nearby lifeforms to shiver in fear. The aura of a dragon. These lifeforms had all sensed the existence of a legendary aura, the aura of a dragon. I am back. That head raised high up in the air, its eyes akin to lanterns. I am back. What, you all, oh me, hee hee. Chen Feng. A sonorous howl echoed everywhere. Shwa! He locked onto Chen Feng's aura before shooting forth. At this moment, Chen Feng's group's situation was getting more and more dangerous. Some of them were already fleeing, but doing this in front of the dragon seemingly ensured their own deaths. In a short half-minute, around 4 resonators had been killed. Everyone's hearts chilled at this sight. So where is your heavier force? Zhou Yi asked with a bitter smile. Chen Feng shook his head. No idea. His misfortune power was already fully exhausted. His 1,800 points of misfortune power, after the conversion, were roughly equivalent to only 300 points of luck power. MHM. Based on his estimation using the misfortune pen as the basis, 300 points of the godly power of luck were equivalent to 30,000 points of luck value. This amount was rather similar to what he had when he had summoned the apocalypse back then. Naturally, that time, what he had ultimately summoned had merely been the shadow of an apocalypse, rather than a true apocalypse that would destroy an entire planet. This time, though, his 30,000 points of luck value were all concentrated right here and, as such, should work better. Bang! Suddenly, the sky turned dark. Ah, shit. Chen Feng raised his head. Not again. The apocalypse he had summoned in the past had been rather outstanding, as it had helped him scare off everyone. However, he did not think a primordial dragon would fall for the same thing. However, right as Chen Feng thought that the apocalypse was going to appear, a booming howl resounded from the gloomy and dark sky. Chen Feng, hand over your life. Bang! The sky was ripped apart. A dragon as huge as a mountain appeared, radiating killing intent. Shwa! Everyone looked at Chen Feng uniformly. Another one? Zhou Yi looked at Chen Feng, astonishment on his face. So this was the so-called defeating a heavier force with a lighter force? No, this was more like defeating his very self. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 723, seems like it worked? Chapter 723, seems like it worked? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Zhou Yi looked at Chen Feng carefully. Have you forgotten about your disguise? This guy wasn't planning to kill himself, right? The effect of his luck power was to summon yet another dragon? Was one not enough? Now they had 2 here? Hold on. Suddenly, Zhou Yi recalled that when the new dragon had arrived, he had shouted, Chen Feng, hand over your life? You know this dragon? Zhou Yi asked as he looked at the mountain-like dragon. Chen Feng was utterly stupefied as well. Nope. Since when had he known this dragon? Chen Feng comforted Zhou Yi. Don't worry. Maybe my godly power has yet to come into effect. As for this dragon, it must either be a coincidence or something that slut luck goddess summoned. Zhou Yi. This did not sound convincing at all. Zhou Yi inhaled deeply. When will your godly power come into effect, then? He looked at these 2 dragons, feeling like he would die in the next second. Soon. I guess? Chen Feng guessed. He had initially believed that his power of misfortune would bring forth another dreadful creature to fight this dragon. Surprisingly, it had brought forth another dragon instead. Moreover, Chen Feng raised his head and looked at the new dragon, which was getting clearer and clearer. When he finally got a clear look at that dragon, he finally understood why that dragon knew him. Shit, Chen Feng cried out in surprise. Zhou Yi sighed. You finally remembered this dragon? Since the dragon had called out Chen Feng's name, they obviously knew each other. Chen Feng shrugged. Yeah. He had still been wondering when he had ever offended a dragon, but when he had finally gotten a clear look at the dragon's appearance, he had finally remembered who this fellow was.
Long Yu.
This was one of the so-called descendants of a dragon, the Long family.
What a distant memory.
Back then, when he had been still a weakling, he had once crossed paths with this fellow. If he remembered correctly, Long Yu had obviously died. Why was he still alive?
Furthermore, this body, and this aura.
He had actually transformed into a dragon for real. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Back then, the so-called descendant of a dragon and dragon bloodline had been berated endlessly by everyone, as everyone had been of the opinion that the Long family had gone crazy. There had also been that incident with the sea dragon blood.
Surprisingly, this fellow was still alive. Even more surprisingly, he had truly transformed into a dragon.
In short, one had to have a dream, regardless of how unlikely it seemed, in case the dream would come true.
What is the point of revising your memory at this time?
Zhou felt like choking Chen Feng to death right here. He was starting to regret making an agreement with this Chen Feng. Why in the world would the luck converted from the power of misfortune screw with the user himself? Was this the so-called defeating a heavier force with a lighter force? Oh. Chen Feng was truly at a loss for words this time. That was because his godly power was no longer seething, indicating that his luck had indeed worked. From how things looked, it seemed like his luck had indeed brought forth this dragon, Long Yu.
Why had this happened? Chen Feng was completely confused. Perhaps this Long Yu was not the Long Yu of the past? Even though there was a grudge between them, it was better than total strangers? That was possible. Hello, Long Yu, Chen Feng cheerfully greeted Long Yu.
Long Yu's killing intent surged.
Come and die. Bang! A dreadful power erupted. The terrifying might unique to dragons descended.
Immediately after his arrival, Long Yu charged at Chen Feng.
Shit!
Chen Feng was so shocked that he fled backward while trembling.
How he hates you. Zhou Yi and the rest inhaled deeply in shock.
This Chen Feng fellow was probably going to die here.
I have been looking for you for a long time.
Long Yu laughed sinisterly.
He, for me to become this, it is all thanks to you. He. Chen Feng laughed dryly. He, does this not count as your wish being fulfilled? Suddenly, Long Yu became agitated. Wish fulfillment? What do you know? This is completely unlike what I imagined. The dragon bloodline.
Ha, how could bugs such as you understand it? Long Yu appeared deranged and angry at the same time.
Bang!
Once again, he charged at Chen Feng. His mountain-like body started descending.
Not good.
The hearts of Zhou Yi and the rest thumped furiously.
Instinctively, they wanted to help Chen Feng.
But with great sorrow, they found that they couldn't help at all.
A dragon's speed and strength were too terrifying, a regular person could never hope to catch up.
And yet, surprising everyone there, just as Long Yu was about to reach Chen Feng, a terrifying power flashed past. Just like that, Long Yu's mountain-like body was smashed away.
Bang!
Long Yu smashed into the salt lake, nearly bleeding from the attack.
A furious roar resounded. Who?
Long Yu charged out of the salt lake, furious. In the sky, the primordial dragon that was even larger floated lazily. His huge head stretched out and gazed at Long Yu coldly.
Primordial dragon?
Long Yu trembled, as if he had seen something extremely horrifying. Earlier, when he had seen Chen Feng, his eyes had become bloodshot with anger and had not noticed anything else. This was especially true since the other dragon was so huge, like he was part of the topography rather than a lifeform. The primordial dragon regarded Long Yu coldly.
The salt lake sank into absolute silence. Hum.
The primordial dragon's eyes flickered with a faint surging power. After a long time, the primordial dragon's ice-cold eyes became even colder. He seemed to have finally seen through the body of Long Yu, seen through everything contained within. Gradually, the primordial dragon locked his gaze upon Long Yu.
Disgrace. Lizard.
Long Yu trembled. No, that's not the case. His body was only slightly smaller than the primordial dragon.
However, the terrifying aura unique to a primordial dragon was sufficient to plant fear in his heart. I am also a descendant of the dragons. I possess a true dragon bloodline. Long Yu explained anxiously.
Arg, a damnable old man transformed me into a damnable lizard.
Only after accidentally obtaining a primordial fragment when the primordial descended did I transform back into a true dragon. I am telling the truth. I truly possess the dragon bloodline.
And yet the primordial dragon ignored everything he said, merely staring at him coldly while repeating what he had said earlier.
Disgrace. Lizard. Obligated to kill. Bang.
Instantly, the primordial dragon raged.
Damn it.
Long Yu's expression changed as he sprung backward and fled in panic.
Howl. A dreadful dragon aura erupted.
And thus, two terrifying dragons left the Salt Lake, one at the front and the other behind it, leaving behind Chen Feng and others, bewildered.
Seems like it worked? Zhou Yi said thoughtfully. I guess so? Chen Feng was unsure as well.
His emotions today had truly been like a roller coaster ride, up and down.
Nevertheless, this incident with the dragon had finally ended.
Even if a few of them had died, the remaining resonators were still terrifying.
At the very least, they were terrifying enough for the present weakened luck goddess.
They all lifted their heads. Distantly, the forest was already within reach.
Go! Chen Feng commanded. Luck goddess, here we come.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 724, Scammer. Chapter 724, Scammer. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
At the forest's edge, when the dragon's aura vanished and the aura of Zhou Yi's group began to grow nearer and nearer, the luck goddess finally felt how serious this was.
That Zhou Yi was even capable of chasing the primordial dragon away? The luck goddess did not feel like that was possible. After all, that was a primordial dragon. She had once used a similar method to defeat her enemy. With her godly power of luck, a primordial dragon had appeared and treated Zhou Yi's group as the enemy. How could the dragon let them off? But even so, luck goddess had a feeling of unease in her heart. What in the world is going on? Hum. A faint godly power surged out. This forest's godly power was already recovering, indicating that it wouldn't be long before the forest goddess awakened. Luck goddess glanced over. This is somewhat troublesome. She could feel that the aura of Zhou Yi's group was getting nearer and nearer. From the chaotic mess of aura she was feeling, it was obvious that the quality wasn't too high. Nevertheless, godly power was still godly power. She had initially believed these people to be a chaotic group that was not worth her attention. Now that she looked at them, they seemed capable of advancing or retreating in an orderly fashion with zero internal strife. This was obviously a complete team. That Zhou Yi fellow had awakened way earlier. Was this what he had been focused on doing? How much do you hate me? It is a pity that regardless of how strong you guys are, you are all still mere resonators, the luck goddess said calmly. Perhaps, it was time to show them the true might of a god. Shwa! She softly pressed her hand to the ground. Her present godly power was still too weak. Earlier, to awaken the forest goddess and deal with Zhou Yi's group, she had already exhausted too much of her godly power. Despite that, let me first borrow some of your power, luck goddess muttered. Bang! A boundless forest power surged out. With the push from the godly power of luck, the forest goddess's power started surging out, enveloping the entire edge of the forest. Shwa! Shwa! The vegetation there started growing rapidly. Next, the entire forest edge was blockaded by numerous green branches, resembling a bird's nest. In the center of this bird's nest was a piece of green fruit that was glowing without stop. This was the forest goddess's core. Similar to the Fate Stone and Misfortune Pen, prior to her full awakening, the forest goddess was slumbering within this fruit. At present, with the manipulation of the godly power of luck, a hole appeared in that fruit. Next, a terrifying godly power started surging out of the fruit and entering the luck goddess's body. Green radiance flickered about. Luck goddess smiled. Excellent. Although borrowing the power of the forest goddess would cause the forest goddess's recovery to take longer, so long as she could deal with those annoying pests, everything would be fine. Shwa! Luck goddess gently waved her hand, causing the trees around her to tremble, weaving and swaying about in accordance with the tempo of her fingers. Luck goddess smiled. Ah! Zhou Yi. I will be waiting for you. Not far away, at the Salt Lake, Chen Feng and the rest were already at the edge of the lake. In front of them was a lush forest with a dense grouping of trees. Zhou Yi did not hesitate. Come, deal with it. Since even these trees had appeared, the luck goddess was definitely not far from them. Bang! The group charged forth and started trying to destroy these trees. Alas, they all suffered an intense backlash. Pooh! Someone coughed up a mouthful of blood, nearly dying then and there. Godly power.
This is the godly power of the forest goddess, he shouted in alarm.
Everyone else's expression sank as they heard this. Were they too late?
No, the radiance unique to the forest goddess had yet to appear. Furthermore, the luck goddess had no way of awakening the forest goddess in such a short period of time.
But in that case, what was up with the godly power here? Zhou Yi sneered. We will know after entering and taking a look. Understood.
The group was filled with a desire to do battle.
The damnable luck goddess, this moment had finally arrived. Hold on.
The group that had first signed the contract with Chen Feng suddenly felt like something wasn't right.
Are we not here to protect the luck goddess? Since we have already decided to become followers of the luck goddess, there is no need for us to enter, right?
Staying here is already sufficient.
It is not very nice for us to enter impudently, someone said. He had a feeling that something did not seem right. Looking at them, it did not seem like they intended to protect the luck goddess. Zhou Yi. Chen Feng.
True, he had nearly forgotten that in this group, there were some people that had been scammed by him.
These pitiful children were probably still clueless even now.
They had all innocently believed that this entire journey had been to offer protection to the luck goddess. Well, in any case, at least Chen Feng had told them one single truth: some despicable villains were trying to ambush the luck goddess, and this was their chance to perform a meritorious deed for the luck goddess, And thus, these fellows had, in order to get noticed by the luck goddess, established the first ever primordial resonator squad of the present era, and had all agreed to follow Chen Feng despite how difficult the journey had been.
And yet... Chen Feng spoke cautiously. May I tell you guys a little secret? They were immediately on guard. Suddenly, they had a bad premonition. What? Chen Feng shrugged. In truth, the luck goddess is already treating you guys as enemies.
Their eyes went wide.
What joke is this?
Chen Feng seemed to have realized something and said, Oh, right, I forgot to tell you guys. Along the way, all the dangers and enemies, and even that primordial dragon, were summoned by the luck goddess in order to stop our advance. I hereby thank you all for your hard work. I reckon by this point, she already feels an intense hatred toward all of us.
Chen Feng sighed.
They were all dumbstruck.
Hold on. Are you not her spokesperson? Gods would also hate their own spokesperson?
Chen Feng looked at them while smiling.
I used to be. Right now, I'm a free man and the spokesperson of the misfortune goddess.
The contract you guys signed earlier was her contract.
Everyone's expression sank. What?
After pouring their senses into their respective contracts to sense the godly power within, their expressions changed greatly.
Just as Chen Feng had said, this damned godly power was indeed the godly power of misfortune. It was no wonder that all their doubts from earlier could now be answered.
They also understood why this mortal enemy of the luck goddess, Zhou Yi, had agreed to Chen Feng's contract.
This damnable Chen Feng. Everyone was furious. You dare trick us all?
They had initially believed that, by following the luck goddess, they would be joining the strongest primordial camp. Never had they imagined that the beautiful future they had dreamed of had been a lie all along.
Bang!
Killing intent surged out as their eyes gleamed coldly.
So what if they had all signed the contract?
As per the contract, it would only stay active here in this place. Otherwise, they would have never agreed to sign it in the first place. The moment they left this place, everyone already had their gazes locked on Chen Feng.
Chen Feng did not seem to be the least bothered by them. Calm down.
You guys are all mortal enemies of the luck goddess now.
Moreover, you guys even signed the contract of the misfortune goddess. I have a question. Do you guys intend to offend both the luck goddess and misfortune goddess? Chen Feng calmly finished, I don't quite care either way.
As the rest heard this, their hearts chilled.
Misfortune. What would happen if one offended both the luck goddess and misfortune goddess at the same time?
The mere thought caused them all to tremble in fear. It was with utmost grief that all these resonators that had intended to hold Chen Feng responsible realized that even though they knew the truth, they had no choice but to remain in this trap laid out by Chen Feng.
What a scammer!
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 725, Already Unrivaled. Chapter 725, Already Unrivaled. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Make up your mind yet?
Chen Feng was rather pleased with how they were behaving. Truly worthy of being resonators, as even their capability of acceptance was higher than ordinary people's. Everyone was remaining silent.
Well, let us start our work, then. Chen Feng was in high spirits. This barrier of trees. Zhou Yi sneered. Let us deal with it. Since they were intending to fight the luck goddess, how was it possible for them to have come without any preparations? Schwa.
A faint fluorescent powder flashed out of Zhou Yi's hands. The powder drifted through the air before suddenly transforming into a raging inferno that swallowed the entire tree barrier.
Slowly but surely, the huge bird's nest darkened, then transformed into ashes and smoke. Bang!
The flame raged. The tree barrier was not the only thing that was destroyed, as even half the forest's edge was transformed into ruins.
How powerful, Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. Zhou Yi appeared proud. That is only natural. This is the godly power of my father. With a single spark, a much larger portion of the forest godly power could have been destroyed. Chen Feng's eyes flashed. Do you have more of it? Zhou Yi's expression dimmed. No. This is all I have left. Otherwise, why would I be worried about the awakening of the forest goddess? Chen Feng was speechless. True. Back then, it was precisely because my father's godly power was so much of a counter to the forest goddess that the damnable luck goddess decided to kill him. Zhou Yi's hatred was overflowing. Chen Feng gained understanding. So this was the case. So this grudge originated in the primordial era. Schwa. A cool breeze swept past, sweeping away all the ashes. A rather sinister-looking forest was revealed. Half of it was lush and green, the other half in ruins. Zhou Yi and the rest were in the ruined half, while the other half was glowing with a seemingly boundless radiance. Hum. A green radiance flickered. Be careful. Everyone increased their vigilance. Zhou Yi, a faint voice resounded, seeming to have arrived from the distant horizon. Suddenly, Zhou Yi's eyes gleamed coldly. Luck goddess. Each of them had different reasons for hating the luck goddess. Presently, they all had surging battle intent. Initially, they had only hoped to prevent the awakening of the forest goddess. However, due to Chen Feng's appearance, due to the misfortune goddess, they were now planning to slay a god. Perhaps, this would be their only shot. As for the other half of the resonators, they all felt bitter and somber. They had no choice but to provide support to these enemies of the luck goddess, since they now had no other options. Luck goddess stared at one of them in astonishment. Xiaohua, I can't believe you are part of this as well. If she remembered correctly, this fellow was the spokesperson of a certain god with a rather amicable relationship with her. Why had he gotten mixed up with these people? Xiaohua. Without a doubt, this Xiaohua was one of Chen Feng's scam victims. Sorry, Lord Goddess. Xiaohua's gloomy gaze swept across Chen Feng and sighed. This is hard to explain in few words. Luck Goddess followed his gaze and looked over. Even if that person had been hiding behind everyone, despite his lowered head, Luck Goddess was still able to recognize him with a single look. Luck Goddess was somewhat astonished. Chen Feng. Chen Feng had no choice but to walk out of the crowd. Hey, long time no see. This guy really knows the Luck Goddess? Everyone was stunned. They had initially believed that Chen Feng had been telling them pure lies. The Luck Goddess felt her head aching. Is there a need for this? Chen Feng's relationship with her was too unique, rendering her incapable of both killing and sparing him. Chen Feng spoke lovingly. Even if you sealed your emotions toward me, your body will remember it. At this, the Luck Goddess's expression darkened as the memory of the time when she had been dragged into the black room by Chen Feng surfaced. That innocence from back then, the innocence of a first love, was seemingly still lingering about her heart. As for the others around them, they were thoroughly dumbfounded. Hold on, this script did not seem to be playing out like they had imagined. Chen Feng's scam victims were all watching on expectantly, waiting for the plot to develop in a similar direction as a famous movie, Primordial Heat. This movie had been famous during the Primordial era, as even back then, watching these movies that only required 2 or 3 people to create with their abilities had been a rather popular pastime as well. As for Zhou Yi's group, their expressions darkened. The relationship between these two. Could it be? Holy shit, they wouldn't be suddenly affectionate after a quarrel, right? If that really happened, then it would be way too excessive. Did these two truly think they were the characters in Primordial Heat? Fortunately, the Luck Goddess was not moved by Chen Feng. She looked at him coldly. I am the one who spared your life. Chen Feng shrugged. I know. Therefore, this time, I will spare your life as well. The Luck Goddess's killing intent surged. You are courting death. She finally realized that this Chen Feng fellow was truly an annoying person.
If she allowed him to remain alive, he might continue creating problems, or maybe he'd start shooting his mouth off, talking all sorts of nonsense. Shortly afterward, the luck goddess decided that she might as well get this over with rather than prolonging the agony. She would directly kill Chen Feng here. Even if she would be pained by it in the future, even if she would regret this in the future, she would deal with this right here. Bang! The luck goddess's terrifying power started rippling out. Chen Feng's gaze was sharp. Here she comes. They started fighting. Zhou Ye's group heaved a sigh of relief. That's right, this was how the plot should develop. Go! Zhou Yi barked. Next, 30-odd resonators, each with a unique godly power, surrounded the luck goddess. Alas, horrifying them all their powers vanished into nothing. They had all failed their resonance. They were all horrified. How is this possible? With the godly power of the luck goddess, she is capable of transforming any probability into 0%, which also applies to all your abilities, Chen Feng reminded them. They were all alarmed when they heard this. Generally speaking, the release of powerful abilities would not have a 100% success rate, as there would always be a slight probability of failure. As for the luck goddess, with her unique godly power, she had crippled half their combat strength right off the bat. So we can only use abilities with a 100% success rate? Zhou Yi asked quickly. When using basic abilities, their success rate would definitely be 100%. Chen Feng spoke coldly. No. Continue using abilities that are affected by probability. The luck goddess has limited godly power remaining. Since she is willing to waste her godly power to change all probabilities to 0, let her continue the exhaustion. I am curious as to how much longer she can last. Understood. Zhou Yi and the rest understood the plan. Bang! Bang! Numerous terrifying godly powers bloomed before vanishing into nothingness like fireworks. Chen Feng. In truth, the scene playing out truly appeared rather humorous. A bunch of people were surrounding the luck goddess and shooting numerous godly powers at her. All the powers landed on her, but none were able to hurt her, since all the godly powers collapsed the moment they landed on her. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. After more than 10 times, everyone had already exhausted a huge portion of their godly power. When they noticed that the luck goddess still had a toying smile on her mouth, they realized that something was wrong. The luck goddess seemed to still have a lot of godly power remaining. Chen Feng frowned. This is not possible. It was impossible for the luck goddess to have so much godly power remaining. If she truly had so much, she would have been able to easily kill all of them even when they had been on the salt lake. Why would she have needed to slowly send attacks toward them in waves? And yet, right now, Chen Feng looked at the luck goddess before shutting both his eyes. Suddenly, a pensive look appeared on his face. There, behind the luck goddess, from the lush forest, he sensed a surging godly power. This power was unique to the forest goddess. Chen Feng was startled. You are absorbing the godly power of the forest goddess. It was no wonder that she still had so much godly power to spare. The present forest goddess had yet to recover. With the luck goddess absorbing her godly power in this manner, the forest goddess would definitely suffer a great loss, one she would require countless years to recover from. And if all her godly power was exhausted by the luck goddess, even if she did awaken, she would be no different than a cripple. How ruthless. All of them were alarmed. They had initially believed that the luck goddess was only ruthless toward her enemies. Surprisingly, she was also ruthless to those on her side. With this, after awakening, the forest goddess would have no choice but to forever stay a subordinate of the luck goddess. Zhou Yi was not surprised at all. How else did she gain a reputation for being shameless? Poof. The luck goddess swept her gaze past them coldly, not even interested in offering an explanation to these bugs. A faint godly power started emanating from her hands. Bang! Instantly, Zhou Yi and the rest were heavily injured. That's right. Without using any abilities, nearly a shockwave of luck power was sufficient to heavily injure all of them. Zhou Yi and the rest were alarmed. How is this possible? Indeed. Chen Feng did not find this surprising. It was as he had guessed. When the godly power of luck reached a certain amount, it was almost unrivaled. Doing something like forcing one's consciousness or physical body to mutate negatively would be way too simple. Even Chen Feng had been able to easily deal with 4 resonators using luck back then, let alone the luck goddess. At present, the luck goddess was unrivaled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 726, New Trick. Chapter 726, New Trick.
Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. This won't do.
Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. The godly power of luck was way too powerful. If this was allowed to continue, only death would await them. As his thoughts reached this point, his gaze swirled around, skipping past the luck goddess and landing on the forest behind her. There, a faint radiance was glowing, seemingly calling upon something.
Was that the godly power of the forest goddess? Chen Feng thought of something. Give me some time, Chen Feng whispered to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi clenched his teeth. Understood. Shua.
With a flash, Chen Feng dashed into the forest. Get your ass out here, the luck goddess shouted as godly power surged out of her hands. She was aware that Chen Feng wasn't too strong. However, due to their unique relationship, as far as she was concerned, Chen Feng's presence was akin to a bright lamp.
He thought he could enter the forest without being noticed by her? How was that possible? Bang! Godly power poured out. With a wave, the luck goddess hurled her godly power at Chen Feng. Bang! A loud boom resounded. When the dust cleared, it could be seen that Zhou Yi had blocked the attack on behalf of Chen Feng. Pooh! He started coughing blood, but he did not seem to care as he curled his lips. Even if you are the luck goddess, aren't you being somewhat egotistical by trying to attack Chen Feng while fighting all of us at the same time? He.
The luck goddess glanced over and noted that Chen Feng had smoothly entered the forest. She knew that Chen Feng wasn't particularly strong, but she held an innate vigilance toward everything pertaining to him. As such, she was immediately on guard as she vowed to not allow Chen Feng to act recklessly within the forest.
Shua! Once again, the godly power of luck surged out.
If she could not kill Chen Feng with a direct attack, she might as well use her foundational ability, luck.
Shua! A faint radiance flashed out.
Next, multiple powerful and terrifying radiances appeared from the void and directly landed on Chen Feng's body.
Bang! A bright explosion followed.
Immediately after, Chen Feng discovered in stupefaction that he had suddenly gained a huge amount of misfortune points.
Oh!
He had used up quite an amount of misfortune points earlier and had still been worrying about his lack of misfortune points. Surprisingly, this luck goddess was so kind to hand over a huge amount of misfortune points to him just like that. Evidently, the luck goddess had once again converted luck into misfortune to deal with Chen Feng. Worthy of being my beloved spirit indeed, Chen Feng muttered. His gaze swirled around as he continued searching the forest. Following the trails of the godly power of luck, he finally found the source of her godly power.
Somewhere within the forest was a glowing fruit. Chen Feng's eyes shone. So it was you. Bang! Bang! Wave after wave of attacks arrived from the luck goddess.
As a result, Chen Feng's misfortune points increased from 20 points to 50 points, 80 points, 100 points, 200 points, increasing at a speedy rate. It was at this point that the luck goddess felt that something wasn't right.
What's going on? Why were her attacks ineffective against Chen Feng? Why?
She was way too clear on how strong Chen Feng was. She was also incredibly clear on the abilities Chen Feng had, even more clear than Chen Feng himself. That was why she did not fear him. She was clear that all the miracles Chen Feng had ever created had been reliant on luck. Essentially, all his accomplishments were thanks to her. The luck goddess took pride in this and was aware that it was because of this that, as Chen Feng had lost his luck aura, he was now nothing. This had always been her opinion.
Yet why were luck attacks completely ineffective against him? Why? Had Chen Feng gained immunity since he used to own luck aura? Or perhaps spirit, or more accurately, she herself, had deliberately done this before her emotions had been sealed? This was what was giving the luck goddess a feeling of discomfort. She did not fear Chen Feng, nor did she fear any enemies. However, she could clearly feel that a portion of spirit's memories had been erased prior to the fusion. Before she had fused with the other her, part of her memory had been deleted. What were the contents of the deleted memories? An uncensored version of their life in the Black Room? She had no idea. Was it related to Chen Feng's immunity to her luck? She was clueless. Perhaps Spirit had been afraid that she would directly kill Chen Feng after the fusion. Therefore, she had altered Chen Feng's constitution. That was quite probable. The luck goddess sighed at the thought of being set up by herself. Bang! The bright explosions around her continued. The attacks of Zhou Yi and the rest intensified. Although none of the attacks were effective, the sudden change in tempo caused the luck goddess to further increase her vigilance. She gazed into the distance and noted that Chen Feng had discovered that fruit, the core of the forest goddess. Luck goddess smiled. So this is your goal?
Getting Zhou Yi's group to tangle with her while he himself rushed in, making use of his immunity to luck, all this to put a check on her godly power? How ridiculous. That was the forest goddess they were trying to check here. Is it thanks to this thing here? Chen Feng could clearly feel the unending supply of godly power from this fruit. How should one describe this fruit? It looked like a coconut that had had a straw stuck in it by the luck goddess, who was presently sucking out godly power without stop. Chen Feng could clearly see godly power surging out of the small hole without stop and then flowing into the luck goddess's body. Splendid. So long as this absorption was stopped. Chen Feng tried blocking the flow with something. The godly power continued to flow. In fact, the connection between the luck goddess and this fruit was an illusory link that was immune to normal interferences. Luck goddess shook her head and sneered. Idiotic human. Can the likes of you even hope to understand the might of a god? Bang! Her godly power erupted, and instantly, 2 resonators received grave injuries. They could no longer hold on. Bang! Bang! Chen Feng tried numerous methods capable of blocking auras but still failed to stop the outflow. He got so annoyed that he decided to directly destroy this fruit. Damn it! Sorry, forest goddess. Since he couldn't stop the luck goddess's absorption, he had no choice but to destroy this fruit. Unknown to him, the luck goddess's face still held the same toying expression. Bang! Chen Feng smashed down resolutely. Ka! A crisp sound echoed, but the fruit suffered no damage. The luck goddess shook her head. How stupid. If the core of a god could be destroyed so easily, they would have died countless times in the past. It seemed like she had indeed overestimated Chen Feng. Without luck value, he was indeed not worthy of her attention. Let us end this, luck goddess said with a calm expression. A mighty godly power erupted. Bang! Zhou Yi looked at Chen Feng with a bitter smile. Is this your plan? Earlier, Chen Feng had worn an expression of absolute confidence, causing everyone to believe that he had a special technique capable of stopping this battle. Unexpectedly, this was his so-called plan? Wasn't it common sense that the core of a god could not be destroyed? This Chen Feng fellow. By this point, they were already speechless. To send Chen Feng into the forest, they had exhausted all their energy. The luck goddess's next attack was already underway. It seemed like they would die for real this time. Bang! The godly power descended. Their hearts chilled. It's over. As for the luck goddess, with a sneer on her face, she prepared to kill them all. However, at the last moment, she instinctively glanced over at Chen Feng and was instantly shocked by what she saw. Her expression changed greatly. Chen Feng, what are you doing? Everyone else looked over as well. There, above the indestructible fruit, a pen-shaped thing had been taken out by Chen Feng. Next, he aimed the pen at the hole in the fruit, then inserted the pen. Plop! A familiar inserting sound could be heard. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 727, I heard that you gods can also do that. Chapter 727, I heard that you gods can also do that. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Everyone was dumbfounded. What are you doing? This was Zhou Yi's first reaction. Had this guy gone crazy? What was the point of poking the forest goddess? However, he soon reacted to what truly mattered. Why in the world was Chen Feng even able to insert into that pen? This was the core of a god, which could also be known as a divine tool. Zhou Yi glanced over and confirmed that Chen Feng had truly inserted the pen into the fruit. How was this possible? Zhou Yi was thoroughly dumbstruck. As for the others around him, they were similarly stupefied. Evidently, none of them had recovered from the shock. As for the luck goddess, she wasn't any better off than the others. One ought to know that even the luck goddess herself was incapable of dealing any sort of damage to the forest goddess's core. Even for her, she had to use her godly power of luck to influence the fruit into naturally generating a small hole by itself so that she could absorb the forest goddess's godly power. The core of a god was, for all intents and purposes, indestructible. Yet this Chen Feng had forcefully inserted something into one such core. She glanced over and noted that the hole she had created was extremely tiny, whereas the pen Chen Feng was holding was comparatively larger than the hole. Just like that, this pen had been forcefully inserted into the fruit. This scene. Zhou Yi and the rest trembled when they saw it. Suddenly, they felt like coming here with Chen Feng was no different than courting death. Indeed, they had been hostile to the luck goddess since the primordial era. However, they had still maintained respect toward the other gods. But now, it seemed like Chen Feng had done irreversible damage. One did not need to be a genius to figure out that once the forest goddess awakened, none of them would be let off.
Everyone's heart chilled. Chen Feng, screw you. Luck Goddess was almost infuriated into insanity. You, what are you doing?
Chen Feng curled his lips.
Sealing your source of godly power.
No, this is blasphemy toward a god. The Luck Goddess was so furious that she started shuddering. She had never seen a person dare to insult a god in such a manner. This Chen Feng fellow clearly lacked even the smallest amount of respect toward gods.
What was she supposed to tell the forest goddess in the future?
Although the forest goddess had yet to awaken, her consciousness was definitely there.
When she finally woke up, the Luck Goddess was collapsing emotionally as she imagined the consequences. At this moment, Shwa!
Light swirled around.
The link of godly power between the forest goddess and the Luck Goddess was finally severed.
Chen Feng had indeed sealed the godly power of the forest goddess with a single pen. Chen Feng appeared pleased.
See, it works. With the link severed, the Luck Goddess would not have much godly power to spare.
So long as they defeated her, they would be able to smoothly retreat afterward.
Zhou Yi and the rest merely laughed dryly. He 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 he.
Indeed, with this, they would be able to deal with this Luck Goddess. Alas, in the future, another god, the forest goddess, would be hostile toward them.
It was all because of this damned Chen Feng, but what's the point of thinking about it so much?
Chen Feng glared at them, then pointed at the Luck Goddess.
Grab her. Bang! Everyone shot forth. You dare? The Luck Goddess was furious.
Unfortunately, at present, she didn't have much godly power. She was only able to resist for a short period of time before being seized. Finally, they had achieved their goal in coming here.
Zhou Yi was emotional. Finally, the time has come to settle my grudge.
Chen Feng flashed a wide smile as he looked at them.
How does it feel?
The only existing god at present has been captured by you guys.
Hee hee, don't you guys feel like you are the elites of this era?
As the rest heard this, they were in high spirits.
Indeed, that was true. After all, they had captured a god alive.
Zhou Yi was still able to maintain his calm.
So how should we deal with her? Everyone looked at the Luck Goddess. Kill?
The Luck Goddess sneered, and her icy cold voice resounded, hee hee.
I am a god, undying and inextinguishable.
Even if I fall to slumber here yet again, when I wake up in the future, I will be able to regain what I have lost.
Do not think that since it will be many years in the future, it will have nothing to do with you guys. I know a lot of gods, and they have numerous powerful abilities capable of dragging you guys back. At that time,
I shall have my sweet revenge. As the rest heard this, their hearts chilled.
Shit.
Even Zhou Yi felt his scalp tingling. They had hated this Luck Goddess for way too long. Perhaps each of them had, in fact, been of the opinion that this mission would not succeed and thus had not thought of a method to deal with her should they succeed. Even when talking about it in passing, they had simply said that they would kill her.
But now, how should they kill her? How could they? Everyone looked at Chen Feng. After all, this operation was led by him. What do you plan to do?
Chen Feng did not hesitate.
I want her to die. Zhou Yi.
Holy shit, hatred born from love is indeed scary. For people like them, their grudge had persisted for so long time itself had diluted their feelings toward it. Rather, it was this Chen Feng here who wanted to kill the Luck Goddess due to the stupid melodramatic relationship between him and her. However, this was a god he was thinking of killing here. The gods had all died during the primordial era, yet here they were, alive again.
The only exception was.
Everyone looked over at Zhou Yi as their thoughts came to this point. Zhou Yi's father was also a god, yet he had been killed for real, not leaving any trace of his existence behind. It is very troublesome to accomplish, Zhou Yi said with a bitter smile. To truly erase a god, even a single god, requires the joint effort of a huge number of gods. This feat is simply impossible for a regular person.
Everyone sank into silence. They looked at the tied-up Luck Goddess and blanked. In short, even after capturing her, they were still helpless against her? Zhou Yi looked at Chen Feng. You two are rather familiar with each other, right?
Chen Feng had a melancholic look on him.
Yeah.
However, she sealed off her emotions from that period, keeping only the memories. As such, she no longer cares about me now.
Zhou Yi. Fine, gods are indeed capable of anything.
And thus, here at the edge of the forest, Chen Feng and the other resonators stared at the luck goddess, anxiety plastered all over their faces. By the side was a fruit with a pen inserted into it. What a beautiful scene.
Do you have any ideas? Chen Feng asked the misfortune goddess. Alas, even the misfortune goddess could not think of anything.
The act of erasing a god required extremely unique methods, and excessively harsh conditions would have to be fulfilled as well. With just Chen Feng and these resonators here, it was impossible. Chen Feng curled his lips.
Is it really so hard? Zhou Yi smiled bitterly.
Of course. I am not too clear on how to erase a god.
However, I happen to know of a certain requirement. To erase a god, first you must kill all of the god's believers. Chen Feng was utterly dumbstruck. All the believers? What kind of joke was that? This was the luck goddess. Even in his previous godless world, a bunch of people had still believed in luck and would try anything to get better luck, let alone this world, this era, where gods existed for real. Chen Feng was sure that in this world, there was definitely a huge number of people silently praying for good luck. At the very least, this applied to those producers at the Gene Production Association, since luck played a huge role in gene production. Hence, if one wanted to erase the luck goddess, one would have to first kill half of all existing life forms?
Zhou Yi shrugged. That is truly one of the requirements for erasing a god. To truly erase a god, the most basic requirement is to cause the god to have no believers. Naturally, we do not even need to kill the god. We only need to ensure the god will have no believers, even for a single instant.
That would be sufficient. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. How is that even possible, though? If it was any other god, fine. But this was the luck goddess.
Zhou Yi smiled bitterly. This is why she was able to become one of the strongest gods in existence back then. Because she is undying.
Is it truly so hard to kill a god?
Chen Feng muttered as he regarded the luck goddess in front of him. Maid training would most probably not work, since he had already attempted it with spirit in the past.
How about other methods?
The luck goddess wore a look of disdain and sneered as she regarded this group of pathetic people.
He. How could slaying a god be so easy?
This was especially true when the ones attempting were simply a group of resonators that had yet to even fully recover their own strength in the first place. This mission of theirs was nothing but a joke. However, when she saw Chen Feng's gaze, the gaze of someone harboring evil designs, her heart thumped. Suddenly, Chen Feng spoke.
Zhou Yi. You are the descendant of a god, right? Zhou Yi nodded. Chen Feng had a faint smile as he asked, in short, gods can make babies as well? The luck goddess's eyes went wide. What was this guy trying to do?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 728, Betrayal. Chapter 728, Betrayal. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
What are you thinking of doing? The luck goddess asked, her eyes wide. Chen Feng pondered shortly and said, I am considering an extremely serious question.
You can seal your emotions. You can also erase your memories. But if you have a child, I reckon you won't kill your own child, right? The luck goddess trembled.
Zhou Yi and the rest were so shocked that they shivered upon hearing this.
Holy shit! What was this guy thinking of doing? Zhou Yi trembled. Do not act recklessly.
At this point, he was already regretting his decision to follow Chen Feng here.
Shortly after inserting the pen into the forest goddess, her core, Chen Feng was now planning to do a proper insertion, one with the luck goddess?
Everyone felt their lips go dry. They were all from the primordial era.
They were all aware of how terrifying that era had been.
Each of them had a clear idea of how powerful gods were. As such, when it came to gods, even if the god was an enemy, they would still feel an innate fear.
Yet this Chen Feng did not seem to know fear.
Zhou Yi smiled bitterly. You will create a huge mess if you insist. Just imagine the scene where, during the primordial era, if the almighty and noble gods found that one of them was raped in such an insulting manner.
What would the other gods think about this? Even gods hostile to the luck goddess would not let the offender off. This was not simply an act of offending the luck goddess alone.
Rather, this was an act of provoking all the gods in existence.
Zhou Yu advised Chen Feng earnestly. Chen Feng felt regretful. I truly can't do it? No, you can't.
Zhou Yi tried his very best to stop Chen Feng. He was truly worried that Chen Feng would go and do the luck goddess due to his lack of consideration. Holy shit, he had heard before that the single guys of this era were very scary. However, he had never expected that the scariness of these single guys could reach this level, that they dared even think of doing it with a god. Chen Feng nodded regretfully.
Fine.
He had no choice but to agree to this, since even the misfortune goddess within him was frantically trying to stop him from creating a huge mess. Chen Feng curled his lips.
What cowards! Why would they have so much consideration for an enemy? The misfortune goddess.
At this point, even the misfortune goddess regretted her choice in selecting Chen Feng. She kept feeling that this fellow's brain was filled with troublesome ideas, as he would always thought of numerous despicable schemes.
Was he not worried that, one of these days, his own schemes would be the cause of his death?
Finally, after being persuaded from many sides, Chen Feng gave up on this idea he had deemed perfect.
Do not worry.
I was merely joking, Chen Feng said with a wide smile.
He.
The others all laughed dryly, not buying what he said.
What else can we do, then?
Chen Feng asked as he looked over at the luck goddess.
At this point, the luck goddess was getting panicky.
She was a god, one who dared to face anyone, even other gods. Her dignity as a god would not allow her to submit to anyone. Even in death, she would still remain the noble luck goddess. Therefore, even after being captured, she had no fear whatsoever.
However, this Chen Feng here was the sole exception.
She was truly anxious, as she had noticed that as far as this Chen Feng was concerned, she was no god. Rather, she was a sweet lamb waiting for slaughter. For him to even think of making babies with her, she wondered what other bad ideas he would come up with. Suddenly, she recalled something. It was no wonder that Chen Feng came up with such ideas. He was from a different world. His mindset had been forged from his lives in two worlds. Even back then, when they had still been together, Chen Feng had already been filled with such despicable ideas. However, at that time, Chen Feng had still been trying to stay on the side of justice and had kept his despicable schemes somewhat in check.
Yet now, when she took away all his strength, Chen Feng seemed to have joined the dark side? Chen Feng, I admit that it was my bad.
Before leaving, I shouldn't have drawn out all your strength.
Look, you guys can't kill me anyway. Why don't we forget about it? You guys let me go, and I promise to never seek revenge for this.
I can even sign a contract of gods.
I will give you guys a perfect ending for this incident. The forest goddess and the other gods. I will not try to awaken them anymore. What do you think? Yes, Zhou Yi and you guys. I know I owe you guys a lot.
The things that happened back then, I will compensate you guys for after I regain my godly power.
Ample compensation will be given, ensuring you guys or even your descendants can stay ahead of everyone else. How about this?
After all, even if you guys kill me now, it will be pointless, the luck goddess said.
They exchanged glances, somewhat tempted. True, why had they stayed hostile with the luck goddess for so many years? Hatred? Against a goddess that would not die, what could they do about their hatred?
As for those who had merely inherited their hatred from a previous generation, time had erased the hatred, leaving behind nothing but a habit of staying hostile to the luck goddess. And now, the luck goddess being willing to apologize and even compensate them was sufficient for them to settle for peace. I am willing to sign a contract of gods.
The luck goddess had fully admitted defeat.
Perhaps in the future, she would still remain a noble and almighty god. However, the moment she signed the contract, she would no longer be able to do anything toward these people here. Rather, she would be forced to protect them instead. I want everyone, and their descendants, to live good lives without encountering any hiccups, Zhou Yi said solemnly. Done, luck goddess agreed without hesitation. For others, this would be a difficult request.
However, for the luck goddess, this was simple.
Zhou Yi shut his eyes.
Good.
He knew that this was the only way that they could end this incident. He was still feeling indignant, but everyone here had people they cared about. He was the only one here without any relatives or people to care for.
As such, what was the point in staying stubborn?
In any case, these were the people who had survived through the primordial era with him. It was about time he stopped dragging them down. Perhaps the time had come for him to let go of the grudge involving his father.
Zhou Yi reached a decision. Then, let us sign the contract, he said. The luck goddess was overjoyed. Good.
She found this contract insulting. However, so long as she signed it, she would be free of Chen Feng.
Chen Feng was feeling deep regret. In truth, we can ask for more.
He felt like, at this moment, that little flame within him representing his villainous side was blazing like a sun.
Zhou Yi shook his head. This much is enough.
As long as she satisfied these requests, he would forget about everything.
Fine. Chen Feng smiled.
Misfortune Goddess, it is about time for you to do what you promised me, Chen Feng said inwardly.
Misfortune Goddess was somewhat anxious. Is this fine? What about it isn't fine? He.
That child sacrificed way too much for me.
This is what I owe her, Chen Feng said calmly.
Fine, the Misfortune Goddess agreed, feeling somewhat helpless. She had felt like her partnership with Chen Feng was a road of no return. She couldn't help but wonder if this choice of hers was correct. At this time, the Luck Goddess and the rest were preparing to sign the contract.
Shwa!
The contract of gods started glowing. Just as they were about to sign it, the fruit of the forest goddess started glowing. A terrifying power rippled out, causing the entire forest to tremble.
Everyone's expression sank. The forest goddess was going to wake up soon. What was going on? Everyone was dumbstruck. Joey looked over at the Luck Goddess with an unsightly expression. To his surprise, he saw a bewildered expression on the Luck Goddess's face. She was clearly as confused as he was. The Luck Goddess was shocked. This is not possible. Without the assistance of the godly power of luck, it is impossible for her to awaken. Luck. Suddenly, Joey realized something. Chen Feng.
They turned around to look at Chen Feng and found that, as of an unknown time, Chen Feng had disappeared. They had merely agreed to sign a contract, yet Chen Feng was already gone. As for the pen that had been inserted into the fruit earlier, it had vanished as well. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 729, Chen Feng, is your brain damaged? Chapter 729, Chen Feng, is your brain damaged? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Zhou Yi blanked. We have been tricked.
He had truly never expected that during such a crucial moment, Chen Feng would mess with them. This person, the one who had led them all here, was the very one who was messing this up.
Chen Feng. Zhou Yi howled.
He had truly never expected that Chen Feng would betray them.
Chen Feng's unhurried voice drifted over from the edge of the forest. As I said, I want her dead.
You guys might be willing to compromise, however, that does not apply to me.
I am not a traitor to the cause. You guys are.
The Luck Goddess blanked.
Chen Feng? She had no idea what Chen Feng wanted to do.
But since the seal had been released,
Shwa. She could once again feel the surging godly power within her. Bang! Bang!
The earth started trembling.
The forest goddess is on the verge of awakening? Luck Goddess checked the amount of godly power she had.
Next, she hesitated momentarily before waving her hand, forcefully suppressing the awakening of the forest goddess.
It was still not the time for the forest goddess to awaken. The forest goddess, the moment she awakened, would definitely stop lending her godly power to the Luck Goddess. At that time, the Luck Goddess would be in a different sort of trouble. The only reason the Luck Goddess was even awakening the forest goddess was so she could obtain a helper, since the forest goddess was the most obedient one of them all. However, if the forest goddess's strength exceeded a certain level, this obedience would no longer be guaranteed. As such, she decided to first suppress the awakening before anything else happened. If things truly did not play out as she planned. The Luck Goddess's eyes gleamed coldly as she thought of a possibility. Bang! She started absorbing a huge amount of godly power from the forest goddess. This time, she would not allow any mishaps to happen. As for these people here. Shwa! Her eyes gleamed coldly. Bang! Godly power erupted. Since Chen Feng had taken the misfortune pen with him, the Luck Goddess was once again linked with the forest goddess and was once again filled with power. Bang! She waved her hand. Next, a huge number of resonators died one after another. Zhou Yi was furious. Luck Goddess! The Luck Goddess merely snorted coldly as a reply. Humph! A terrifying godly power erupted. Even Zhou Yi, the son of a god, could do nothing but defend and watch on as the terrifying godly power engulfed him. Shwa! Shwa! Resonators died one after another. Under the rage of the Luck Goddess, none of them were able to escape. Chen Feng. Zhou Yi clenched his teeth. What do you want, exactly? He truly could not understand. If Chen Feng wanted to kill the Luck Goddess, why had he unsealed her source of power? Why would he allow the Luck Goddess to once again establish a connection with the forest goddess? He felt like Chen Feng's brain was damaged to have come to such a decision. Chen Feng, the next person to die will be you, the Luck Goddess said,
boundless godly luck power swirling around her. Earlier, she had been trying to restrict the usage of godly power to avoid damaging the forest goddess. But now, in her rage, she no longer cared and was instead absorbing the forest goddess's power without stop.
Bang! A formidable godly power bloomed.
The huge group of resonators all died, leaving only Zhou Yi, who was struggling with great difficulty.
The luck goddess sneered. Descendant of a god? Bang! With a single kick, Zhou Yi started coughing blood.
It was quite clear that he was stronger than the other resonators.
However, that was all there was to it.
Facing the relentless luck goddess, he couldn't persevere much longer.
Pooh!
Yet another mouthful of blood was coughed up.
I can't last any longer?
His expression dimmed.
It is unfortunate that I wasn't able to kill you.
The luck goddess sneered.
That is because of your own greed for the benefits you stood to gain.
If you guys had truly come after me due to the grudges we had, why would you guys even consider signing the contract?
Zhou Yi smiled bitterly. His hatred toward the luck goddess was indeed irreconcilable.
However, when those people had decided to give up on revenge to obtain some benefits, he had decided to compromise for their sake, as those people had dedicated their lives to him. Alas, he had neglected Chen Feng.
True, they had all agreed to sign the contract, but what about Chen Feng? After all, the biggest reason he had wanted to kill the luck goddess was probably the misfortune goddess, right?
He did not blame Chen Feng. It was as Chen Feng had said, they were the ones who had betrayed him.
However, since Chen Feng wanted the luck goddess dead, why had he released the forest goddess? Zhou Yi could not understand. Chen Feng, what exactly are you planning to do? Bang!
A surge of godly power blasted forth. Once again, Zhou Yi was flung away.
This time around, he remained on the ground for a much longer time. This time, he was probably going to die for real.
Zhou Yi gazed at the sky helplessly and watched on as the luck goddess approached him, as that terrifying attack neared him. Right at this instant, the forest suddenly trembled.
Bang! 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 The entire edge of the forest started trembling furiously. The luck goddess had a bad premonition.
This.
Hum. The seething godly power of the forest goddess increased in intensity. How is this possible? The luck goddess couldn't believe it. How had the forest goddess resumed the awakening? She had obviously been suppressed.
With the luck goddess's boundless godly power of luck, it should be impossible for the forest goddess to resume her awakening. It would be apt to say that as of this moment, awakening was an impossibility for the forest goddess.
Suddenly, Zhou Yi understood. Ha ha ha. He smiled. Chen Feng. So it turns out you are planning to kill her this way. What are you saying?
The luck goddess's gaze was cold as she wondered how this could relate to Chen Feng.
Hold on. Luck? And that pen of Chen Feng's. Why had it been able to seal the forest goddess's power earlier? Hold on.
She had obviously absorbed all his strength.
Luck? And that pen.
Using spirit's memories, the luck goddess was able to reach a conclusion, misfortune, but
that pen had been unearthed together with her back then. The misfortune goddess.
Suddenly, all of her questions from earlier were answered. From the moment Chen Feng's group had entered the Salt Lake, all the accidents and coincidences that had happened were finally explainable. All of that had actually been the work of the misfortune goddess.
Bitch. The luck goddess's expression sank.
She had initiated the awakening of the forest goddess with the power of luck. Subsequently, she had converted luck into misfortune to force the forest goddess to stop awakening. And all that had most likely been sensed by the forest goddess even in her slumber. This was even truer now, since she was still linked with the forest goddess. Her act of absorbing a large portion of the forest goddess's godly power, nearly 1/5 of her power, was sufficient to turn them both against each other, making them enemies.
Not good. Ultimately, the luck goddess intelligent.
After figuring out how everything was related to that *tch, misfortune, she was able to quickly deduce the truth and was figure out her only option as of this moment, fleeing. With that slut, misfortune, absorbing the misfortune power she had been using to suppress the forest goddess, the awakening was no longer stoppable, she had no choice but to flee.
And yet... Bang!
Suddenly, a terrifying power erupted. Near the forest, a seemingly boundless patch of vegetation started growing madly. No longer were these regular trees.
Around each tree was formidable godly power. Shwa! Shwa! Once again, the forest was sealed up. Bang!
The earth trembled, and a lush green started growing. Zhou Yi smiled at this sight. The forest goddess had finally awoken. Bang! A green branch swept out, forcefully flinging the escaping luck goddess into the forest once again. A tender voice sounded, "You have been too excessive." Evidently, the luck goddess's actions had thoroughly angered the forest goddess. The entirety of the forest seemed to be going berserk. A violent power was surging from the forest. Who was the one who had absorbed her power? Who was the one who had suppressed her awakening? And who was the one who had ultimately allowed her to awaken? The forest goddess was clear on all these things. The luck goddess's expression sank. Not good. The forest goddess was indeed the most obedient, but she was also the most stubborn. During the primordial era, when everyone had been cursing the luck goddess, the forest goddess had stubbornly stuck around. Yet now, the moment she saw what kind of person the luck goddess was, she naturally possessed the most intense hatred toward the luck goddess. As such, the luck goddess had no intention of trying to argue her way out of this. Flee. This was all she could do now. Earlier, when she had first had that bad premonition, she had been able to absorb a huge amount of power before the awakening. She believed that with this much godly power, she would have no problem escaping. Alas, right as her godly power surged out, a sense of oppression appeared around her, as if this was what the heavens had mandated. Misfortune, the luck goddess shrieked furiously. It was this B*TCH yet again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 730, Welcome back. Chapter 730, Welcome back. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Pooh. The forest goddess's attack landed on her. As of this moment, any sort of superiority the luck goddess had was counteracted by the misfortune goddess. If her guess was correct, what misfortune was using at present had been freshly absorbed from her, absorbed from the misfortune power she had been using to suppress the forest goddess earlier. This slut. Bang! Bang! The luck goddess tried to flee repeatedly, but she was blasted back without stop. Bang! You! Bang! The forest goddess's attacks were unending. She was incredibly furious now. Initially, she was supposed to awaken quietly here in this land. She greatly enjoyed silence, but unexpectedly, the luck goddess had tried to awaken her early. Moreover, the luck goddess had even used that method to absorb her power, causing her core to be poked by that human. Toward the end, the luck goddess had even been trying to suppress her awakening. How hateful! The luck goddess had already crossed the line. Bang! Bang! Slowly, the terrifying attacks come to a halt. On the ground was the luck goddess, covered in injuries. The luck goddess glared at the forest goddess. You won't be able to kill me. The next time I return, I will teach you the terrifying consequences of betrayal. Bang! Yet another of the furious forest goddess's attacks landed. Pooh! Once again, the luck goddess was hit. I will not allow you to easily return, the tender voice replied. A green radiance glowed brightly. The green enveloped and permeated the luck goddess's body. Suddenly, the luck goddess's body became translucent. Zhou Ye's expression widened. It was rumored that the forest goddess was capable of erasing the consciousness of all existences. He had always believed that this only applied to regular life forms. Surprisingly, even gods could be affected. You will not be able to truly erase me, the luck goddess coldly said. At most, this will only delay my return. There will be a day that I return yet again. Slowly, her life force dimmed and vanished. Shwa! Her figure vanished thoroughly. Just like that, a god had been slain. Zhou Yi was shaken. Dead. The luck goddess had ultimately died. Although this death was not eternal, the fact that her consciousness had been erased was shocking in itself, even if the luck goddess had still been able to converse clumsily. For her to recover both her physical body and consciousness, many years would be required, right? This was much more terrifying than the death of the pure physical body. The forest goddess was truthfully much more terrifying than she appeared to be. Shwa! The green shone, and from the darkness, a little girl walked out. Zhou Yi shut both his eyes as this happened. He realized what he had done. He was clear that he would most probably not survive this encounter. The girl regarded him coldly. Your name is Zhou Yi? Yes, Lord Goddess, Zhou Yi answered in a dispirited manner. Very good. You shall temporarily be my spokesperson, the tender voice resounded. Zhou Yi blanked. Ha! Her furious voice resounded throughout the entire forest. Help me locate that damnable evil person called Chen Feng.
Hum.
A green radiance swirled out.
Next, Zhou Ye's body hovered in the air and his injuries started healing. On top of that, a brand new godly power started echoing within his body.
This was a power unique to the forest goddess.
Okay. Zhou Yi was overjoyed.
It seemed like the forest goddess was a person of reason after all, for her to be aware of who her true enemy was. With what Chen Feng had done to her.
Zhou
Yi reckoned that it wouldn't be long before Chen Feng was dead. I will now go recover my strength.
If you manage to find Chen Feng, call out my name, the forest goddess ordered.
Yes, Zhou Yi answered deferentially.
Shwa.
With a flash, the forest goddess and her aura vanished into thin air. Although she had awakened, because of what the luck goddess had done, she was greatly weakened. As such, she would have to go in search of other forests to recover her strength.
Zhou Yi looked around. Chen Feng
had gone missing at an indeterminate moment in time.
Perhaps, he should go out and take a look at the human world. Chen Feng was a human and possessed an extraordinary status.
As such, Zhou Yi was confident that he would be able to locate Chen Feng in the human world. However, he still couldn't understand why Chen Feng had decided to do what he had.
Was a hatred birthed from love truly so terrifying? He would rather awaken the forest goddess, would rather be the enemy of such a powerful goddess, just so he could kill the luck goddess? What was Chen Feng's true goal? Zhou Yi could not understand.
Or perhaps one could say that he had not known anything from the start.
Chen Feng, what exactly do you want? Shwa.
Zhou Yi stood up and vanished in a green flash. At the forest's edge, only numerous patches of ruined forest were left behind. Apart from that, there were various godly powers lingering in the air and corpses sprawled everywhere. This place would henceforth be known as an ominous land. A cold breeze brushed past, blowing away the smell of death pervading this place and bringing forth a certain figure to this land.
All gone? Chen Feng wondered as he walked about.
Both the forest goddess and Zhou Yi had left. Around him were just the corpses of resonators. Chen Feng smiled calmly.
See? Is this not the cost one ought to pay for greed?
If you guys truly hated her, you guys would never have died here like this.
The misfortune goddess. Well then.
Time to start, Chen Feng indifferently said. Everything he had done had been for one single goal.
The misfortune goddess.
I have no intention of listening to any objections, Chen Feng said coldly. The misfortune goddess remained silent for a short while before answering, I understand. She did not want to do this, especially since this was something she disliked doing. However, she dared not disobey Chen Feng, as she found that she feared the consequences.
To be more accurate, she feared Chen Feng.
She had personally witnessed everything Chen Feng had done. She was also the only person aware of exactly what Chen Feng had done. With a flip of his hand, he could create clouds or summon rain as he wished. Moreover, if it had been either her or the luck goddess with such a pitiful amount of misfortune power, neither of them would have been able to accomplish what Chen Feng had. The misfortune goddess had not felt the least bit of joy upon seeing the luck goddess get tricked, only fear.
So it turned out that when a person gains such a thorough understanding of another person, things could be so terrifying? This should apply even to gods. Shwa.
The misfortune pen trembled.
Next, a faint power of misfortune started converting into luck.
The misfortune goddess unleashed all her stockpiled power, transforming it into the power of luck and proceeding to pierce through space itself, blending into the very location the luck goddess had fallen into earlier.
Hum. Radiance swirled about.
Chen Feng watched on as everything unfolded, waiting for all the preparations to be completed. He pointed at the air.
And now, wake up, luck goddess. Bang.
Instantly, a terrifying power started converging there. A huge whirlpool appeared there, and a seemingly boundless power started gathering there. The earth where the luck goddess had fallen started trembling.
Next, a translucent figure appeared. Surprisingly, this was precisely the luck goddess. However, the present luck goddess was a mere translucent figure.
She had a blank look, and both her eyes were suffused with white. This flawless body of hers seemed more like an empty shell. Her consciousness has been erased, the misfortune goddess confirmed.
Can it be reinstated? Chen Feng asked.
Yes. However, a very, very long time will be required.
Perhaps even longer time than the time between the primordial era and now.
The misfortune goddess was sure.
Chen Feng was extremely pleased to hear this. Splendid. Shwa. A faint godly power started swirling about.
Gently, Chen Feng pointed his finger at the luck goddess's forehead.
time to wake up.
Suddenly, the figure trembled. Next, the blank expression started moving, and those empty eyes suddenly filled with emotion again.
Slowly, a smile unfolded on her face. My little master. Chen Feng smiled. Welcome back.
The luck goddess had indeed been killed. Her newly regained physical body had been killed, and her consciousness had been erased. However, one particular consciousness had remained. That was the consciousness that had followed Chen Feng in his rise, the consciousness that had been sealed off by the luck goddess when she had sealed away her emotions. That was the part of the luck goddess that was spirit, the memories unique to spirit alone. This had been Chen Feng's true goal, to resurrect spirit. To resurrect that very consciousness that was completely unrelated to the luck goddess. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 731, The Somewhat Awkward God-Slaying Process. Chapter 731, The Somewhat Awkward God-Slaying Process. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Spirit had returned.
In a way, this version of the luck goddess was incomplete.
However, it did not matter.
As far as Chen Feng was concerned, this was the true luck goddess, since she was spirit. This alone was sufficient for him.
Will she still return?
Chen Feng asked softly.
Spirit gave it some thought. I guess so? No matter what, the luck goddess was the luck goddess.
Just as the misfortune goddess had mentioned, even if it would take a very long time, a day would arrive where she once again descended upon this world. Chen Feng sank into contemplation.
Spirit had only remained because the luck goddess had thoroughly separated and sealed the emotions belonging to spirit. If, the next time the luck goddess returned, she fused with spirit, any death would probably result in spirit's death as well. That was because the two of them were essentially one. Let me think about it.
Chen Feng regarded the spirit before him as he vowed to think of a solution for this. He had no intention of keeping a time bomb by his side at all times. It would be way too dangerous for his liking. Perhaps he could use a simple method capable of solving everything, such as making a bunch of babies? This method was incredibly attractive. However, Chen Feng was sure that the moment the luck goddess returned and found out, considering how ruthless she was, she would do everything in her power to kill Chen Feng. Therefore, he needed to focus on suppressing her return.
Let me think.
If your consciousnesses were essentially one to begin with. Chen Feng had a pensive look as he contemplated.
Spirit and the luck goddess were unlike those clones.
The two of them were essentially one, and therefore, so long as spirit was alive, the luck goddess could return at any time. This was the most terrifying aspect.
This signified that the luck goddess was in fact contained within spirit?
Or perhaps. Chen Feng sank into yet another round of contemplation.
Spirit opened her eyes wide and regarded Chen Feng. Little master? Yes, I have an idea.
Chen Feng had thought of an extremely simple solution, filling her up. Essentially, if the luck goddess was a consciousness that had transformed into countless particles after being destroyed and was hidden within spirit's consciousness, what if spirit's consciousness was all filled up? In his previous world, this had been one of the methods that could be used to prevent the recovery of deleted data. In his previous world, anything deleted from a phone or computer could be easily retrieved. This had also been the source of all those leaked XX videos. Those tech noobs hadn't known that the so-called deletion of data was in fact not true deletion, even after emptying the recycle bin.
This was similar to the eventual recovery of luck goddess.
However, if, after deleting the data, one filled the storage with lots of dummy data, depending on the circumstances, the previous data could be truly irrecoverable. This could similarly apply to the luck goddess. His intention was to stuff spirit full so as to thoroughly erase the consciousness of the luck goddess.
Let me transmit some data to you, Chen Feng muttered. However, do not try reading or understanding it. Within, there will be lots of repeating data. Just ignore it all. And don't delete it either. Let it fill your mind for now. All right, Spirit agreed blankly.
Only start deleting data when it gets to the point that you can no longer hold any additional data, Chen Feng said.
Spirit nodded. All right. Well then.
Chen Feng pointed at her forehead.
Let us begin. Bang.
A huge volume of data surged into her mind. All of Chen Feng's experiences, everything he had seen and read, all the movies he had seen, numerous truths, imaginations, and illusions, everything was stuffed into Spirit's mind.
Within was also a huge amount of repeating data.
Instantly, everything was unleashed into Spirit.
Spirit clasped her head, an expression of pain on her face.
However, a goddess was still a goddess, after all. She was still able to resist the pain. Chen Feng had pushed his spiritual energy to the maximum and duplicated all the data 1,000 times, yet Spirit was still able to endure and did not seem to have reached her limit.
Chen Feng. So strong? He had initially imagined that Spirit would not be able to take in all this.
Surprisingly, he had instead failed to fill her up.
Exactly how strong was the consciousness of a god? In that case, Chen Feng took in a deep breath.
Earlier, he had transmitted only half of his life to Spirit. After all, there was still a huge amount of data that he felt was unsuitable for Spirit's eyes.
However, it no longer mattered now.
At a time like this, he had to give it everything he could.
Bang!
The other half of his life was duplicated 1,000 times, then dumped into Spirit.
Bang! It entered Spirit like a storm.
Spirit grabbed at her head in pain.
Apart from the pain, there was also an odd expression on Spirit's face.
That was because, this time, there was a lot of messy data being transmitted to her, including a huge amount of data with unique labels. Fortunately, after this trump card of Chen Feng's, Spirit's consciousness was finally stuffed full. Endless data filled every corner of Spirit's mind in a chaotic manner, not leaving any empty space. With this, the data or perhaps imprint of the luck goddess that was hidden within Spirit's consciousness was finally erased by the huge amount of data Chen Feng had flooded Spirit with. And thus, the luck goddess was officially dead.
Very good. Chen Feng was extremely pleased.
Done, he told Spirit. She covered her pained expression and said, deleting repeating data.
Schwa.
Out of the 1,000 copies, 999 were deleted. Instantly, a huge portion of Spirit's mind and consciousness were cleared, freeing her from the pain.
Repeats? Chen Feng had a bad premonition. Hey, Spirit, delete everything. Spirit pouted. No way. Now, let me take a look at what you sent me earlier.
Chen Feng tried stopping her.
No, don't look. Ha!
Spirit's eyes went wide as she saw the special labels Chen Feng had sent her earlier.
Western, Japanese, Korean. What? Chen Feng had actually sent her this? Spirit was infuriated when she saw all this. You. Cough. Chen Feng had an awkward expression. I had no choice.
I didn't expect a god's consciousness to be so powerful.
Even so, why do these occupy half of all the data you have?
Spirit asked with her eyes wide open, glaring at Chen Feng.
Chen Feng coughed. I'm a man. A hot-blooded male youth will always have numerous fantasies. Spirit snorted. Poof. In fact, Chen Feng hadn't just sent the videos he had actually seen.
In order to truly erase the luck goddess, Chen Feng had also included the scenes he himself had imagined and dreamed up. For example, back when he had seen the prettiest girl in his school, numerous fantasies had cropped up in his mind. He had acted as a director, producing numerous lovely scenes, from romance to action, all played out in his mind alone. On top of that, there were numerous cuts from various point of views as well. This was what he was most embarrassed about. Compared to these, his Western, Japanese, and Korean collections were nothing. As Spirit explored the collection, she found numerous imagined scenes with Wang Yao.
Ha! Why, was even Mingyu in there? Spirit found this unbelievable.
That was only there due to my adoration toward beauty, Chen Feng explained.
Yes, that's why. Poof. Spirit continued browsing, and next, she saw it, herself.
From their first encounter, when she had been naked, until their final moments in the darkroom. Numerous scenes were available. Although Chen Feng had always maintained a dignified and calm expression during the training sessions in the darkroom, the truth was that he was, after all, still a hot-blooded youth. As such, during that period, he had also self-directed numerous scenes in his mind.
Chen Feng. Spirit. The misfortune goddess. Schwa. The world seemed to have sunk into silence. The mood had become extremely awkward.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 732, East Coast Incident. Chapter 732, East Coast Incident. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. You are truly.
By this point, Spirit was already thoroughly speechless. It seemed like she had still underestimated this little master of hers.
Good gracious, what exactly goes on within that head of his? Look at all these messy thoughts of his. how I longed. No, how embarrassing.
Therefore, I suggest you delete all those, Chen Feng said with a sigh.
Fine.
Spirit rolled her eyes and deleted all the data. As for what she had already seen, she could do nothing about it, since they were already part of her memory now.
Good.
Chen Feng heaved a sigh of relief.
As for you and the misfortune goddess. Hold on.
Spirit was halfway through the deletion when she recalled something. You wouldn't have, with the misfortune goddess as well.
Chen Feng. The misfortune goddess.
With a sigh, Chen Feng said, I am not a stallion.
Besides, I do not even know what she looks like. Oh. Spirit hesitantly accepted this explanation. The misfortune goddess.
It was at this point that she vowed to never show Chen Feng her true appearance. The fantasies a human was capable of having were way too terrifying. It was said that not even gods could escape the wild fantasies of humanity. Let us first leave this place, Chen Feng said.
All right.
Instantly, Chen Feng vanished where he stood. This place had just experienced a huge battle. Despite the leftover traces of godly aura lingering here, this place would most certainly become one of the favorite locations for adventurers in the near future, especially for those that had not yet awakened. The leftover traces from the battle here and the imprints and carvings left behind from the battle could very well be a source of inspiration for those people, enabling them to grow stronger.
Shwa! Chen Feng's body flickered as he moved speedily.
After reaching a safe place, he started reviewing his present condition, placing emphasis on the two goddesses he now had by his side. At present, only 3 deities had awakened, and he had a monopoly on 2 of them. Although Spirit had returned, due to the destruction of her physical body, Spirit had ultimately returned to Chen Feng's body, staying within the illusory world within him. As for the misfortune goddess, she was still staying within that pen, staying by Chen Feng's side. With a light wave, godly power rippled out. That was the godly power of luck. Upon Spirit's return, she had given full authority to Chen Feng over the power of the luck goddess. In a sense, Spirit was the new luck goddess, even if she was now incredibly weak, similar to the misfortune goddess. However, she had given Chen Feng the highest authority over her power, allowing him access to the highest level of the godly power of luck. This was a completely different power than luck value. It was much stronger and much more wondrous. He waved his hand once again. This time, the godly power of misfortune rippled out. I can now use both luck and misfortune. He was overjoyed. What were the limitations of the godly power of luck? Conversion to misfortune. To do this, the exhaustion rate would triple or even go up to 10 times the original amount required. It almost wasn't worth it. Despite such a great exhaustion rate, the might wasn't necessarily excellent. There were certain unique circumstances that were even fundamentally unachievable by way of luck conversion, as proven by the luck goddess's defeat when she had been using the misfortune power she had obtained through conversion. If her misfortune power had been stronger or she had been able to reduce her exhaustion rate, perhaps she would have been the final survivor of that encounter. As for the godly power of misfortune, the same applied when it was converted into luck. These were 2 completely overlapping yet different powers. As such, achieving the opposite effect would only work occasionally. Yet now, Chen Feng spread both his hands out. Next, a faint godly power started seething from both his hands. He had now obtained a power that nobody else, not even the gods, could obtain. In his left hand was luck, while in his right hand was misfortune. He pondered it for a while before exchanging the positions, emanating misfortune from his left hand and luck from his right hand.
Chen Feng.
Spirit's crisp voice sounded as she warned him, do not think of doing strange things with your right hand.
Chen Feng. What the hell?
He rolled his eyes. He felt like the huge amount of data he had overloaded Spirit with had polluted her mind. Every single time she looked at him now, there was an odd gleam in her eyes.
This had to be karma.
Chen Feng shrugged helplessly. Right at this moment, he suddenly heard a roar.
Chen Feng. Chen. Feng. An intermittent roar could be heard. Oh.
Chen Feng slapped his head as he recalled that this was the manual long-distance communicator of the ancients, one that relied on the user howling.
Yes, I'm here, he replied. AO, genetic union, distress. We.
East Coast, discovered huge dragon, chasing after a lizard.
All buildings destroyed.
Please take care of this.
Enemy strength is unknown. The 10 awakened ones we sent were all eliminated. The residents there displaced. Please deal with it as soon as possible. The message came intermittently.
From the looks of it, this seemed to be a message sent by the deputy president. However, after listening to it, Chen Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry.
Huge dragon? Lizard? It couldn't be those two, right? Chen Feng sighed.
He had initially believed that after killing the lizard, the dragon would go back to rest. Surprisingly, that lizard was actually so tenacious, able to keep fleeing all the way to the east coast. Holy shit, they had crossed half the planet.
How amazing.
His initial plan had not involved this dragon and this damnable lizard. As such, despite his mission being a success, two outside variables had come into existence.
As such. His head ached. How should I deal with them? Why not try contacting Duma? Spirit proposed. He specializes in dealing with such matters, right? In her mind, Duma was like an undertaker.
No, he was like a caretaker, handling all sorts of affairs, with emphasis on anything related to the primordial era.
Let me try. Chen Feng tried contacting Duma. Duma's voice was as calm as ever, giving off a sense of reliability. Yes?
I discovered something from the primordial era and am hoping that you can deal with it, Chen Feng said.
Sure thing, Duma replied steadily.
After all, he specialized in dealing with anything primordial. Since the descent of the primordial, he had in fact handled quite a number of things. Time, venue, and species, he asked briefly.
The time is today, the venue is East Coast, as for the species.
Chen Feng paused before continuing, primordial dragon.
Schwa.
Suddenly, no sound could be heard from the other side.
After a long time, a grudge-filled voice sounded, primordial dragon? Excuse me, are you referring to the primordial dragons that, during the primordial era, were able to easily kill resonators and were no weaker than even some gods? I guess so. Chen Feng replied cautiously. Bye. Duma ended the call with no hesitation. What kind of joke was that? A primordial dragon?
Up till now, all he had handled were those who had recently awakened. The strongest of them had been a mere level 1 resonator.
And now he was required to deal with a primordial dragon? A god slayer?
Chen Feng howled until his throat was sore.
Old do? Old do? Old turtle? Old bastard turtle? Alas, no reply whatsoever came.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 733, Salvation and Damnation. Chapter 733, Salvation and Damnation. Translator, limest editor, Tenish. That old man.
Chen Feng curled his lips and said to Spirit, look, I knew he wouldn't be willing to deal with this. After all, this is not as simple as cleaning up after someone's mess like he has been doing. Just as he finished his words.
Schwa. Duma's voice sounded, Chen Feng.
Chen Feng was somewhat astonished.
Ha? Duma spoke calmly. I truly can't help you with this.
While both the primordial dragons and I are considered primordial races, the dragons innately counter all other primordial life forms. If I truly go over, I will almost certainly be turned into some sort of tonic for the dragon.
Chen Feng sank into silence.
He gave it some thought and agreed that turtles could indeed be a rather nutritious food.
In short, I am not able to help you with this.
However, I can give you some advice on how to deal with this, Duma muttered. Please tell me, Chen Feng said solemnly.
I sensed the rise of a god. Apart from the luck goddess, I think a different god has also reappeared. From the location and the scope of the aura, I reckon it is the forest goddess.
If you can get her to help, perhaps the dragon can be dealt with, Duma said. Chen Feng rejected this notion without any hesitation.
Not possible. What joke was this? After inserting the pen into her, now he had to go looking for help? Chen Feng was sure that he would die miserably if he did that. Moreover, he would probably get killed in an extremely creative manner. One ought to remember that this forest goddess had been fierce enough to be able to kill even the luck goddess.
Him being the main culprit who had inserted something into her.
The
mere thought caused Chen Feng to tremble in fear.
Life was a beautiful thing. He still wished to continue living on. Fine. Duma found this understandable.
After all, gods were not beings one could easily meet.
Well, you'll have to think of something else, then.
Earlier, I asked the deputy president about this. Originally, there was a little town there on the east coast. With the help of awakened ones, the residents there have already been relocated. Therefore, we can transform that place into a battlefield for the dragon to fight the lizard, so as to not cause any disturbances to the mainland.
How goes the battle? Chen Feng asked.
He had no communicator. As such, he could not check himself.
Rather intense. Duma spoke calmly.
Although the lizard is already seriously wounded and is in a rather sorry state, the lizard is still capable of holding on. After all, his lizard bloodline is one of the primordial races, the descendant of the primordial dragons that abandoned all other draconic abilities, leaving behind only the restorative ability of the dragons.
Moreover, the lizards even developed further in this aspect.
As such, their present restorative ability has already exceeded the dragons. Therefore, the more of a beating it takes, the stronger it will get.
Perhaps we can give the lizard some assistance.
So long as he can survive the attacks of the dragon, he will grow stronger as the fight goes on.
Ultimately, the dragon might be the one defeated instead. This is also a good opportunity for us.
Chen Feng found this agreeable.
Duma's reasoning was very acceptable.
However, Chen Feng had an odd feeling.
Even with such great restorative ability, can a lizard even defeat a dragon? Duma explained, indeed, a regular lizard would not be able to do so.
However, this particular lizard is rather unique. He has an extremely unique bloodline and absorbed way too many lizard-related genes during the genetic era, causing his primordial bloodline to undergo numerous transformations, making him sufficiently powerful to contend against a primordial dragon.
Chen Feng gained understanding. I see. It's good that you understand, Duma said. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Understand my ass. Who do you think you are tricking?
These words could be used to trick others.
However, wasn't it somewhat excessive to use them on Chen Feng as well? The hell with the so-called primordial bloodline. How big was the gap between a dragon and a lizard?
It was so big that the moment Long Yu saw the dragon, he had fled without any hesitation.
Yet now Duma was trying to tell him that after going through numerous transformations, the lizard was now similar in strength to the dragon? Was this supposed to be a joke? I am telling the truth.
It's just that Long Yu himself is not aware of this fact, Duma said with a sigh.
Chen Feng sneered. How did you find out, then? For Duma to be clearer than Long Yu himself on Long Yu's strength? This was totally not believable. Duma let out a bitter smile. I know this because I am the one who modified Long Yu. What? Chen Feng's eyes went wide. Holy shit! Chen Feng had an incredulous look. You modified him? Ah.
With a sigh, Duma said, the primordial era had already ended, and a friend of mine from the primordial era had died. Right before his death, he gave me the essence of his life force, something he had created after years of painstaking research, something capable of allowing the lizards to fight primordial dragons. He had entrusted me with looking for someone with a dragon bloodline to pass this on to for him. And so, on that fateful day when I was out and about, I stumbled upon Long Yu.
Chen Feng was speechless. In short, after his battle with Long Yu back then, Duma had come? And next, he had transformed the dead Long Yu into the current Long Yu? Chen Feng rubbed his head. Fine. Even if it is as you say, that you gave Long Yu a sufficient amount of strength, how are you so sure that he will not come looking for either you or me for revenge? He recalled how Long Yu's relationship with both of them wasn't exactly harmonious. I left my own imprint within him. Duma was filled with confidence.
Back then, in order to hasten his absorption and recovery speed, he not only absorbed the inheritance of the lizard. He also absorbed my blood. As such, his life is well under my control.
Chen Feng nodded. That's good, then.
Since the plan had been decided, it was now time to act on it. They would assist Long Yu in killing that damnable primordial dragon. However, before Chen Feng could even arrive, he could already see numerous streaks of light shooting toward the east coast.
Swish! Swish! The auras emanating from these streaks proved the identities of these people. Each of them was a resonator. Chen Feng frowned. These people again. He pondered the matter before asking, Duma, I have a question I have always wanted to ask. How many resonators existed during the primordial era? Resonators? Let me think about it.
During the primordial era, there were a lot of gods around. Each of the gods had a huge number of resonators.
In total. Duma started thinking deeply, trying to figure out what the total number was.
At this point, Chen Feng had already sunk into silence.
In short, there were so many resonators around that being a resonator was in fact nothing special? True. Although the resonators are powerful, they are nothing in face of the myriad species existing during the primordial era. With such a huge population, it wasn't odd for there to be a lot of resonators around as well, right? Duma answered Chen Feng doubtfully. No, not odd. Chen Feng rubbed his head. True, he had nearly forgotten that during that era, any lifeform could ascend. An example was Duma, an ascended turtle. There are a lot of resonators awake now. However, there are more of them still in slumber. With the awakening of the forest goddess and her godly aura reappearing in this world, I reckon a huge number of resonators will yet again awaken. The ones who are rushing over now are probably those who awakened recently, during the forest goddess's awakening. These fellows are impatient to regain their strength. As such, they will most definitely get involved in this battle, trying to gain some benefits for themselves, Duma said with a solemn expression. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Is that so? The plan that was supposed to proceed smoothly had descended into chaos thanks to these resonators. Despite that, a smile formed on Chen Feng's face. Chaos was exactly what he loved most. Shwa! A faint godly power pulsed out of him as Chen Feng instantly vanished where he stood. Wherever he walked, a world of two halves was left behind. In one half, everything flourished, even the weeds growing up to 5 meters tall. In the other half, everything withered, transforming into a land of death. Salvation and damnation, so sharply defined. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 734, Surprises are always so pleasant. Chapter 734, Surprises are always so pleasant. Translator, limest editor, Tenish. Above a certain summit, an old man was gazing at the sky. After a long time, a sigh resounded. A youngster around 13 or 14 years old walked out. Old man, it is time for you to take a rest. I'm afraid a calamity is arriving, the old man muttered. The youngster curled his lips. Is it not here already? With the descent of the primordial, this world was no longer as it had been. They had been staying here for so many years and had personally witnessed this event, a calamity-like event. The old man shook his head, a trace of fear apparent in his eyes. No, it is different. Even the descent of the primordial only brought the present era into a dark age. This time, what I felt was true ruination. Is that so? The youth's expression became solemn as he heard this. He knew that this old man would not lie. He was also aware that this old man never feared anything. However, this time, he was able to see fear in this old man, and for the very first time, he heard this old man use that term, ruination. What exactly was coming? Suddenly, the youngster laughed. Things are getting more and more interesting, no? At the same time, on a certain planet far away, numerous squads had been assembled. Each of them was radiating an intense killing intent. The target of this group of people was the human world. We must kill the humans. Yes, we must kill them. A certain old man with a pair of horns on his head was rousing the crowd. Think back to that day. A lot of us were having a jolly good time at home when, suddenly, a comet appeared, almost blasting us to oblivion. If Lord God had not appeared, all of us would be dead now. From this, the ruthlessness of the humans is apparent. Therefore, we can only truly enjoy life after humanity is fully gone. We must eliminate humanity. The Twin Horns members that heard this all surged with emotion. However, a certain individual instead frowned, as he kept getting a familiar feeling from the lines the old man was saying. MHM. This old man was probably pirating the lines of others yet again. In short, this time, our goal is the human world, the old man declared. Yes. Everyone was surging with emotion. In truth, there was no need for such a declaration. That comment alone had already been sufficient to plant fear toward humanity in the hearts of the Twin Horns race. And subsequently, after figuring out the real strength of the human world from Chen Feng's leftover stuff, everyone had become excited. Humans, hee. No different than lambs waiting for slaughter. Earlier, I tried divining the actual strength of humanity. If the humans were truly that strong, I would not have been able to obtain any results from my divination. Yet this time, through the gift bequeathed by Lord God, I saw the future of humanity, I saw them on the edge of destruction. In the not-so-distant future, the humans will face a calamity capable of destroying their entire race. What could be the reason for that? The old man started cackling wildly. Because of us. Because of the Twin Horns race, everyone howled. That's right. Let us lead the humans to their destruction. Let us transmit the will of our Lord to every corner of that world. Let those damnable humans tremble in despair. The old man howled with laughter. Teleporter? Preparations completed. Coordinates orientation? Done. Splendid.
The high-spirited old man pointed at the teleportation portal that had appeared midair.
Well then, let us sally forth. Bang.
The numerous Twin Horns members entered the portal.
Human world, here we come.
In the Genetic Union, Chen was observing the battle on the east coast. That primordial dragon was indeed powerful.
With utmost ease, it was able to destroy numerous skyscrapers and buildings.
As for Long Yu, he could do nothing but receive the beating. His entire body was drenched in blood, constantly hovering at the edge of death.
Chen Feng frowned. He can't last any longer? The deputy president sighed. This is the issue. Oh? Chen Feng was doubtful.
The deputy president shrugged. Long Yu has persisted in this manner for over 3 hours.
Chen Feng. 3 hours?
This guy sure was capable of taking a beating. However, after studying Long Yu's condition and making a rough assessment with his godly power of luck, Chen Feng concluded that this guy had truly reached his limit.
Are those energy cannons still there on the east coast? Chen Feng asked. The deputy president immediately replied, yes. Chen Feng nodded. Very good.
Produce a superhuge gene reagent and shoot it into Long Yu's body.
Oh.
The deputy president smiled bitterly.
Will we not suffer an attack if we do that?
The only reason they had been able to peacefully watch this battle was because they had not interfered with it and had allowed those two to fight as they wished.
The moment they interfered. Chen Feng shook his head. Don't worry.
That dragon is an intelligent lifeform, after all.
It isn't that stupid. If we only attack Long Yu, the dragon will not attack us. Fine.
The deputy president did as he had been told. Chen Feng got the people of the Gene Production Association and the research agency to work together and produce a superhuge penetrating bullet containing a huge amount of healing gene reagents.
To ensure that the dragon won't find out what we are doing, we will not heal any of the lizard's external wounds.
We only need to ensure the lizard's vitality remains at peak level.
That will be sufficient, Chen Feng ordered.
In truth, even though this sounded like a rather complicated gene reagent, it was in fact nothing but a stimulant. A stimulant produced with the technology of the genetic era would probably be able to ensure this lizard remains standing for a very long time. Naturally, to avoid the dragon's detection, Chen Feng had thought of an even better method. On the east coast, just as the battle was progressing, a loud sound suddenly resounded, attracting the attention of the dragon and lizard. In the next instant, an immense beam of light pierced through the lizard.
A miserable shriek resounded.
Long Yu screamed miserably as the beam pierced through him, but shortly after, he found something odd. Whatever it was that had been shot at him had fused with his body and was healing him rapidly.
Long Yu was astonished. Those fellows were helping him? However, he was, after all, still a human. He was able to understand their intention here. Despite his seething hatred toward a certain individual, he had to accept this assistance. As for Chen Feng, Long Yu would think about it after this battle. Bang! After recovering, Long Yu charged forth once again. The primordial dragon could feel a change in Long Yu. With doubt, the dragon looked over at the cannon. One should never look down on the intelligence of a primordial dragon. In a way, their intelligence was no lower than a human's. Just as he was staring at the cannon, causing everyone to be nervous, numerous war drones rose suddenly, targeting Long Yu. Bang! 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 A terrifying wave of attacks descended. Each of the attacks appeared incredibly powerful, leaving numerous scorched spots on Long Yu's body when they landed, giving him a rather desperate appearance. The deputy president stared ahead. It has started. They had attacked with energy weapons, and this was already the strongest attack they could pull off with their weaponry. In order to eliminate the dragon's doubt, they had no choice but to let Long Yu receive these attacks. Naturally, thanks to the gene reagent they had shot at Long Yu earlier, he was now resistant to energy attacks. However, I wonder if Long Yu will be willing to cooperate with us. The deputy president was extremely anxious. He will, Chen Feng said coldly. If he wants to survive, he has no choice but to cooperate with us. Just as he finished his words, a mournful scream resounded. Ayo! Long Yu started screaming miserably. With this, the attention of the primordial dragon was shifted from his doubt toward the humans. Success! Everyone was overjoyed. The deputy president appeared rather gratified. Long Yu is indeed cooperating. Chen Feng was somewhat doubtful. This scream is too real, right? Could it be that this fellow was actually an extremely talented actor whose talent had remained undiscovered due to this era?
His acting ability was truly incredible.
Next, Chen Feng glanced over at the screen.
Instantly, his heart chilled at what he saw. Those bastards. He had indeed told them to attack as they wished.
However, was there a need to aim straight at the lizard's chrysanthemum? A berserk howl thundered.
Howl. Long Yu glared at the local genetic union branch with fury, his killing intent spilling out.
Oh.
Chen Feng gazed at the bleeding chrysanthemum. The plan had just started, yet they had already encountered a small mishap. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 735, The change is better than the initial plan. Chapter 735, The change is better than the initial plan. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
Their plan was quite simple. Based on what Duma had said, his old friend had spent a lifetime researching healing and regenerative abilities. As such, the lizard bloodline he had left behind had an incredibly powerful fleshy body. So long as the potential of the body was unleashed, it would be sufficient to defeat even a dragon. Therefore, so long as Long Yu was transformed into a lizard and stayed transformed long enough for his body to adapt to the bloodline, all would be fine.
This sounded so simple.
Alas, a mishap had still happened in this seemingly foolproof plan.
Ayo!
The furious Long Yu, with his bleeding chrysanthemum, leaped up, pounced on the stage, and destroyed the cannon there. Along the way, the entire building collapsed.
Everyone sank into silence. This did not seem to be part of their plan? Chen Feng sighed.
You guys have attacked too viciously. Those guys had fired the cannon straight at his chrysanthemum.
How was that even a fake attack? That was definitely a fatal attack.
In fact, Chen Feng wouldn't have been surprised even if Long Yu had been killed by that single attack. After all, he had yet to fully activate his lizard bloodline. One of the staffers there pointed at the screen in a flustered manner.
Look! Everyone looked over, and instantly, their expressions sank.
On the screen, it could be seen that Long Yu had soared up and was charging toward the local genetic union branch.
Evidently, he was planning to kill them now. The East Coast branch wasn't too far from the battlefield.
If Long Yu's attack reached them.
Shwa! Everyone paled.
With the cannon gone, they had no way of contending against Long Yu. However, surprisingly, it was at this instant that a huge figure appeared right before Long Yu arrived at the East Coast branch, blocking Long Yu's attack that was aimed toward the genetic union.
MHM.
That was precisely the primordial dragon.
Howl. The dragon seemed rather pleased with the genetic union's performance thus far.
He glanced over in the direction of the genetic union, a praising look in his eyes, evidently rather interested in the genetic union's previous chrysanthemum blasting attack.
Piss off!
Long Yu shouted furiously. After the fatal attack he had received, Long Yu was now consumed by anger. With the combination of his past hatred and the new grudge he had with them, he vowed to eliminate the genetic union.
Whoever dared get in the way of his revenge, he would eliminate. Bang! Bang!
At this moment, the gene reagent he had been injected with started working. A never-ending source of power was given to him. However, the primordial dragon did not care and stopped Long Yu's attacks without stop, smashing Long Yu onto the ground without stop. At this moment, the terrifying strength of the dragon was revealed.
The people of the genetic union were rather dumbstruck at this new development. This plot did not seem right.
Their initial plan had been to help Long Yu fight the dragon.
How had it changed to the dragon helping them against Long Yu? When Duma heard about this, the first person he doubted was Chen Feng. Have you been using your godly power again?
After all, he was clear on Chen Feng's identity.
How is that possible? Chen Feng was truly innocent here.
Since the primordial dragon was so powerful, the moment he used the godly power of the weakened misfortune goddess or luck goddess against the dragon, he would definitely be discovered. As such, Chen Feng dared not use them on the dragon. Even if he used them, he would only use them on Long Yu. His initial plan had indeed been to help Long Yu a bit with luck after Long Yu's recovery.
Unexpectedly, things had developed this way instead. Can you still control the lizard? Chen Feng asked. Duma smiled bitterly. I don't know.
I originally had rather great confidence in it, but due to the intense provocation the lizard has suffered, his emotions are very unstable now. I can't be sure if I can still control him or not.
You guys attacked too viciously. Duma felt rather helpless. Unstable?
Chen Feng glanced over at the lizard. The hatred emanating out of this fellow's eyes indeed seemed real.
He had a deep hatred toward the genetic union, Chen, Feng, Duma, and even the entirety of humanity. A person like this would be too difficult to control. Moreover, even if they were able to control him, after he fully awakened his lizard bloodline, would everything truly be fine? Not quite. Therefore, they might as well. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly, and he didn't hesitate. Kill him. The primordial dragon is much intelligent than we imagined. Moreover, it has kindly reciprocated our attack toward Longyu. This alone is sufficient. Rather, this Longyu is the one incapable of separating friends and enemies. Since that's the case, let us change the plan, kill him first. How about the dragon? Duma was anxious. It was way too dangerous to allow this fellow, who was in fact equivalent to a god, to roam around during the genetic era. Chen Feng shook his head. What is there to fear? So long as he leaves the East Coast, he can go roam about anywhere he wants. In any case, the times are changing. Let alone these primordial beasts, it won't be long before you can find gods everywhere as well. Can you even kill them all? Duma sank into silence. True. And thus, the genetic union's plan changed. The initial plan of assisting the lizard against the dragon had changed to assisting the dragon against the lizard. Chen Feng believed that with sufficient sincerity, with the intelligence the dragon had exhibited previously, he would be much more cooperative than the lizard. Chen Feng had confidence in this. Chen Feng stood up. Let me help him. After all, Longyu was not one to be killed off so easily. The dragon had been trying to kill him off for so long, yet he still remained. Now that the Longyu had absorbed the gene reagent, he could probably last even longer. This offered no benefit whatsoever to Chen Feng and the rest. Did you not say that the dragon will notice immediately if you use your godly power? Duma warned. The only reason they had even planned all this was because they had been afraid of having their godly powers detected by the dragon. Chen Feng shook his head. That was in the past. To bait the fish, we naturally had to avoid the dragon's detection. However, now that we want to cooperate with him, we have to demonstrate a sufficient level of strength. I intend to show the dragon that us humans have access to godly powers as well. Bang! Chen Feng stretched his hands out. Hum. From his left hand, faint misfortune power rippled out. Hum. From his right hand, faint luck power rippled out. Chen Feng did not have much godly power left. He had been slowly recovering his godly powers. Therefore, Duma was shocked by his display of using both godly powers at the same time. What are you planning to do? Don't you know that using luck and misfortune at the same time will cancel each other out? Duma reminded Chen Feng. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm that stupid? If I were to use both on the same target, they would indeed cancel each other out. However, what if I use them on different targets? The effect will be quite surprising, especially when I use both concurrently. Schwa. He waved both his hands. Hum. His godly power waffled out. Without attempting to hide it, his luck power instantly enveloped the primordial dragon. The dragon that was in the midst of battle suddenly looked over at the genetic union. Clearly, he had detected this mysterious yet familiar power that caused a certain power within him to grow stronger. At the same time, he had also detected a rather sinister power enveloping the lizard. Luck caused the dragon to become even more valiant, while misfortune caused the lizard to become even more miserable. These were two completely different powers. On top of that, in this situation, the lizard's misfortune was in fact the dragon's luck, and the dragon's luck was similarly misfortune for the lizard. As such, when both powers were used concurrently, a unique amplification and cycling effect was reached. Bang! At this moment, the dragon erupted with a terrifying strength in an incredibly momentous manner. Pooh! Instantly, the lizard, Longyu, was blasted away. Duma was alarmed. He had personally witnessed how Chen Feng had merely lazily and slowly waved both his hands, causing godly power to ripple out. Just like that, the entire battlefield had been transformed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 736, Hard Selling. Chapter 736, Hard Selling. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Duma was somewhat dumbstruck. Godly power could be used in this manner as well? He should have a deeper understanding of godly power than most people. Luck and misfortune were supposed to be two opposing powers that couldn't possibly be used together. Yet now, he had witnessed himself how both were used together, resulting in an amplification effect.
In fact, this amplification effect had increased the power by about 5 times, or maybe even more. This was quite a terrifying effect. With this, the lizard, which had been the disadvantaged side to begin with, was even worse off. Initially, there had been a chance for him to truly recover the inheritance of the lizard bloodline he had within him.
Unfortunately, with Chen Feng here, the lizard bloodline was rendered a non-factor, effectively crippled. What joke was this? Since the lizard had offended Chen Feng, it still wished to break through? How naive. Soon after, the Battle of the East Coast ended. The gigantic primordial dragon stepped on Long Yu's body until Long Yu was dead. Next, he gazed in the direction of genetic union, his gaze profound. Instantly, the people of the genetic union became nervous. Right at this instant, a young man stepped onto the battlefield, attracting much attention. "Honorable Lord Dragon," he said earnestly, "your might is incredibly awe-inspiring. Is it possible for me to be your honor's disciple?" The primordial dragon's gaze landed on that young man's body. After a long time, the dragon shook his head and said, "You do not have the bloodline of a dragon within you and are thus incapable of enduring the power of my inheritance." Everyone gasped in shock. Holy shit, this dragon was capable of speech? He. Duma sneered in response to their shock, causing them to sink into silence as they recalled that even this turtle here could talk, let alone a primordial dragon. Chen Feng coughed, as he himself had forgotten that all primordial lifeforms possessed intelligence. However, since this dragon was capable of speech, he would be much better to deal with than a random wild beast. The young man continued gazing at the dragon earnestly. "May we have the honor of having you as a guardian god of humanity?" The primordial has descended, and as normal lifeforms, humanity does not have the formidable strength that your like has. Therefore, we wish to obtain your protection. The dragon shook his head. He stood up, his terrifying prowess clearly displayed, and gazed at the young man with a pensive look. "I am not a god, nor do you guys need me. You humans already have your own guardian god." The young man blanked. "We do? Stay smart." The dragon nodded his head and stood up with a deafening sound before leaving with a flash. Lu left? The people of the genetic union were all overjoyed. That incredibly strong primordial dragon that had been the source of their anxiety had left just like that? This seemed completely different than they had imagined. Success. Chen Feng exchanged glances with the deputy president and heaved a sigh of relief. As for that earnest-looking young man, he returned with a disappointed look on his face. The moment he entered the genetic union, though, he limped immediately, nearly collapsing to the ground. Holy shit, that scared me to death. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Chen Feng, for you to send me out to try to be his disciple, were you not worried that he would kill me instead? Su Fei grumbled. That's right, the reason he had even dared go out was because Chen Feng had requested it. Chen Feng was all smiles. He wouldn't have. Since the dragon is capable of speech and is intelligent, he is a being capable of social exchanges. With you raining praise upon him, he would definitely not attack you. Especially after he felt the existence of 2 different godly powers here. Su Fei scratched his head. Godly powers? Chen Feng spoke calmly. Of course. Otherwise, do you think I would have dared let you go out there? The primordial dragon awoke ahead of schedule thanks to the luck goddess. In a way, he owes her one. Therefore, upon sensing the godly power of luck, he definitely would not have killed you. After all, Spirit was now the official luck goddess. Since Chen Feng had dared send Su Fei over, he had obviously been confident, at least to a certain degree. What if the dragon had agreed to the request? Su Fei asked blankly. Chen Feng curled his lips. That would have been even better. Do you really think that one can meet a primordial dragon so easily? If the luck goddess hadn't used her full power to awaken one of them, you would never have had a chance to see one. The primordial dragons are as powerful as gods. If he had been willing to accept you as a disciple, in this new era, I reckon you could do whatever you wish. That's true, Su Fei stated regretfully. It is unfortunate that the dragon didn't agree to the request. That is only natural. Chen Feng understood that. After all, these primordial races all cared deeply about bloodlines. Why don't you go get some dragon bloodline? Chen Feng said after some thought. Su Fei was alarmed. One can get a bloodline so easily? Su Fei pondered for a short while and continued, I don't really mind, but I don't think my mom would agree to it. Chen Feng was stupefied. What are you thinking about? I actually meant having Kong Bai bring you back in time. Su Fei finally understood. Oh. So that is what you were talking about. Subsequently, he shook his head. Forget it.
Nowadays, a lot of resonators have awakened, and they're all paying close attention to everything related to the primordial as well as their memories pertaining to the primordial era.
In fact, I looked for Kong by some time ago.
He said that now, the moment any of us enter the primordial era and appear in the memories of those people, we will most probably get hunted down.
Those people are not idiots. As such, they will not give Kong Bai a chance to gain power from the primordial era. Su Fei felt extremely regretful.
True.
Chen Feng shrugged.
If so, he had no other ideas. In the past, the resonators had all been asleep. As such, visiting the primordial era had still been possible. So long as they were careful to not stumble upon any taboos, there were no problems. Now that the gods had started to awaken and resonators were everywhere, the moment they dared return in time, they would probably get instantly killed.
Su Fei majored in fleshly body cultivation.
In fact, the dragon bloodline suited him greatly. Unfortunately, he had not encountered a fortuitous encounter that enabled him to advance any deeper on this path.
After understanding this, Duma walked over noiselessly. Hey, bro. Duma dragged Su Fei to a corner quietly. I have a lizard bloodline inheritance here. Are you interested in learning more? Su Fei rejected him without hesitation. Scram. Holy shit. Look at that corpse lying on the east coast. Was that not an inheritor of the lizard bloodline as well? Who was this Duma trying to scam here? He had no intention of being the next enemy of the dragons. Duma tried to explain. In truth, the lizard bloodline is extremely powerful. Long Yu only died because he had not fully activated the bloodline inheritance.
I can personally make some minute adjustments for your version of the inheritance to make it suit you perfectly.
Su Fei sneered. Scram. Duma patiently explained, I am telling the truth. Look, don't you feel like we both are connected by destiny? Su Fei curled his lip. Scram. What a scammer. He was clear on Duma's true identity. Duma was an ascended turtle and a resonator.
In the past, his identity as a resonator had indeed been awe-inspiring enough. But now, with resonators everywhere, Su Fei truly couldn't bring himself to revere a single resonator, especially this fellow here who had given up on his dignity as an expert and had taken the initiative to stick to him just to hard sell the lizard bloodline.
This guy.
By the side, Chen Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. Even earlier, when the dragon had fought the lizard, Duma had not dared to come over. Yet now he had arrived so promptly. Suddenly, Chen Feng thought of something.
Hold on. Would Duma truly be so bored as to take a trip here just for the sake of Su Fei? Evidently, that was quite unlikely. If so, why had he come? Duma sighed.
I am here to take back the lizard bloodline from Long Yu's corpse and to look for a new inheritor.
Are you sure?
Chen Feng found that doubtful.
Yes, Duma said calmly. Is that so?
Chen Feng narrowed his eyes.
He looked at Duma's calm expression, then glanced over at Su Fei.
Suddenly, he recalled something.
The first time Su Fei's physical body had transformed, it had been on the seafloor, due to a turtle? Chen Feng finally remembered.
The only reason Su Fei had even entered the path of fleshly body cultivation was because he had encountered that damnable turtle at the bottom of the sea in the past and had subsequently absorbed all its blood essence. From that moment onward, Su Fei's body had become special. As for that turtle, it was precisely the little turtle spirit, or to be more precise, the Holy Spirit.
Chen Feng was all smiles as he regarded Duma. I have a question. Where is the Holy Spirit? Schwa. Duma's expression changed.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 737, Holy Spirit's Identity. Chapter 737, Holy Spirit's Identity. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Let me guess.
I recall that the Holy Spirit has a unique undying physique. That is why you always use numerous methods to eat him and then resurrect him.
At first, everyone merely watched on, as this was mildly entertaining.
But now that I look at it, the only reason you ate the Holy Spirit is the unique energy within his body, right? The primordial era was an era where survival is exceedingly hard. I do not believe that a race without a guardian could have survived. Therefore, apart from the Duma, your race should have a guardian as well.
I once believed that it might be some god. But now I suppose that the guardian is the Holy Spirit?
During the primordial era, he was the one who guarded you all. He wouldn't get involved in normal battles, only in battles involving gods.
This lasted until the fall of the primordial era.
At that time, all the godly powers were sealed away, and the Holy Spirit lost his power as well. As such, the present little turtle, the little guy you eat every single day. Chen Feng took in a deep breath before concluding, he is a god, or to be more precise, he is a slumbering god.
Bang! Everyone's heart jolted. Holy shit! A god? That foolish-looking turtle? That little guy that lazed about and did nothing apart from eating and waiting for death was actually a god?
The deputy president was stupefied.
Su Fei was stupefied. Only Duma had a different expression, an unsightly expression on his face.
Chen Feng continued on calmly. You eat him every single day not because you enjoy eating those from your species. Rather, you are trying to absorb the godly power hidden within the Holy Spirit. This time, you are here for Su Fei, as you sensed a unique power belonging to a god within his body.
Su Fei's eyes went wide. Huh?
The power you failed to obtain after eating the Holy Spirit for so many years, at an unknown time, partially fused with Su Fei. That is why he obtained the fleshly body he currently has, a body that allows him to ignore all energy, Chen Feng concluded.
As for Duma, he sank into silence. Holy shit. Su Fei was so agitated that he started trembling. So it turns out that I actually fused with the power of a turtle god? Holy shit, that is crazy amazing. No wonder Jasmine from Saloon City told me that I am getting more and more powerful. This battle prowess is worthy of a god, after all, and the turtle god turns out to be super nutritious as well. As such, you intend to study Su Fei, Chen Feng said. You want to see clearly how Su Fei managed to fuse with that power. Then, you'll try to use the same method to fully absorb the power of the Holy Spirit for yourself. Hold on. Shortly afterward, Su Fei had a bad premonition as he looked at Duma with murderous eyes. You were not thinking of eating me as well, right? As a response, Duma rolled his eyes. I don't eat humans, he grumbled. The previously solemn atmosphere had been totally transformed by Su Fei's rather amusing reaction. Just as Chen Feng said, I only wanted to study you a bit. Duma sighed. I indeed considered killing Su Fei if I failed to obtain any clues from him. But after consideration, I can't bear to do it. Duma smiled bitterly. For Su Fei to be able to absorb the godly power of the turtle spirit, he was, in a way, the only successor of the turtle spirit. Therefore, Duma ultimately found this solution unbearable. After all, he was not a merciless turtle. Su Fei's eyes went wide. Holy shit, so this old man had truly considered that. Duma sneered. Is it not normal to have such thought cross your mind? To be fair, when you were young, didn't you fantasize about a lot of girls as well? Did the police arrested you for that? Su Fei coughed awkwardly. Chen Feng. I am curious. Duma rubbed his head. Why would the turtle spirit select you? After the descent of the primordial, the turtle spirit transformed into his present state and completely forgot about his true identity. As such, it couldn't have consciously chosen you. Therefore, this should be something that was destined to happen. But why? Duma was filled with doubt. Why would a regular human like Su Fei be related to a turtle by destiny? Perhaps because I am normally a rather shameless person? Su Fei said after some serious contemplation. He could clearly remember how a lot of girls always call him a cuckolded bastard. 1. Duma sneered. He. Would you believe me if I said I will kill you right here? Chen Feng rolled his eyes at Su Fei's conclusion. After briefly contemplating the matter, Chen Feng said, since that's the case, take him with you. Study him thoroughly. If you can figure out the source of the godly power, feel free to absorb it. If all else fails, just let this guy inherit the turtle spirit. Duma sighed. You trust me so much? Chen Feng shrugged. We have experienced so much together. If I can't even trust you, who can I trust? Duma expressed his gratitude. Many thanks. Su Fei was stupefied as he listened. Hey! Have you guys not considered asking me, the person involved? Chen Feng waved his hand. Bye. Schwa. Duma dragged Su Fei along and vanished. In the air, Su Fei's blood-curdling scream lingered. Chen Feng, you can't do this to me. Arf. I don't want to be a turtle. This guy. Chen Feng rubbed his head. Sure enough, with the descent of the primordial, everyone had their own destiny. Ultimately, this was no longer the same world. Drag the lizard corpse in, Chen Feng commanded. Even if the bloodline power has been extracted by Duma, the other remains of the lizard are still worth researching. With the descent of the primordial, we humans cannot fall behind. Understood.
A group of people went out and carried the corpse in. Chen Feng heaved a sigh of relief.
Finally, this incident has ended. This could be considered a perfect ending to the dragon incident.
Humanity was still too weak and was still incapable of contending against such primordial lifeforms. However, this time, they'd had Long Yu here to serve as their cannon fodder.
What about the next time something similar happened?
Since the primordial dragon had appeared, it wouldn't take long for other primordial lifeforms to appear as well. In this land that had enjoyed relative peace for so long, numerous bizarre lifeforms would start appearing. Naturally, a huge portion of them would appear in the unknown regions, which had few humans.
In this new era, what should humanity do? Chen Feng was extremely worried. Bang! Rumble! After rumbling thunder, the sky suddenly darkened.
Chen Feng frowned and gazed at the sky.
This did not seem like something caused by the natural weather. Just as he was filled with curiosity, raindrops started pattering down from the sky. It is raining.
Chen Feng stretched his hand out, feeling the drizzle on his hand. Suddenly, his heart trembled. From this ordinary-looking rain, he sensed something familiar, godly power.
Yet another god had awakened. Which god is it this time?
Chen Feng looked at the sky.
Rain god? Water god? No idea. Spirit's wide eyes gleamed as she looked around. She was evidently clueless as well.
As for the misfortune goddess, most of the time, she ignored Chen Feng. For instance, the problem with Chen Feng and communicators had yet to be solved. He wanted to use one, but the only way he could make it work was to constantly use luck power to counteract misfortune power. After giving it some thought, he had given up on this and decided to continue using the screaming ability he had obtained from the ancients. Spirit gave it some thought and solemnly said, regardless of which god this is, with the fall of this rain containing godly power, I'm afraid the other slumbering gods will be triggered as well. If nothing unexpected happens, after the end of this rain, those gods will come out as well.
Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Finally, this moment has arrived?
Everything he had done thus far had been in order to gain more time for humanity. Alas, the heavens did not seem to be willing to grant his wish. With a single rainstorm, all his plans had been for naught. Why not use misfortune power to try to slow it down?
Chen Feng considered. The misfortune goddess couldn't even be bothered to answer him. With mere misfortune power, he wanted to suppress all the gods? Was he an idiot? Since this could not work, Chen Feng was completely at a loss. He was extremely anxious, and right at this instant, an odd piece of news was received from the Genetic Union's Scout Department. At the planet's core, some lifeforms had been detected yet again. Core? Chen Feng became ashen-faced. Those idiots had come again? Hold on.
Suddenly, Chen Feng thought of something.
May I ask? Among you gods, which is the most amazing? The creation god? The destruction god? The death god? Pangu? Hong Jun? Can you name one that is incredibly powerful yet is dead for real and can no longer be resurrected? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 738, what is this guy thinking this time? Chapter 738, what is this guy thinking this time? Translator, limest editor, Tenish. Spirit was instantly on alert. What are you thinking of doing? Chen Feng appeared undisturbed. Just trying to learn more. Spirit looked at him with deep suspicion.
She hesitated shortly before cautiously saying, a god at that level is not one you can easily joke about, especially insult.
Do I look like someone who would do that?
Chen Feng asked, his eyes wide open in a glare.
No, you don't.
Spirit cautiously continued, however, even if that lord has perished, the entirety of this world is a product of his creation. If you dare mess around using that lord's name, you will invite the wrath of the heavens themselves.
Oh, then forget it, Chen Feng said with a shrug. Spirit. The misfortune goddess, ... He had given up just like that? In short, he was thinking up some despicable plan again, right?
If he hadn't been advised against doing so by Spirit, he would probably start creating trouble again. He had truly caused these two goddesses to be speechless.
After some thought, Chen Feng said, well then, do you have a similarly awe-inspiring god that also perished but who was at a somewhat lower level? So long as the god is unrelated to heaven and earth, it will do. The Sin god.
His name was Yi, Spirit said without hesitation.
Yi? Chen Feng had a slight impression of this name. When the primordial had initially descended, he had obtained some general knowledge from Duma.
As such, he indeed knew of some rather popular gods. This Sin god was one of them, as he had truly been too famous. It was rumored that back then, he had enticed all the gods into committing sins in order to increase his godly power. Naturally, the consequences of that did not need to be mentioned. After being chased about for a while, he had been erased for real. However, his strength wasn't something anyone could doubt. For him to have dared to provoke all the gods by himself, his prowess was apparent. This was a god who had once been a legend even among the various gods, even though he had ultimately died.
Excellent. Chen Feng was extremely pleased to hear this. So it turned out that the level of this Sin god was so high among the gods. That would make things easier for him. What are you planning to do? Spirit asked in a soft voice. It won't do for you to pretend to be the Sin god. You will be inviting trouble upon yourself. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Why would I even want to pretend to be him? Pretending to be a god like this, that was no different than being the leader of all evil. Doing that would be no different than committing suicide. Chen Feng had merely thought of a good idea to gain more time for humanity. Just wait and see. Chen Feng's hand pulsed with faint godly power, which proceeded to fuse with the raindrops. Things are getting more and more interesting. Bang! The earth trembled. A group of black-clothed people ferociously charged out from underground. Each of them was extremely powerful and appeared incredibly formidable. However, just as they arrived above ground, they encountered a group of soldiers that directly and viciously charged at them. The leader waved his hand coldly. Kill! Pooh! Pooh! The black-clothed group flashed about, and instantly, the entire squadron of soldiers was cleanly killed. He. A class? Indeed. That person howled with laughter. Ha, so this is the real strength of the human world? We were indeed tricked by that damnable Chen Feng. After finishing his words, he pulled his black gown out and revealed his true appearance, a Twin Horns member. Humans, we have arrived, the Twin Horns elder said loftily. This time, even the weakest in their group was an awakened. Humans? The strongest human was merely Chen Feng. From the soldiers earlier, they had found some documents of that genetic union. If they recalled correctly, that Chen Feng seemed to be one of the higher-ups of this so-called strongest organization. This world was indeed as weak as they had expected. The reason that they of the Twin Horns race had arrived was to conquer. Do we need to shut the teleportation portal? Someone asked. The elder sneered. There is no need. Leave behind 10 awakened ones to guard the door to allow the grand army of the Twin Horns race to enter without stop. This world will be dominated by us. Yes. Everyone's blood boiled. Had the time finally arrived for the Twin Horns race to grow? The elder waved his hand. Set off. Bang! The army set off. Along the way, they encountered a huge number of human soldiers. Although the numbers were high, all of them were a class. The human soldiers could not take more than a single attack from them. Pooh! Pooh! They killed their way through. The group of several hundred Twin Horns members had suffered 0 casualties thus far. The humans are too weak, the elder said in disdain. This was indeed a world where the inhabitants were restricted to below the awakened realm. Even Chen Feng had only been able to enter the awakened realm after entering their world by accident. That was what had led to their misconception about the true strength of this world. The elder analyzed their future course of actions. We can first conquer this world while continuing to maintain our minor world. When the time comes to break through, we can go back for that. As the others heard this, they approved. As far as they were concerned, the human world was just a fertile land gifted to them by the heavens. It's a pity that this rain is quite annoying. The general looked at the rain, clearly somewhat twitchy about it. The rain was obviously slowing down their speed and reducing their vision. The elder smiled calmly. It doesn't matter. If this is the hardship we have to endure to conquer this world, I do not mind. Ha ha. The rest of them chuckled in agreement. True, was there any easier way one could conquer a world? Let's go. The army advanced once again, their goal being the conquest of this entire world. Meanwhile, near the teleportation portal, a black shadow flashed past and instantly went through the portal undetected. He smiled. Level 1 awakened? Schwa! Instantly, his figure vanished. The Twin Horns members guarding the portal frowned but could not detect anything. Earlier, above the core entrance where the Twin Horns army appeared, a blonde with spiky hair was floating in the air with Sakata Chinibu by his side. Both of them were gazing coldly at the army appearing below. Schwa! Schwa! Sakata Chunibu's hand pulsed with a faint godly power.
It turned out that earlier, with the land below as the foundation, a huge labyrinth had been created. As for the human army down there that the Twin Horns race encountered, Akihito, Sakata Chunibu called out coldly. Here, here. Akihito pointed impatiently at the labyrinth. Next, a gust of godly power surged out and formed numerous clones, tens of millions, that were subsequently stationed everywhere within the labyrinth. This ability of yours. This was not the first time Sakata Chunibu had seen this ability, but he was as shaken as ever. Apart from this Akihito, nobody else could reach this level in the art of cloning with godly power. He had easily created 10 million clones, and the clones were male and female, young and old. By himself, he could be an army, an entire race, a village, or even a city. Even now, the Twin Horns members had yet to realize the predicament they were in. When will this be over? Akihito asked impatiently. Sakata Chunibu shook his head. I don't know. Chen Feng merely ordered us to come here and play around with these idiots.
I don't know what he intends to do. He only mentioned that we will know when the time comes.
Akihito frowned at this response.
What, you don't have enough godly power to last longer? Sakata Chunibu was somewhat flabbergasted. That should not be the case, right?
With their strength as resonators, it shouldn't be too exhausting to play around with these idiots.
Akihito inhaled deeply. No, that's not the case.
However, to avoid detection, regardless of whether it's a village, a town, soldiers, gender, or age, I need to keep creating different clones.
MHM? Sakata Chunibu was still somewhat doubtful. That should not increase his exhaustion rate, right? Akihito clenched his teeth. Furthermore,
these bastards of the Twin Horns race insist on raping all the females they come across.
Sakata Chunibu's eyes went wide. Holy shit, it can't be that. Akihito clenched his teeth. That's right. Even at the minimum, I feel 10% of what my clones feel. Sakata Chunibu gasped in shock. 10%.
This seemed like a rather low level of realism, but when it was amplified by 10 million clones.
Wow. Sakata Chunibu was suddenly filled with a sense of veneration for Akihito.
I will try to request a reduced number of females. However, there still need to be some. Otherwise, they will start getting suspicious.
Many thanks. Akihito clenched his fists tightly, his body twitching occasionally. Everyone here is so talented, Sakata Chunibu lamented. Next, his gaze landed on the idiots below who believed that they were conquering this world, filled with curiosity toward the reason Chen Feng was keeping these idiots contained here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 739, Millions upon Millions of Lives, Nothing but Bugs. Chapter 739, Millions upon Millions of Lives, Nothing but Bugs. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
The rain continued falling for quite a while. Infused with godly power, the raindrops soaked the earth, causing an uncountable number of gods to start slowly waking up. Every single day, powerful fluctuations could be felt from different corners of the world. These were the fluctuations caused by both gods and resonators awakening. Pressure unique to gods surged out without stop, causing the entire land to be subjected to a type of divine pressure. The darkest of the primordial era had finally fully descended, where resonators were everywhere and gods stood tall in every corner of the world. Millions upon millions of other lifeforms were nothing but bugs.
The gods have finally descended. At the summit of the ancient territory, Duma watched on silently. The humans would probably be in danger now. As for the reason? They were too weak, yet they occupied the largest portion of this world. Without a doubt, the moment the gods awakened, their attention would be on the humans. On top of that, there was a matter of faith. The act of worship and resonating toward a god served as an important foundation for the gods. Therefore, these newly awakened gods would probably have a rather intense struggle for believers among humanity. In such a situation, nobody could guarantee the safety of the human race. Duma would not be able to do so, nor could Chen Feng.
Nevertheless, the complete annihilation of humanity was impossible. After all, they were the largest group of intelligent lifeforms in this era. Even if the humans were reduced to slaves, the gods would definitely not allow them to go extinct. Despite that, humanity would not be able to avoid a calamity. Experts would die. Weaklings would die miserably. The only thing they could do was pray for the mercy of the luck goddess, hoping that nothing untoward would happen to them. Alas, even the luck goddess would not be able to protect them. Arg! Numerous blood-curdling shouts could be heard. Within a pot of scalding green liquid, Su Fei could be seen screaming.
Duma, you old bastard. You are indeed thinking of eating me. Damn it, just you wait until I leave this place. I will cut your turtle head down and eat it as a stew. Duma's face darkened. Shut up. This bastard. Duma was helping Su Fei increase his godly power, yet this was what he received? The human world. Forget it. Duma had ultimately decided to not tell Su Fei about what was happening, since it would be pointless. If Su Fei was told, he would probably be in a rush to leave this place. However, the only thing that would accomplish was giving his life away, and he would be of totally no help. As such, the only thing they could do now was wait until Su Fei fused with the godly power, until the moment he inherited the consciousness of the turtle spirit. Sorry, Duma said inwardly. Increase the temperature, Duma barked. Here. The little turtle bounced over and increased the temperature. With great joy, the little turtle watched on as Su Fei was cooked. TSK, finally, this bastard Duma has changed his tastes. Yet another blood-curdling scream sounded out. Ah! Above the starry sky, an immense throne was faintly discernible. The man seated on the throne was still playing with the ring on his finger. His gaze swirled around, and once again, numerous battleships exploded just like fireworks. Done with that, his gaze landed on the planet before him. Godly powers were swirling about without stop as gods awakened one after another. Numerous formidable auras surged out. This initially ordinary-looking planet was finally no longer ordinary. The man watched on expressionlessly. After a long time, a tinge of disdain appeared in his eyes. Just like that, he watched on as this planet transformed, becoming unprecedentedly powerful. After a long time, his figure vanished once again. As for the huge throne, it slowly vanished amid space. Everything seemed the same as ever. On a certain summit, a youth was smiling happily. Old man, is this your so-called calamity? With the rain, the awakening of all the gods had sped up, causing the gods that were supposed to slowly appear to all appear together. Suddenly, the entire world was in chaos. The scene where all the gods were jumbled together like some dumpling. TSK. The old man blanked. I don't know. The future that had previously been readable had suddenly changed. The only thing he knew was that this land would encounter a huge calamity. But what exactly was the calamity? He had no answer to that. How could they deal with the calamity? He had no answer to that either. PFT. The youth curled his lips. If even this is not considered a disaster, what else can? Woo, he stretched lazily. In any case, this is unrelated to us. Humans. He. Within a certain high-rise building, a youth pulsing with faint godly power was sitting cross-legged. Interestingly, as the godly power pulsed, odd items flickered around him. Video games, computers, communicators, dolls, a certain odd-looking pink toy, and a pair of blue and white striped underwear still tinged with a certain smell. Is this what you all require? The youth asked with a sigh. Kids nowadays sure had weird tastes. Go. He waved his hand. Next, those items pierced through the void, directly arriving beside the pillow of a certain someone. He could clearly feel that after doing this, his godly power had increased yet again. As for whether his gifts would bring that kid happiness or cause that kid to suffer a beating from his parents after waking up in the morning, it wasn't something this person was bothered with. The youth smiled proudly. After all, a price has to be paid for desires to be fulfilled. However, when his gaze landed on the rain outside, he sank into silence yet again. This situation will bring Master worry, right? He was somewhat anxious. Since an unknown point in time, his master had transformed into humanity's only hope. By himself, he shouldered the responsibility of guarding the entire human race. Each step he took was so very arduous. He inhaled deeply. The primordial has descended, so what if you all are gods? My current strength is still far from sufficient. However, it won't be long before I become even stronger. Before you all have fully awakened, before you all have fully recovered, I will surpass you all. Then I can assist Master and defeat you all, The youth raised his fist, filled with battle intent. Although the gods had awakened, they were still rather weak. After slumbering within nothingness for so many years, what strength they had should have already vanished. As such, they had no choice but to rebuild their strength. This would be a chance for humanity. Schwa! The youth took in a deep breath, then continued sitting cross-legged. His entire body turned translucent and appeared within the dreams of countless people, asking people what their desires were. World peace? Yes, I can help you. Hi, this engineer here, what is your desire? What? A girlfriend? Sorry, I truly can't help with that.
In the first place, his strength originated from others, regardless of dream or reality. Ever since he had gotten lucky and accidentally fused with a certain god, his ability had combined with godly power. This had started him on a unique path in his pursuit of strength. He would most certainly become stronger. Under the dark night, this youth's face was filled with battle intent.
Bang! Bang!
The sky seemed so hazy, and the rain seemed to have become even heavier.
Countless people gazed at the sky.
From this tempo, it seemed like the rain was nearing its end. All of them knew that when this rain ended, this world would have completely transformed. Without the godly power enveloping the entire world, all the awakened gods would start appearing and fighting for their respective believers. The world would descend into chaos. However, just as the rain became heavier and neared its end, a terrifying piece of heavyweight news surfaced, seemingly related to the Sin God. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 740, The Terrifying Secret. Chapter 740, The Terrifying Secret. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
What was discovered was a certain slab.
This slab looked completely ordinary.
It was the words on the slab that were unsettling. These words seemed to have gone through countless ages, yet they were still as clear as ever. Year 20 after the fall of the primordial, a hazy day.
Where is the Sin God slumbering? Where are the other gods slumbering? Why has no one discovered the existence of the Sin God? This is unbelievable.
Some gods were horrified at this news.
Isn't the Sin God dead? How is it possible for him to be slumbering? This is fake news, right? Where was this slab found?
From a mountain near where I awakened. I sensed the ancientness within and took the slab out to get a clearer look.
Surprisingly, this is what I uncovered. Is it possible that this is fake? Not possible. I have already inspected it.
This thing has indeed survived since the fall of the primordial.
Moreover, such slabs only existed during the primordial era.
In short, what is written here is true.
No idea.
The anxious gods flipped the slab around, trying to look for some clues. The contents were truly too astonishing. If the Sin God was truly still alive, as far as all the other gods were concerned, this was no different than a nightmare. Back then, the Sin God had attempted to conquer the entire world. In the end, he had been killed by the Creation God. Subsequently, the Creation God had been extremely dissatisfied with the fact that the world he had created had fallen under influence of other gods and had ultimately fused with the world itself. He had erased all traces of his existence and become one with the world. From that moment onward, this world had started operating by itself, thoroughly upgraded. During that war, both the Sin God and the Creation God had vanished. As for the other gods, they had gained true freedom and had started going independent, each proclaiming ownership over their respective domains. This was also what had caused the subsequent age of chaos. Unexpectedly, the Sin God was actually still alive. This god had been capable of contending against the Creation God. It did not matter if he had only been able to do it through exploiting this world, nor did it matter that he had ultimately suffered defeat. The fact still stood that he had been capable of contending against everyone. This world has already been perfected by the Creation God. As such, the Sin God will not be able to exploit this world.
But his strength. All the gods sank into silence.
The Sin God was truly way too powerful. Even back then, he had only been defeated after all the gods had worked together, with even the Creation God getting involved.
If he was to return once again and he sought revenge, who could stop him? I do not trust this slab. Same here.
A lot of people refused to believe the contents of the slab. After all, apart from gods, all other existences were nothing but bugs.
And with the trifling strength of those bugs, how could they have uncovered true clues leading to the Sin God? This was probably the creative imagination of some bug. That is quite possible. Forget about this for now, then. Hey, this still pertains to the Sin God. We should at least investigate it, right? Some gods exchanged glances.
Everyone studied this slab without stop, and finally, someone discovered a vague symbol in the corner of the slab. This symbol was, in fact, part of an ancient numbering system used during the primordial era.
It is numbered. There are more of these? Try searching. Try asking other gods as well. All right.
They started contacting other gods to ask about the slab. However, this questioning session caused all the gods to be thoroughly horrified. They found that, in fact, quite a number of gods had such slabs. The reason was that these slabs were truly too conspicuous.
With the faint godly power pulsing off them, these slabs were easily discoverable by the gods.
They also found that each of these slabs was labeled with a number. When all the slabs were gathered, a terrifying content was revealed.
Late night, hazy day.
Today marks the first year of the fall of the primordial. Since the fall of the gods, this land has been much more peaceful. However, I discovered the true secret of the gods. They have yet to die for real. Rather, they all seem to be slumbering somewhere, awaiting the day of their awakening. Year 6 after the fall of the primordial, clear weather. I discovered an astonishing secret pertaining to the legendary Sin God. This powerful existence that once fought all the gods seems to have remained alive as well. Despite his grave injuries, he is alive and is slumbering somewhere, seemingly waiting for something.
This is undoubtedly scary. Why is he still alive? Why did he stay behind? No answer.
After searching through all the primordial vestiges, I still can't find the answer.
Perhaps some gods assisted him back then?
Year 10 after the fall of the primordial, heavy downpour. The discovery of the Sin God is incredibly worrying.
After several years of research, I failed to discover many clues.
However, I am certain that he is indeed still alive.
Oh heavens, what did the primordial gods do?
Year 20 after the fall of the primordial, hazy day.
Where is the Sin God slumbering? Where are the other gods slumbering? Why has no one discovered the existence of the Sin God? This is unbelievable.
Year 30 after the fall of the primordial, sunny weather.
I found it.
I have finally found the secret of the Sin God.
Ha ha.
He is indeed different than the other gods. He hid his godly power and inheritance on an alien world. It is no wonder that the other gods did not discover him. Year 40 after the fall of the primordial, blood moon.
So this is the secret of the Sin God? His godly power and inheritance were left on an alien world.
On top of that, a spatial whirlpool was constructed there to attract people without stop. These people will be converted into his believers, replenishing his strength without stop.
Ha ha ha. With this, how can the other primordial gods discover him?
The moment the Sin God returns will also be the moment all the gods tremble and face destruction. This time, there will be no creation god to help them. As such, no one can stop the Sin God. Year 50 after the fall of the primordial, windy day. Throughout the years, I have searched every corner of the world. Unfortunately, with my strength, I was not able to discover it.
My body is getting weak.
If later generations find it, please do tell me of a way to go meet those fellows. I believe the primordial gods will awaken first. With this, they can at least go and destroy the Sin God before he awakens. Year 60 after the fall of the primordial, heavy snowfall.
I am actually still alive. I have yet to discover any clues about the alien world. By myself, my strength is limited. I intend to establish a sect focusing on searching for things pertaining to this. I wonder if they can survive on.
Year 66 after the fall of the primordial, dark.
I'm afraid I truly can't hold on any longer. This will probably be my final message.
These slabs will all be hidden amid the mountains in hopes of preserving them as best as possible.
I wonder if the gods will see these in the future. If you gods truly see these, please do go look for the Sin God. Naturally, all my findings will only be proven true if an alien world indeed exists.
If there is no such alien world, there is no need to worry. Year 103 after the fall of the primordial, hail. I am the third sect master of the divine sect.
Based on the sect ancestors' request, I am leaving a message here. We have finally found clues about the alien world. As for their method of passage, it remains unknown.
The only thing we know is that they are all believers of the Sin God. They are exhausting all means available to them to aid the Sin God's recovery.
This is without a doubt extremely terrifying.
As such, we will try our best to foil their plan.
Who are they? Where do they originate from? We don't know.
Our only clues are that they all have two horns on their head and that they call themselves the Twin Horns race.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 741, This is not true. Chapter 741, This is not true. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
Year 109 after the fall of the primordial, snowstorm. I seem to have discovered some clues that seem rather useless. I have always been curious as to why the Sin God challenged the entire world. After my subsequent research, I found that the Sin God might have obtained an ability capable of creating a new world. He very well could have intended to destroy this world and create his own world.
Perhaps, that new world is the very one he slumbers in?
Naturally, this is merely an assumption on my part. Year 120 after the fall of the primordial heat wave. The secret of the Sin God seems to have something to do with rebirth.
Master once said that the Sin God will constantly absorb the power of faith to undergo endless rebirth.
One can only truly destroy him by eliminating his seed and severing his roots prior to his full awakening.
However, how can one find him? How can one destroy him? I have zero clues, and I am already an old man.
I have dedicated my entire life to seeking the secret of the Sin God, yet I have still failed to discover anything.
I am indeed not Master's match.
As for my disciples, they have long given up on this quest.
I'm afraid the ancestors' teachings will end here.
Just today, a few of my disciples started killing each other over the position of sect master. I am truly disheartened to see this and truly wish to continue the teachings of our ancestors.
I don't know if it will. Year 130 after the fall of the primordial, sunny. Sect Master Huang was here.
Year 150 after the fall of the primordial, rainy.
What is the point of writing all this?
Year 200 after the fall of the primordial, snowstorm.
Fine, even I am an old man now.
Before my death, I suddenly remembered this slab.
And thus I came. Although I have no interest whatsoever in the Sin God, this slab seems capable of surviving history itself? I have no intention of having lived for nothing. Let me give it some thought.
Oh, right, I heard that the godly power left behind by the Sin God can be absorbed. This is what a horned fellow told me before his death. I don't quite believe his words, though.
Yeah, there's more.
I heard that in their alien world, that God is being worshipped.
Yes, I have more.
I heard that someone found the will of the creation God. In the will, the creation God mentioned that he had left behind some things to encourage the future generations to truly eliminate the Sin God. Anyone who succeeded in eliminating the Sin God would be instantly promoted to godhood. Unfortunately, I don't have the coordinates of that damnable world. Otherwise I could just bring someone over to eliminate that annoying Sin God.
With that, wouldn't I be a god as well? TSK.
Naturally, the main reason I have not attempted anything is that I don't believe any of this.
In any case, I have never seen a god.
I reckon the so-called gods are nothing but superstition.
If the gods are truly so amazing, why did they die? Alright, great sect leader Huang will leave now.
I reckon nobody will continue writing on these slabs in the future. None of the youngsters nowadays care about the gods. After all, those matters are too far back in the past.
That was the end.
After this final message, no further messages were left. This was a chronicle left behind by a certain expert of a certain race after he had traveled the entire world in search of the gods. Ultimately, that person had discovered the secret of the Sin God. As the gods read this, they all chilled.
Was the Sin God truly still alive?
They dared not believe this.
Some gods started voicing their doubt. These slabs. A different god side. They have already been inspected.
The inspection verified that all the slabs matched the dates written on them.
Everything was from that era. All the gods sank into silence.
Something like this was impossible to fake, not when there were so many gods here. Therefore, regardless of how much they doubted the content of the slabs, they could not doubt the existence of the slab, the old man, or the sect he had established.
Divine sect.
The eyes of a certain god started shining.
Countless figures started flashing before his eyes. Divine sect. Established on year XXX, ended on year XXX. Sect leader. Descendants.
Goals. With his own eyes, he pierced time itself and witnessed the birth and ruin of that sect. He did not forget to play all he had witnessed in the form of holograms so all the gods could see it.
Everyone sank into silence.
They were well aware of this god's ability, in short, the Sin God. A certain flustered god started voicing his doubts.
No.
This can only prove that these people truly believed what they wrote.
However, with their level, what if they were wrong? That is possible. Twin horns, alien world. How is it possible for an alien world to exist?
Some other gods started agreeing.
That's right. We are all gods here. If there is indeed an alien world, how could we not know of it?
Even if that alien world is located in a different dimension, causing us all to be unable to sense it, the spatial god would be able to sense it. The spatial god is already dead. During the chaotic war back then, he was the first god to die.
Have you forgotten?
From the slab, this alien world was created by the Sin God himself. In order to prevent the other gods from going there, he most certainly placed the world far away from this world.
With regular methods, we will not be able to get there. I doubt it.
The gods started arguing.
In fact, due to this matter pertaining to the Sin God, these gods had created some divine network of sorts that worked like the internet.
Within this network, all the gods could see the projections of the other gods. One could say that this was, in a way, a virtual reality unique to these gods. A figure that was obviously much more imposing than the others appeared, causing all the gods to sink into silence.
What is the point of arguing about all this? Regardless of whether it's true or not, won't we find out after conducting an investigation? For now, we have to first confirm whether such an alien world truly exists.
Then we have to confirm if the Twin Horns race truly exists.
All right.
A certain god started investigating right away. As for the other gods, they could only smile bitterly.
Would an alien world be so easy to find?
However, the god in charge of the investigation did not take long to return with an extremely flustered expression. Alien world, still exists.
What?
The god's hearts jolted.
It still existed? Now.
That figure smiled bitterly.
Yes.
They have attempted to invade the human world several times. According to my investigation, it was all for the sake of faith.
Moreover, the humans even captured a twin horn. Faith. The gods trembled as they heard this. Damn it, could this truly be the Sin God?
One of the figures expressed his doubt.
Did you not ask the humans about this?
That figure smiled bitterly.
There is no need for that.
As it so happens, the Twin Horns members have appeared once again.
Moreover, I even saw a teleportation portal that Twin Horns members were flowing out of without stop.
The aura they carry does not seem like an aura native to this world.
Schwa.
At this, all the gods were alarmed.
Twin Horns. Alien world. All the puzzles seemed to be solved at this instant. So it turned out that an alien world indeed existed. If one thought about it, apart from the creation god, which other god was capable of creating a world?
The Sin God was the only one, since he had been powerful enough to provoke all the gods in existence at the same time. This was also the same conclusion the slab writer had reached. The Sin God had challenged the creation god in order to obtain his world-creating power so as to perfect his own world. With that, the Sin God would be able to increase in strength as well. As of this moment, all their questions had been answered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 742, Kill. Chapter 742, Kill. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Damn it.
The gods trembled in fear. It would have been fine if they hadn't discovered this.
But now.
In short, the Sin God is truly still alive.
Everyone sank into silence.
The facts were already there. They could not deny it and had no choice but to face this dreadful fact, that the damnable Sin God was still alive and slumbering in an alien world. To verify this, they had gathered nearly all the gods that had awakened. All the slabs had been gathered and all the clues had been investigated. They had even found the Twin Horns members that had arrived in this world. The gods all looked at each other.
This was something they had to face. What should we do?
Why don't we kill our way there? A certain god proposed. Another god was indignant.
We have only recently awakened. Going over there now to give our lives away?
I feel like it would be better to go after we have all recovered our godly powers and combat powers.
That way, we will be more likely to succeed.
The other god sneered.
I have only one question. Say it. Who do you think will recover faster?
You or the Sin God? He asked coldly.
Schwa. At this question, all the gods sank into silence.
This was a question that caused them to all dwell in grief.
What can we do, then? A certain god asked meekly.
Immediately contact all the gods that have awakened and prepare to set off. Before the Sin God can recover, kill him. Let me remind you all of something else that was also recorded on the slabs. The Sin God also left behind his own godly power and inheritance. In other words, if we kill him, we will be able to obtain his godly power. Or perhaps we can even obtain some of the creation god's leftover godly power.
Bang! The gods were all enticed by this proposition. Indeed.
They recalled the contents of the slabs. If what was written there was true. At this moment, even the gods that had been wavering earlier were enticed.
Who knew how long it would take for them to fully recover?
Yet if they could absorb the inheritance of that sin god. At this point, all the gods were eager to give it a try.
Very good. Let us prepare to set off.
We shall discuss everything else after killing the sin god.
Understood. With so many different godly powers between us, we are definitely stronger than the current sin god. By the way, Luck Goddess, don't forget to assist us all. She's not here. Has she not awakened? A certain god questioned. That should not be the case.
After all, that unique rain earlier should have awakened all the gods.
No, she is dead. All the gods turned pale with fright. Killed by the sin god?
No, I am the one who killed her. That voice continued coldly. She attempted to absorb my godly power.
After I awakened, I killed her. If any of you have any doubts, you can look for me. I am the forest goddess. The divine network sank into silence. Luck Goddess, absorbing godly power.
True, that indeed seemed like something that B*TCH would do. Surprisingly, though, this time, she had truly angered the forest goddess. The only thing they doubted was that the forest goddess could defeat the luck goddess. However, after giving it some thought, they found it acceptable. This was a unique era where all the gods had recently awakened, an era where everything was possible.
Without her, things will be somewhat troublesome. However, we have no choice but to put caution to the wind. Let us first go to the portal. All right. Schwa. Numerous figures dashed out.
Shortly after, all the gods appeared near the portal. At present, the Twin Horns members were still wandering about in confusion. That was because, a short while ago, everyone they had killed or touched had transformed into figures of light and vanished, as if everything had been nothing but an illusion.
What's going on? Is this another of the humans' tricks? The elder was furious. Damn it.
These bugs are good for nothing but such trickeries. Go, let us kill our way over and show them our true strength.
Howl. Howl.
The Twin Horns members howled as their blood boiled with battle intent.
Each time they had faced the humans, the results had left a bad taste on their mouth. The time had finally come for their revenge. Kill. Kill. Everyone howled.
And thus, they started advancing. Just as they were preparing to teach the puny humans a lesson, suddenly, the sky above was enveloped in darkness.
Numerous figures appeared, each incomparably powerful.
At the sight of this, all of the Twin Horns members trembled.
These guys, why was it that each and every one of these figures gave off the same feeling their lord gave off? Fear not.
This must be another of the humans' tricks, the elder howled.
Do not give these bastards any chances. Kill them all. Yes.
As they heard this, the Twin Horns members all seemed to be enlightened. The damnable humans had already tricked them earlier.
Now the humans were thinking of tricking them again? This was too excessive. Kill. 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 With boiling blood, the Twin Horns members charged at the sky.
Each of the gods that had appeared was as dazzling as the sun itself. It was precisely because they seemed so powerful that the Twin Horns members were of the opinion that this was a trick.
Illusion. This must be an illusion. Bang.
They all charged at the sky only to transform into a rain of blood. Only a single one of the gods had needed to casually wave his hand to freeze all these Twin Horns members in place before transforming them into nothingness. Bugs were still bugs, after all.
Only the Twin Horns elder was left alive. A certain god pointed at the elder's forehead. Tell me everything pertaining to your god. Schwa.
Radiance swirled about, and next, all the information pertaining to the god was extracted. Some were real, while some was merely propaganda. In the eyes of the Twin Horns members, their god was an omnipotent existence. This fits the description on the slabs.
Sin god, eh?
The world he created was too small, resulting in a lack of faith.
This is the reason they keep invading the human world. Yes, everything seems to click. All the gods exchanged glances, each of them in a heavy mood.
They had all given thought to how this world should be ruled moving forward after their awakening. They had also contemplated ways to grow their believers. However, none of them had expected that the first incident they would partake in after awakening was doing battle with the Sin God.
Looks like we have no choice but to take a trip over there. Yes.
The gods all looked at the portal. Twin Horns members were still flowing out of the portal without stop. However, all of them were cleanly killed off by the gods.
Let's go.
It is time we say hi to an old friend.
Swish. Swish, dot.
The formidable gods all descended from the sky and immediately entered the portal. The initial anxiousness and fear was nowhere to be seen, replaced by excitement.
The Sin God, hee. That was a boundless amount of godly power waiting for them there.
For a lot of these gods, the godly power of the Sin God would be sufficient to help them break through, becoming even stronger.
Shwa. Shwa. Numerous gods flashed forward.
At this time, near the portal, a black shadow noiselessly appeared. He regarded the portal and the surroundings that were now empty, a grin forming on his face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 743, Trick and Kill. Chapter 743, Trick and Kill. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
On the alien world, the moment the gods appeared, all the living beings present there reduced to nothingness. Regardless of how strong they were, it was pointless before these gods. In horror, the Twin Horns members fled before being frozen and subsequently killed.
Bang!
Their minds were extracted and read by the gods.
Indeed.
They are trying to expand the faith of their god.
Has anyone found that fellow? Found him. However, it seems somewhat weird.
From our progress thus far and what we have seen of their god from their memories, this god does not seem too strong.
An unknown minor god? MHM.
His aura is somewhat weak, and his appearance does not resemble the Sin God.
Is it a disguise? Perhaps he wanted to hide his appearance from these mortals.
After all, there is no need for a god to reveal their true appearance to mortals.
True. The gods all sank into silence.
Everything they had seen thus far had been extracted from the memories of these twin horns, the image of a god that had been exaggerated with some special effects to spice it up.
This was definitely different from how the god normally looked. It doesn't matter. Regardless of whether that is his true appearance, won't we know after taking a look? That makes sense.
As for these Twin Horns members, just kill them while leaving their consciousnesses behind. In any case, we still need to find a way to return after we are done here.
MHM. Shwa. Shwa. Numerous lights swirled around.
The Twin Horns members that were charging at the gods were no different than moths flying into a flame. After dying, they all transformed into numerous clumps of consciousness. One only needed to approach the clumps to extract all their memories. Due to the information contained in their heads, even in death, they could not obtain a complete death. That the Twin Horns race had been able to invade the human world multiple times proved that they had complete knowledge of how to teleport to the human world. As such, the gods were not worried about the matter of returning to their home planet.
Everything seemed to be under control.
Found him, a god said with shining eyes.
Go!
All the gods charged over.
The Sin God, had the time come for battle?
They were all filled with anticipation. After joining hands to kill this Sin God, all of them would be able to increase their strength. However, some of the gods were still doubtful, as they felt that something did not seem right, as if they had missed something.
Was the god here truly the Sin God?
In the genetic union, Chen Feng was silently studying the screen in front of him. All the statistics from the awakening of the gods until their recent departure were gathered on this screen he was looking at.
And now, Shwa. The portal was shown on that screen.
Just earlier, he had with his own eyes watched on as all the gods had stepped through the portal, leaving this planet. Naturally, the gods were in no way stupid. Some of them had placed some firm barriers around to lock the entire portal down, not allowing any regular lifeforms near it.
None of those gods noticed you monitoring them?
The deputy president was amazed. Satellite monitoring, Chen Feng replied expressionlessly. These primordial gods probably had no idea that, high up in the sky, there was a thing capable of seeing them, monitoring all their actions. No godly power was required, nor was there a need to lock on to any of the gods.
The monitoring could progress noiselessly, undetected.
It's almost time, Chen Feng muttered.
Shwa. A black radiance flashed.
Near the portal, a pitch-black figure appeared. For the first time, the appearance of this figure was revealed. He was Chen Hai.
How is it? Chen Feng asked.
No problems encountered, Chen Hai said calmly. Based on the coordinates you provided, I went over and killed all the Twin Horns members that knew about teleportation and the coordinates.
All the materials and data that could be used has been destroyed as well.
As of now, the Twin Horns world will not be able to teleport to this world.
Chen Feng smiled. Very good. In other words, they only had to destroy this portal and the connection would be completely severed.
It has been hard on you and Kong Bai, Chen Feng said in a soft voice.
That's right.
All this was the handiwork of Chen Feng, Qin Hai, and Kong Bai.
Kong Bai did not dare transmigrate to the primordial era. However, what of the subsequent eras?
Those were godless eras Kong Bai could visit as he wished. With the assistance of Chen Feng's luck aura, Kong Bai had been to easily visit the different eras so as to leave behind numerous legends pertaining to the so-called divine sect, as well as the slabs the gods had discovered. These were what the gods had uncovered. The only reason for all this had been in order to lure all the gods to the alien world. Chen Feng remembered that in their previous battle with the Twin Horns race, they had discovered that there was also a god there on the Twin Horns world. Regardless of how much the Twin Horns race had bragged about their god, it seemed like this was in fact a minor god. They had reached this conclusion after noticing how slow this god's recovery rate was. In any case, it did not matter if this god was powerful or not. So long as there were trails of this god's existence, Chen Feng would be able to disguise this god as the legendary Sin god, Yi. Next, all the awakened gods would head over.
And finally.
Suddenly, Chen Feng said, Qin Hai.
Understood.
The black diamond on Qin Hai's forehead started gleaming.
In
Chen Feng's hands, luck and misfortune pulsed and landed on the barriers protecting the portal. Instantly, the barriers collapsed, allowing Qin Hai free passage.
Bang! 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 Numerous loud booms resounded. Instantly, the huge portal collapsed, transforming into nothingness.
So long, gods, Chen Feng said with a burning gaze. The spatial god was long dead. A huge number of gods had awakened this time, yet not a single one of them possessed a teleportation ability. This was the core of Chen Feng's plan. Now that all those gods had been sent to the alien world, they had any way of returning.
With this, the humans would be safe. Or perhaps one could say that the genetic era would regain its peace.
This was Chen Feng's plan, his scheme against all the gods. From the legends of the Sin god to the slabs planted by Kong Bai, followed by the assassinations conducted by Qin Hai, each section was closely linked together, finally resulting in the full departure of all the gods that did not belong to this genetic era. Everyone gazed at the sky. Behind the haze, a sunny and cloudless sky seemed to be coming out.
Was everything finally over?
At this time, on the alien world, the gods that were heading toward the Sin god heard the loud explosion. Next, they saw the portal collapse.
Who did it?
Humph.
Hold on.
Some of the gods already had a bad premonition.
We seem to have neglected something.
A certain god that was known for his wits vigilantly said, Quick, start up a brand new portal.
Shwa! Shwa!
From the innumerable consciousnesses of the dead Twin Horns members, they started searching for information pertaining to the teleportation portal. Alarmingly, all the information pertaining to the portal seemed to have vanished. No coordinates could be found, nor could any know-how regarding portals. On top of that, even all the recorded data had vanished. The gods were alarmed.
How is this possible? Finally, some of the gods realized it. This is a trap. Someone used the destruction of the primordial era as bait to lure all the gods away.
That is not possible.
How is that not possible? Think properly. Is the god here even the Sin god? Even now, you guys are still doubtful, right? The gods all sank into silence. True, was the god here even the Sin god? After pondering the matter from this perspective, they discovered something dreadful. If this was truly the Sin god's world, how could it be so weak?
Moreover, from the memories they had extracted, the god here had only moved once to stop a mere comet, and his figure had immediately gone translucent afterward.
That was simply too weak.
As such, there was no Sin god here. Here, only a minor unknown god could be found. As for all the other gods, they had been tricked into this world. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 744, God Slaughtering Trap. Chapter 744, God Slaughtering Trap. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Who did this?
Some of the gods found this unbelievable.
Them, the gods revered by countless beings, had actually been scammed?
The forest goddess spoke.
I know of a person. The strongest human, Chen Feng. Shwa.
Next, she projected everything Chen Feng had done into the air. After the other gods saw it, they understood thoroughly.
Everyone sank into silence.
Such a character, and those familiar methods. A certain god raged.
A mere human. When I return, I will eliminate all 9 generations of his family. Well, it seems like we can no longer return.
Some of the gods appeared bitter and astringent.
They all sank into silence. Anger? What was the point of getting angry now?
They were no commoners, they were all able to instantly suppress their anger. However, as they looked at the Twin Horns world before them, this desolate world, they wondered if they truly had to remain trapped here. A certain god suddenly said, "This is not possible.
I feel like there are some issues with this analysis. If this operation was truly problematic to begin with, how could it have gone unnoticed by the several thousand of us? Moreover, the method of returning.
Granted, some gods are quite clumsy in nature.
However, there are some who are extremely cautious as well.
Therefore, there had to be some gods who immediately figured out a way to return the moment they arrived here. Those gods should have extracted memories pertaining to how to return the moment they arrived here.
Perhaps that portal's collapse had nothing whatsoever to do with Chen Feng.
Rather, it was the work of some gods that wished to trap us all, this god concluded, providing a new angle to consider this from.
That is quite possible.
Everyone sank into contemplation, finding this analysis to be more probable.
True, how was it possible for several thousand gods here to all think of the same thing? How was it possible that not a single one of them had even bothered thinking about their return?
Therefore, it was quite probable that there was a traitor in their midst. How could a mere mortal like Chen Feng be able to trick them, trick the gods? Suddenly, a god spoke.
Black Mount God. I recall noticing you doing something earlier. The Black Mount God did not deny that as he coldly said, yes.
The first thing I did after entering was kill a certain elder. After that, I tried searching his memories to look for information pertaining to the teleportation.
However, nothing was found.
Therefore, I assumed that perhaps the other gods had extracted the information pertaining to teleportation before me.
Everyone had a pensive look. Indeed. Who else did the same thing immediately after arriving?
Something like this could not be hidden from all the gods here. Therefore, it did not take long for some gods to start standing out. However, horrifying all of them, all the gods said the same thing.
None of them had obtained any information pertaining to teleportation. Several thousand gods had searched for the information, yet not a single one of them had obtained it?
Are you all kidding me? The slaughter god asked furiously.
They are not lying, said the deceit god.
I can't feel any lies from these fellows, nor any godly power fluctuations.
All the gods sank into silence. Was this clue a dead end as well?
Suddenly, the truth of things became fuzzy.
Was this the work of Chen Feng, or was it some traitor?
Or perhaps. A certain god spoke suddenly.
I have an idea.
Regardless of who the culprit is, Chen Feng or a traitor, we only need to focus on returning. Thus, does the local god here have any teleportation or spatial abilities? I feel like our only hope lies in him.
Everyone realized that this was indeed the truth.
So long as they found that god, everything would be solved.
Go. They exchanged glances before once again heading toward that god.
At this time, Chen Feng was chatting up Kong Bai and the rest at the Genetic Union.
What do you think those gods will do? What else? Xin Hai said expressionlessly. They will probably go looking for the local god. That is their only hope.
Naturally, the result for that will only serve to bring them into further despair. Since they had decided to act, they had certainly acted thoroughly. The things Xin Hai had done when he had entered the Twin Horns world previously had severed all possibilities of further teleportation.
With the assistance of luck, all possibilities had been easily destroyed.
Not a single god would be able to return to this world. They would struggle and fight each other until, finally, the leftover gods started competing over the little amount of faith that world contained.
Everyone was there.
At this time, as Chen Feng guessed, the gods there had finally reached their destination. There, a god slumbered. They did not need to even awaken that god. From the first moment their gazes land on that god, their hearts chilled. That was because the aura of this god was so weak that it was almost negligible. This was clearly a low-tier god, a minor and new god that was not even qualified to have a title attached to his name.
Try asking him. They forced the god awake. Ah? The god looked around at his tiny world blankly.
For so many gods that were more powerful than him to have suddenly appeared here, he nearly collapsed emotionally.
Who are you guys?
Do you have any information about teleportation? Asked one of the strongest gods there while he was radiating a faint aura capable of causing one's heart to flutter.
Yes, I have, the minor god answered in fear.
However, before they could even feel any joy from his answer, the god started giving off several names. These were all the elders of the Twin Horns race.
These people, all of them know about teleportation. They are all dead. The data pertaining to teleportation has vanished as well. All the gods were speechless. If so, there is no longer any information pertaining to teleportation here. All I have ever done here is sleep. Everything was handed over to them. The minor god was collapsing emotionally. All the other gods. As of this moment, they all realized with great sorrow that they had truly been trapped here. All these illustrious gods had to be trapped on such a tiny world? I know of a certain person who knows about teleportation, the minor god said after giving it some thought. Based on what the elders reported to me previously, Chen Feng once arrived on this world. He is also the only human who has successfully left this world. Perhaps you guys can. Pooh. The gods were so angered that they started coughing up blood. Chen Feng. Again. How could they still not understand? All this was a trap set by that damnable human, Chen Feng. Chen Feng. Their grievances surged to the sky. Never had they hated a single mortal so much. We can no longer return? After giving it some thought, their fear intensified. They could no longer return. This was the scariest of all. The gods here had recently awakened and had little godly power at their disposal. The only reason they had even come here was in order to kill the sin god and obtain his godly power to aid their own recovery. Who could have expected that they would end up trapped here? The moment their godly power dried up, they would probably... No. I don't want to fall into slumber yet again. A certain god pointed at the minor local god and asked, "Hey, come. How many people do you have on this world?" "Not much," the minor god said in horror. "Some of them have already been killed by you guys. At this moment, there are around 100,000 of them. Please don't kill me. If you guys need faith, I can convert it all to you guys." Oh? The god's eyes shone. Among the gods trapped here, some were still filled with remorse, while some had yet to recover from their shock. There were also some who had already started setting their sights on the inhabitants here. If they couldn't return, they had no choice but to fight over the Twin Horns members. They believed that so long as they survived, they would be able to last long enough, until the day came where the Twin Horns race once again found passage back to their home world. Since they had been able to discover the methods of teleporting once, they would most certainly be able to do it once again after some time. They only needed to survive until that day arrived. And before the arrival of that day, they would require a never-ending supply of faith and godly power. Schwa. Their gazes landed on the living beings of this planet. When they once again looked at each other, hostility was apparent in their eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 745, Who are you? Chapter 745, Who are you? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Don't act recklessly, a rather prestigious god warned, causing all the gods to comb their heads. First, try to think if there are other solutions. As for you, don't mess around. All right. The minor god was absolutely horrified. He felt like he was the saddest of them all. He had been slowly and steadily recovering here in this world. Who could have guessed that he would encounter so many powerful gods when he woke up today? No matter what these gods said, he had to listen. Right now, everyone was looking for a way to leave. Alas, nothing was found. 1 day passed, then 3 days, 7 days, 1 month, and even more. As time passed, the gods finally started collapsing emotionally, as they no longer had much godly power left. We can't keep waiting like this. Yeah, those major gods are surely trying to exhaust us to death so they can monopolize this planet's faith. That is certain. Finally, a number of gods started resisting. Due to their low amount of godly power, they had no choice but to resist. And thus the war of the gods erupted. Countless gods started fighting each other so they could obtain the pitiful 100,000 believers of the Twin Horns race. None of them had expected that so soon after awakening from the true war of the gods during the primordial era, a new war would erupt here. One could say that this war was in fact even more desperate than the previous war had been. Bang! 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 The Twin Horns world shook without stop. Everyone was fighting while that minor local god could do nothing but pitifully defend the world from destruction. Since he was the most familiar with this world, this task had landed on him. Nobody bothered doing anything to him, as everyone was clear that regardless of who the final victor was, this world had to survive. Otherwise, they would all be trapped in space, lonely and desolate as they waited for their eventual deaths. Bang! Bang! The war continued.
Suddenly, the entire sky sank into silence as a bloody glow bloomed. Finally, the first god had been killed.
The entire world sank into momentary silence. However, almost immediately afterward, the battle resumed. Everyone was fighting for survival. Slumbering? None of them were willing to fall into slumber. If this was the human world, they would still be able to awaken from the slumber. But here, slumbering in this damnable world?
No, they were not willing. The moment they fell into slumber here, with the pitiful amount of godly power this world could supply, the slumber could very well be eternal. That was scarier than death itself. As such, they might as well throw caution to the wind and fight it out.
Bang! Bang! The battle continued.
Boundless godly powers with numerous colors flickered without stop, driving this world to destruction. Amid all this, the forest goddess had stayed her hand. That was because she had noticed something familiar. Coincidences, inner conflict, weren't these things that Luck Bitch had been good at? But wasn't she dead? Could this truly be a coincidence? Shwa! Hands pulsing with godly power, she helped that minor god protect this world. The other gods had already descended into madness, causing this world to be on the verge of collapsing from their fights. The minor god was grateful.
Thank you.
The forest goddess ignored him. As she had been awakened earlier, she had quite a healthy amount of godly power. As such, she did not need to fight. Unfortunately, this minor god here would probably not last much longer. The moment this battle ended would also be this god's moment of death. Those gods would not allow a god all the inhabitants here believed in to live, as that would be too dangerous. Therefore, this god would most certainly die. Pooh! With blooming blood, yet another god was killed. The almighty and majestic gods had become nothing but cannon fodder here due to them being too weak. The other gods all blanked momentarily before regaining their senses and resuming the battle. This was a war between gods. Therefore, there would definitely be more deaths. Pooh! Pooh! With the continuous death of gods, everyone soon became accustomed to it. The ground was dyed red by blood, and the sky was tinged by various colors, each representing a different god. Godly powers bloomed everywhere, dying gods screamed everywhere, and numerous colors interwove together. From this group of several thousand gods, a huge number died off. Ultimately, amid the blood-red world, only around 100 gods persevered, fighting on with great difficulty.
Pooh! Yet another god died off.
With this, the surviving gods numbered less than 100. Among the surviving gods, some could no longer stand properly, while some were covered in wounds. Everyone was glaring at each other, waiting for the final fatal attack. The forest goddess sighed.
Can you all stop? This is enough.
With the number of Twin Horns members, even if they are split among you guys, the godly power will be sufficient for you all to recover. Only at this did the gods awaken from their madness.
True, this was already sufficient.
This was a war where there were no winners. Their only goal was to survive, that was all. They looked around, looking at the multicolored and ruined world. It was only at this moment that they realized how bitter this war had been and how many gods had perished. Several thousands of them had perished. Each of the survivors was the strongest of gods, or to be more accurate, these gods used to be the strongest. As for those so-called low-tier and mid-tier gods, they had all perished in this war.
Is it over? A certain god muttered. I guess so.
For now, none of them had any desire to do battle.
If I can return to the human world, I will most certainly kill that damnable fellow.
Their eyes blazed with hatred.
Feng! That damnable human! When had they ever been tricked so badly by a mere mortal?
After all, several thousand gods had been tricked. God-slaying was an incredibly terrifying term, as even in the primordial era, anyone that showed any potential god-slaying capability was instantly killed off by the gods. That was because none of the gods wished to be the one to perish. And yet this Chen Feng had caused several thousand gods to die. With the persuasion of the forest goddess, the gods here had finally stopped fighting. Regardless of how bitter the battle had been, regardless of how many gods had perished, now that the believers of the Twin Horns race were sufficient to support them all, there was no longer a need to fight.
However, this would only stay true temporarily. And now they had one final question left. How were they supposed to convert these believers?
I can transfer them all to you guys, the minor god said in horror.
A god sneered. There is no need for that. They believe in you. Thus, the godly power will be supplied to you.
Even if you are willing to convert their faith to godly power and transfer the godly power to us, that is too much of a waste.
Moreover, this will result in all of us relying on you alone. We definitely cannot agree to this.
As such, I have an even better solution, he said coldly.
What solution is that? The trembling minor god asked. That god laughed nastily. Killing you.
Next, we can divide the believers of this world.
Schwa.
The moment his words left his mouth, he moved. The other gods merely watched on silently. Even the forest goddess could only shake her head. From the beginning, they had been aware that this was the only acceptable ending. For any of them to start gathering believers, this minor god had to first die. The forest goddess sighed regretfully. Compared to these gods, this minor god here was probably the most innocent of them all. Unfortunately, there was truly no helping it. They only had themselves for blame for invading the human world.
Bang! Terrifying godly power descended. This was a true top-tier godly power. Despite the low amount, it was still something a minor god could never hope to contend against. Schwa! The terrifying godly power swept forth. Pooh!
The familiar sound of flesh being pierced echoed. And yet when all the gods there got a clear look, their hearts thumped wildly, as what they saw was truly too horrifying. That minor god had used a single hand to easily block the attack from the other god.
So easily, so terrifyingly.
He lightly grabbed at the clump of godly power in his hand.
Just like that, the top-tier god's godly power could no longer advance. The top-tier god was horrified. How is this possible? The minor god chuckled. Ah! Collapse!
With that, the godly power collapsed and that god was flung back, coughing blood wildly.
The other gods were all shaken. You, who exactly are you? Me? The minor god grinned. Who do you guys think I am? Bang!
Suddenly, the corpses of the gods sprawled everywhere, the godly powers lingering in the air, and the blood of the gods that had been spilled earlier were absorbed by the world. The minor god stood up, pulsing with a seemingly boundless godly power. Everything that the world had absorbed transformed into a huge whirlpool before entering his eyes and transforming into numerous clumps of flame that seemed capable of blazing on forever, akin to a sin that could never be extinguished. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 746, Phenomenon in the Sky. Chapter 746, Phenomenon in the Sky. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. It's you! All the surviving gods trembled, watching on incredulously. The Sin God. Yi. It was actually him for real. How was this possible? How could it be him? Had this not been a scam on the part of Chen Feng? Was this not a lie told by Chen Feng? This guy. This guy. They all trembled. How is it possible? They did not dare believe that the Sin God was actually still alive and was actually this powerful. The Sin God smiled. I have to thank you all for this. After absorbing the blood, bodies, and godly power of several thousand gods. Ah! This is truly too perfect. I don't know how much longer it would have taken me to recover without you guys. Bang! Their hearts all shuddered. Everything they had done had been taken advantage of by this fellow. If they had known earlier that the Sin God was here, they would have most certainly been able to kill him by joining hands. But now. Their hearts trembled. Several thousand gods had killed each other until only 100 remained. As for the several thousand gods that had died, they had served as fertilizer for the Sin God, transforming into his source of power. With the pitiful little power the surviving gods had, how could they contend against him? No wonder, the forest goddess muttered. Earlier, she had been curious about why a mere minor god had been able to keep this world stable even as all the other gods were battling it out. Unexpectedly, this guy was indeed the Sin God. Finally, all the pieces of the puzzle had clicked into place. The entire god-slaying operation had started with the Sin God, and now, it was ending with the Sin God. They had finally confirmed the existence of the Sin God, yet they were no longer capable of contending against him. No, this is not possible. How is it possible that you can absorb all their power? Their godly powers obviously dissipated amid the air. How is it possible that you could absorb them? One of them roared. How was it possible to absorb godly power that had dissipated? On top of that, there was also the blood of those gods. They had clearly seen the blood seeping into the ground while the godly power dissipated and dispersed. How could the Sin God have absorbed it? This was not something the Sin God was supposed to be capable of doing. Didn't the legend you guys read tell you? The Sin God had a faint smile. Because, this is a world I created myself.
He raised his hand.
Bang, dot. The entire world started spinning.
At this instant, all the powers that had dispersed into nature, into the world itself, merged with the Sin God, becoming his. This, in turn, caused the hearts of all the gods present to jolt violently. They had finally recalled what they had read from the slabs. The Sin God had created his own world, and it was because of that he had started fighting the creation god. He wanted to gain comprehension on the true origin of a world, and he also wanted to gain comprehension on the methods to create a true world. They all despaired.
How could things have developed this way?
The Sin God laughed toyingly.
Welcome to my world. Bang! Next, the godly power of Sin swirled out, enveloping all the gods there.
At the same time, everyone in the genetic union was celebrating the disappearance of the gods.
The primordial that had just descended had vanished yet again before it could even display its might. Humanity had once again returned to a godless era. Ha, the gods are all gone. Without gods, those resonators will not be able to borrow the power of gods anymore. Yeah, now the resonators are nothing but stronger awakened ones. They are no longer as threatening.
This is great.
Countless people were overjoyed. On this day, countless people celebrated. This was a day of celebration for all of humanity, not to forget the ancients.
Nearly the entire world was in a wild celebration. The rain had stopped, while the haze was receding, with the sun finally shining through. The warm sunshine bathed the world, giving everyone a feeling of warmth.
From now onwards, this would again be an era of humans.
The deputy president patted Chen Feng's shoulder.
Many thanks.
His face was rather flushed, a testament to how much liquor he had drunk in celebration. Nobody knew more than him how difficult it had been for humanity, and he was the only one who knew how anxious the higher-ups of humanity had been. Fortunately, everything had ended.
MHM.
Chen Feng nodded, but he did not partake in the celebration. He walked over to a nearby summit and gazed at the sunny sky, his brows frowning.
Spirit, can you check for me if there are any problems? Spirit shook her head. I checked. Nothing. Chen Feng was filled with doubt. Even you can't see it? Was it truly a misconception on his part? For reasons unknown, he had an uneasy feeling.
He had already checked with Spirit and confirmed that among all his plans, no problems had cropped up and everything had been implemented perfectly. It was no longer possible for those gods to return. Moreover, they had even started fighting among themselves.
Not many of them remained now.
Chen Feng had confirmed all these things. Everything had progressed smoothly. So why was he still feeling so uneasy? Kong Bai sat down beside Chen Feng and said, I told you to not touch yourself that much. See, even your spirit is weakened now.
Chen Feng rolled his eyes. This guy. Is it because you haven't had anything progress so smoothly for a while now? Kong Bai curled his lips. Is Chen Feng's confidence truly so low? No.
Chen Feng shook his head and said with a solemn expression, I am still anxious because the opponents are, after all, gods.
God.
This was no mere term or title. As a person with dual godly powers himself, he was clear how scary the gods were. Even with his present strength, when it came to pure combat strength, he would probably fail to defeat even the weakest of gods, let alone the several thousand gods that he had schemed against. The so-called gods are nothing but stronger lifeforms, Kong Bai said in disdain.
Chen Feng shook his head. You are talking about minor gods. Those minor gods are indeed nothing but lifeforms with stronger combat prowess.
However, those major gods possess way too many things we do not understand.
Those things?
Chen Feng gazed at the sky. Those were exactly what he was worried about.
After all, those were gods.
What is there to fear, muttered Kong Bai.
Regardless of how strong they are all off of this planet now, right?
However, just as he finished his words.
Bang! A terrifying flash streaked past the sky, startling countless people.
This was now a godless world, yet that enormous bolt of lightning that had appeared was formed of godly power.
A godly power that far surpassed anything they had felt thus far. Everyone was alarmed. What happened? Bang! Bang! Thunder roared as numerous enormous bolts of lightning descended and godly power enveloped the entire sky. What is that? Kong Bai and the rest were shocked as well. Chen Feng's pupils shrunk. That is. Bang! Amid the boundless lightning, a figure suddenly appeared.
This figure resembled a giant, and with a single hand, he ripped the sky apart, like someone tearing apart a piece of cloth. Instantly, the sky was ripped into two parts, presenting an extremely sinister view to all the onlookers below. Half the sky was clear and boundless, while the other half was filled with crackling lightning. Just like this, amid this bizarre sight, that figure stepped out. With a single step, boundless godly power roiled out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.